At the moment of the infernal setting off in the Unigen's territories, Zeus and Poseidon could be seen having ugly expressions as they gazed at Felix's back. What have you done?" Poseidon yelled at Felix with bloodshot eyes, feeling like his hard work in doubling his territory was going to waste. "What I should have done long ago," Felix remarked nonchalantly, unbothered by their killing intent. "This isn't over. You hear me?" Just as they prepared to disengage, driven by a growing sense of urgency toward the inferno consuming their realms, the equal trade symbol flared to life with a quiet intensity. Unseen by them but potent in its influence, it enveloped Zeus and Poseidon in its enigmatic glow. "You dare!" In the blink of an eye, before their intentions could manifest into action, the symbol activated its power. The dimension around them dissolved into a stream of light, and they found themselves standing within a domain where the boundaries of reality blurred into the surreal. "Is this the dream realm?" Zeus continued with a deep frown as he observed the land steeped in weirdness, randomness, and unbridled fantasy. Here, the impossible became possible, and the imaginable took form, creating a landscape that defied logic and reason. Towering mountains abruptly gave way to vast oceans suspended in the sky, while forests of luminous trees sang with the voices of forgotten legends. Castles made of whispers float atop clouds of vibrant hues, and creatures of myth roamed freely, embodying the essence of dreams and nightmares alike. In this realm, time and space were twisted and folded in whimsical patterns, where a step forward might transport one across worlds or into the heart of a dream yet untold. "Welcome to my dream realm." Abruptly, Felix manifested in front of them while standing above a marshmallow cloud and carrying Hephaestus's divine hammer on his shoulder. "You are truly courting death," Zeus uttered coldly. "You have burned most of the released celestial energy in the kingdom and still dare to trot around instead of running away. If you think the three rulers are going to show you mercy to save up on celestial energy, you are out of your mind," Poseidon remarked while pointing his trident toward Felix. "You are a walking corpse." "Maybe," Felix replied with an unfazed look. "Maybe this might be the last for me, but at the moment I think you should be worrying over yourselves." Zeus and Poseidon glanced at each other for a moment. They saw the tint of dread hidden in their eyes as they knew that their current situation was indeed not favorable. While they had never entered Lilith's dream realm, which was many ranks higher than the dream world, they understood that it acted more or less the same as being in a domain. In other words, they were currently in Felix's domain, and this enabled him to utilize territorial pressure on them. However, this didn't frighten them to the point of falling on their knees and begging Felix for mercy. They still had a massive quantity of divinities after just getting bestowed upon. "Boy, you think we don't know about the strengths and weaknesses of the Dream Realm symbolic technique?" Zeus sneered. "Dream Realm is a powerful domain that can exist in the matter universe, but we know that it requires a massive quantity of dreams to sustain its existence and powers," Poseidon remarked. "Even if you put your void citizens into slumber and used their dreams as its fuel, it is still not enough to let you have that much of God's control. Indeed, the dream realm was a domain where the rules of reality bowed to the whims of its creator, but that's only if he could afford the price of his wishes." This technique was one of Lilith's masterpieces, and it was created out of the combination of four symbols: the dream world symbol, sloth; the hunger symbol, gluttony; God's complex, pride; and last but not least, the equal trade symbol, greed. Each of those symbols served a massive role in creating the realm. The dream world was the foundation. The hunger symbol acted as the devourer of the dreams and transformed them into fuel to sustain their existence. God's complex allowed Felix to turn into a godly being in a limited capacity depending on his own belief in his inner God. The equal trade symbol was transformed into a wishing device that Felix used to pay for the dreams of the realm's inhabitants. In other words, as long as people were entering his realm through their dreams, he could wish for anything inside his realm as long as the effects remained in the realm. Right now, all the void citizens besides Candace were put into a deep slumber and could be said to exist in the dream realm through their dreams. However, they had no idea about this and believed to be dreaming as normal. The only way to truly enter the dream realm and walk upon the dreams of others was if Felix allowed them to. How about you test it out? Felix said with a faint mocking smile. Poseidon and Zeus didn't like Felix's smug look, and it made their hearts skip a beat. He is bluffing. He shouldn't have enough dreams to remove the excess. Zeus and Poseidon were abruptly halted mid-thought. Their faces twisted with a blend of terror, astonishment, and uncertainty as they realized that their divinities had suddenly ceased to function. No matter how much they called on them and which type they chose, they all ignored their calls. How? Impossible. The number of dreams required to eliminate divinities from your domain is unattainable. Not just in a century, but even in millions of years. You're right. Felix showed a sinister smile as he applauded his hands. That's why I brought those with me. Upon clapping, the pink clouds parted to reveal distant, astronomical jelly-like cubes with millions of ruined planets within them. The moment Zeus and Poseidon saw them, it finally clicked in their minds. The dreamers. You utilized the consumed dreams of the mortals. Zeus murmured, realizing that those dreamers must have consumed trillions of dreams in their eternal journey. After all, they had existed ever since the primogenitor's era, and God knows how many civilizations had fallen under their slumbering spell. While there were no more people inside them since Felix had freed everyone who got devoured many years ago, the absorbed dreams were still there. This gave him a massive amount of fuel to power his dream realm in addition to fulfilling some of his wishes. The biggest wish he made was the removal of divinities and celestial flames from his realm, which would make it impossible for even the three rulers to utilize them in his realm. If it was up to him, he would have removed even the water and lighting laws, turning those two unigens into helpless victims. But he knew that he could not waste whatever was left of his dreams if he wanted the rest of his plan to work. This dream realm wasn't considered a masterpiece for no reason. It acted in the same manner as one of Eris' realities, where she had complete control over it. This was what Eris meant when she said he needed to ask Lilith about dealing with divinities and celestial flames, as she understood Lilith was capable of bypassing them too. You sure have planned this to perfection. I give you that, Zeus stated with a cold tone while transforming his spear into a beacon of electricity. But this means you also can't rely on your celestial flames. The dream realm's wishes related to the environment and everyone was under its effects, even Felix. This also applied to Eris' realities, as the moment she removed the concept of pain for the citizens, she also could no longer feel it. I know. Still, Felix was unfazed by this. He engulfed his divine hammer in purplish flames while his other hand carried a sword made out of concentrated void energy. Then, he commented coldly, "The only difference between us is that I don't need celestial powers to beat the living shit of you." The moment he was done, Felix summoned a new sin-symbolic technique called the prideful aura of supremacy. A majestic golden sigil materialized above his head, bearing the proud image of a roaring lion that no mortal would dare face. There was no other animal merged with the lion, as this technique was created out of merging multiple symbols of the pride sin alone. Prideful aura of supremacy technique. Zeus warned with narrowed eyes, "Be careful. This technique utilizes I am supreme, perfection manifestation, and clash of pride symbols. It boosts his strength by 5% each second as long as he believes his pride to be above us, which removes both the drawbacks." "You don't have to tell me," Poseidon remarked coldly as he gazed at the radiant halo of golden light that enveloped Felix, magnifying his presence and might. It was a clear declaration of superiority, a challenge that neither god could ignore since it targeted their pride. Alas, the moment Felix ascended the second time, his inner pride had already evolved to the point it could challenge the lesser celestial unigens and even surpass them. Felix never dared to bring out clash of prides against them before because he always had a subconscious feeling that he wasn't at the same level as unigens even after his first ascension. But with the defeat of Hephaestus, that feeling was snuffed out. "I ain't done yet." With a fierce look, Felix invoked the infernal pact of avarice and wrath, his body becoming the conduit for a devastating fusion of desire and fury. His hair transformed into blazing crimson flames, and his body took on a demonic red hue, radiating intense heat that seemed to warp the very air around him, turning him into a living inferno. The infernal sigil above Felix absorbed the heat, turning it into crimson mist and fueling his anger to continue empowering him in a slow and controlled manner. "What's this?" Zeus asked with a deep frown. "I don't know," Poseidon remarked. "It must be a new technique." Their assumption was correct, as this technique was created out of merging infernal wrath, rampage, and avarice amplifier symbols. It was the first technique to have heat-related laws merged with sin symbols. What do why? Before they could analyze the technique, Felix appeared before Poseidon with an air of undeniable dominance. With a movement that bridged the gap between thought and action, Felix brought the hammer down upon Poseidon with a force that resonated through the realm. A staggering 90 million battle force, BF, concentrated into a singular, devastating blow. The impact was monumental, an instant frozen in time, where Poseidon's eyeballs almost popped off their sockets in a mix of shock and terror. Boom! As time snapped back into its rightful pace, the aftermath was cataclysmic. Poseidon's form, unable to withstand the immense force, disintegrated into countless water particles that shimmered momentarily in the air before dissipating everywhere. His trident, a symbol of his power and authority, was sent careening into the distance, clattering against the dream-formed landscape. Witnessing the fate of his partner, Zeus felt a primal fear grip his divine heart. In an instant, understanding the threat Felix posed, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, a pure expression of his desire to escape, and streaked across the realm, putting as much distance as possible between himself and Felix. The moment his form was manifested, Zeus clutched his divine lightning spear tightly and looked at the far distance with a tint of fear in his eyes. "That power, it's almost double mine. I can't contest against him without my divinities." Zeus wouldn't mind if Felix was 10 or even 20 million BF force above him. In his eyes, that was a bit manageable even if he would be on the losing side. But 30 million, 40 million? There was no way he would be able to resist a single attack from Felix, and Poseidon's ending was the proof. "I have to buy time until the three rulers deal with the black flames and come for him." Zeus made a swift and smart decision to not overestimate his might and wait for reinforcement. He understood that without divinities, the Paragon would always come on top against the lesser celestial unigens due to the boosting effects of the symbols. That's why Lilith was considered an upper celestial and feared across the realm. Meanwhile, Felix couldn't be bothered with Zeus' escape. He merely glanced in his direction and turned his focus back on Poseidon. While the strike had harmed Poseidon, it wasn't enough to kill him. His form rematerialized from water particles attached to the flying trident, which provided him with enough distance to recoup his thoughts and strategy. Shit! He turned into a freaking monster in no time. "Damn you, Lilith!" Poseidon cursed with bloodshot eyes. As the one experiencing the hammer strike directly, he was certain that Felix would beat them to smithereens in each confrontation. Thus, instead of putting his pride to the test, he also decided to wait for reinforcement. Alas, Felix was too strapped for time to let them have their way. Before Poseidon could work out some guarding measures, he suddenly felt a massive weight placed on his shoulders. This wasn't just any force. It was as if the entire realm's weight bore down upon the sea god, an oppressive, crushing force that mimicked the inescapable grasp of the deep ocean's abyss. Territorial pressure. Poseidon found himself suddenly and irrevocably trapped, his back arching painfully under the invisible burden, his godly visage marred by a grimace of distress. Stripped of his divinities, Poseidon's resistance was reduced to sheer willpower against the pressure. It was a formidable force, indeed, but starkly insufficient against the magnitude of Felix's imposed dream realm pressure. Then, amid his struggle, Felix appeared before him with a predatory gaze, a figure of vengeance wreathed in the sinister glow of crimson flames. "Wait! Let's talk things through." Poseidon knew that he was in a massive disadvantageous position and tried to waste some time with his mouth. Alas, before he could finish his sentence, a flaming fist landed directly on his lips, busting them open instantly. Bam! 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 Then, a barrage of blows rained down on the beleaguered sea god. Each strike carried the fury of an inferno, a physical manifestation of Felix's wrath that seared not just the flesh but the very essence of Poseidon. With no divinities to shield him and his own will crumbling under the relentless onslaught, Poseidon could do nothing but rely on his abilities for protection. Mirror Lake. Poseidon, with a defiant glare that belied his earlier disadvantage, summoned the ancient force of the seas. His hands moved through the air with practiced grace, tracing patterns that invoked to the very essence of water. In an instant, the ground beneath their feet shimmered and transformed into a vast, serene surface, mirroring the sky above with uncanny precision. This was the Mirror Lake, an ability known to trap even the mightiest in a dimension of reflections. As Felix advanced, intent on continuing his assault, he found his image reflected at him, not just once but infinitely, each reflection perfectly mimicking his movements. The lake, a trap as much as it was a weapon, sought to ensnare Felix in a maze of his visage, turning his aggression against him. However, the mirror wasn't used for its intended purpose, as it was capable of creating infinite reflections of Poseidon. Poof! Poseidon imploded into water particles and those reflections emerged as an army in his place against Felix. You asked for this. With a unified shout, Poseidon's infinite reflections slammed their palms against the lake's surface. The very air between them hummed with tension as Poseidon invoked control over the most elemental aspect of life, water. Cellular implosion. With a deafening command, he targeted the water molecules within Felix's body. The command was simple yet terrifying in its implications. To implode, to collapse inward with unimaginable force at the most fundamental level of existence. Felix, caught in the invisible grip of Poseidon's will, felt a disturbing shift within him. It was as if the very essence of his being, the countless cells that composed his form, trembled on the brink of annihilation. For a moment, the boundary between life and unmaking blurred, as the water molecules in his body received the catastrophic order to collapse into themselves. As the water unijin, he was the only one capable of doing this. He could even control the blood of his targets through the water content within it. In a sense, he could be said to control blood laws too. Unfortunately for him, Felix had known about all of his strengths and weaknesses and came prepared against such attacks. Interesting attempt, but still a foolish one, Felix said with a stone face as turned his body into a manifestation of fire itself. Poseidon's infinite reflections watched with distressed looks as Felix's humanoid fire form suddenly started turning hotter and brighter until the flames were no longer seen. You want me to self-implode, you got it. Felix gave Poseidon's reflections one last look before mouthing out, boom! The instant the word registered in Poseidon's mind, Felix's body could no longer be seen and was replaced with an expanding sphere of blinding light. Poseidon, witnessing the gathering storm of energy with a mixture of anger and dread, reacted with the only countermeasure he deemed could quench such a conflagration. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned the coldest force, the chill of absolute zero. The chill surged forth, a wave of freezing death meant to encase the nascent supernova in a tomb of ice, to stop the explosion before it could begin. The very fabric of the realm trembled as these opposing forces met, the explosive heat of a dying star wrestling with the unfathomable cold that could freeze time itself. The air between the two forces shimmered with the tension of their confrontation, mist and steam rising wherever they collided. It was as if the very principles of creation and destruction were at odds, battling for supremacy in a dance as old as the cosmos itself. Good. Good. Keep holding him down, Zeus murmured as he watched the confrontation with his outstretched senses while being on the move. He didn't know how big the dream realm was and understood that leaving it without divinities involved would be near impossible unless Felix was foolish enough to leave them an opening. While Felix didn't waste too many of the stored dreams on wishes, he made sure to seal the dream realm like the spirit realm. I have to be careful at all times. Zeus narrowed his eyes in focus. He is attempting to devour our cores simultaneously. Otherwise, he would have... Before he could his sentence, Felix transcended the space between them, appearing beside Zeus in the blink of an eye. The suddenness of his appearance caught Zeus off guard, a rare lapse for the god of thunder. Before Zeus could muster his divine might or comprehend the full extent of the threat, Felix exerted his territorial pressure. "You!" With Zeus immobilized, Felix issued a silent command to Asna's core, a directive that was both a demand and an inevitability. The core began devouring Zeus's essence at his command. While the god looked on in terror, the cores intertwined, initiating a transfer of power that was both visible and intangible, a spectacle of light and energy that heralded a significant shift in the cosmic balance. Felix did not linger for even a nanosecond. Instead, he blinked back to his original position with Zeus linked with him forcefully. "Arg!" Zeus growled in agony after emerging in the heart of an active supernova without the ability to escape, now that the cores were merging. "Ha!" Hearing Zeus' pained screams coming from the supernova left Poseidon with a stunned expression, having no idea what had just happened. Suddenly, he felt his danger senses tingling like there was no tomorrow, leaving him agitated and antsy as to what was about to come. Just as he was about to ditch his lake and change locations, taking advantage of the absolute zero chill around him, the supernova died out, returning to a tiny point and allowing the chill to expand furiously. Alas, this expansion was short-lived as the instant the supernova disappeared, a dark point appeared in its place. "Let there be nothingness." With a faint murmur from Felix, the tiny dark point expanded to a couple of million kilometers in the blink of an eye and turned the entire zone into nothingness. The absolute zero chill was devoured, the lake disappeared, the heavens darkened, the ground shattered, and the reflections were eradicated one by one until a single Poseidon was left floating by in nothingness. "Ice of immortality. You can relax now." Before Poseidon could even utilize another ability to protect himself, Felix appeared behind him and patted him on the shoulder. As Poseidon turned his head slowly with dread etched on his eyes and heart beating akin to a horse galloping on a field, Felix ordered coldly near his ears, "Devour him." A few moments ago, after striking Poseidon with his divine hammer, "I have to devour their cores simultaneously, and for that, I need to pull back a bit on my attacks and plan a way," Felix remarked as he gazed at his divine hammer. He was accustomed to battling Unigens, causing him to attack immediately with full force. "I can't believe our boy reached a level where he needs to pull out his punches against Unigens." Thor didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this development. "Strength is king," Lord Shiva stated indifferently. "Unigens, gods, or whatnot, all can be put down if single has an overwhelming level of strength. This is exactly what Felix has now," Elder Kraken added. "He is at the peak of a Unigen's strength limit, and the only ones capable of stopping him are the upper celestials. Unlike the three rulers who could grow infinitely depending on the celestial energy in their possession, the Unigens could not surpass single 100 million BF no matter what they did. It was a limitation imposed on them by the universe, and whether it was an upper or lesser Unigen, the limitation was applied. It was like a mortal endeavor to break past the single million mark and become a deity. It was doable but near impossible. Zeus and the rest of the lesser Unigen's main goal were to reach this limitation and surpass it. Unfortunately, with the petty amount of celestial energy their territories could gather and taxes imposed on them, even after billions of years, none of them had managed to reach 70 million BF naturally. Natural in the sense that the increase was permanent instead of using temporal ways like what Felix was currently doing with sigils. It was not easy in the slightest to hit single 100 million BF, and at the moment only the current active upper celestial Unigens reached it. While Felix didn't seem affected negatively by reaching the Unigen's peak and could no longer surpass it since both Zeus and Poseidon were far from it, the same couldn't be stated about his clones. Those monsters. Even with the time difference between realms, it's best to finish this quickly to carry on with the main plan. Felix commented with a hint of dread after witnessing what was happening to single of his clones in the Unigen's territories. While he was fighting those two, his clones were dealing with none other than the three rulers themselves to protect the eternal black flames. Thus, he swiftly returned to his problem at hand. I have to use either a distraction or bait to bring those two together again. As Felix's mind was brewing a plan, he swiftly teleported next to Poseidon and began raining on him with a barrage of flaming fists. On the other side, amid the once tranquil territory of Athena, now a battleground of clashing elements, a clone of Felix stood at the heart of the chaos, mirroring his creator's formidable power. As he focused, his hair ignited into vibrant flames, a fiery crown that mirrored Felix's own, signaling the unleashing of his full potential. Whoosh! Whoosh! Around him, the black flames he commanded surged with renewed vigor, a dark tide spreading relentlessly across the realm. These sinister flames devoured everything in their path, transforming the terrain into a nightmarish expanse. Child, you shouldn't have done this. Suddenly, a divine authoritative voice came down from the heavens, causing Felix to lift his head with a murderous look. He recognized the voice to be of the first ruler, as he could never forget the one who kidnapped his beloved right in front of him. As he looked up, he saw a massive golden hand descending upon him, its absolute size throwing the landscape below into shadow. This was no mere display of divine might. It was the will of the first ruler manifesting, a celestial decree that sought to quell the chaos Felix had wrought. Shit! I can't get hit by that. After being told about the might of the three rulers in detail by Lilith, Felix respected and feared their strength more than anything else. Thus, he didn't hesitate to try and get out of the palm's way. Alas, the understanding dawned upon him swiftly and mercilessly. He was ensnared by the celestial decree, an invisible, unbreakable chain that bound him in his place. The air around him thickened, time slowed to a crawl, and even the act of lifting his arm became a Herculean effort. The celestial decree. Felix's expression turned for the worse. He knew that the celestial decree was like being put under the territorial pressure of the entire eternal kingdom. This type of territorial pressure was exclusive to the three rulers and could only be applied in the eternal kingdom. The only way to counter such pressure, or at least mitigate it, was through using one's territorial pressure or celestial powers. Although Felix was aware of the overwhelming pressure, he did not expect it to be potent enough to affect him even when protected by the celestial black flames. Still, he had no plans to let this stop him. With a resolve forged in the fires of countless battles, he mustered his strength, channeling the very essence of his being into a singular act of resistance. His hand, trembling under the immense pressure, rose slowly, a testament to his unyielding will. I ain't making this easy for you. With a roar that seemed to split the very fabric of the realm, the clone released his counter. A massive palm, crafted from the black flames underneath, causing it to resemble a giant palm tree attached to an ocean. This creation, a symbol of his power and defiance, swelled upwards to meet the golden divine palm in a collision that promised to shake the foundations of the kingdom itself. Will he win? Athena watched the upcoming impact with bated breath from a distance while giving her absolute best to quench the black flames. Even though Felix had attacked her territory, she didn't hate him in the slightest, as she treated the whole matter as a business matter. She came for him first and he retaliated. Nothing more, nothing less. Thus, at the depth of her heart, in a small place, she kinda wished that he would win against the first ruler, at least in this small confrontation. Felix, please don't overdo it. Meanwhile, Asna's heart was about to beat out of her chest in agitation and worry as she watched this scene. She had no idea what was going through his mind, and the only thing she could do was trust in his vision as always. Boom! With a thunderous explosion that sent destructive shockwaves across the kingdom, the two divine palms were finally connected. From the tip of the fingers to the back of the palm, the golden palm, a manifestation of celestial authority, met its match in the clone's blazing defiance, a standoff that encapsulated the eternal struggle between the dictates of the heavens and the indomitable will of those who dare to challenge fate. Arg! Felix kept drawing upon the boundless depths of celestial black flames underneath, pouring more and more energy into his palm, determined to not just hold his ground but to push back against the divine mandate that sought to crush him. The palms locked in a stalemate, neither yielding, radiated a blinding light that illuminated the cosmos. Amid this cosmic tug-of-war, Felix's mind resonated with the voice of the first ruler, a telepathic outreach that cut through the chaos with clarity and calm. Why do you strive so against us, child? We are not your enemies, nor have we sought to harm you, the ruler inquired, his tone one of genuine puzzlement and a hint of sorrow for the path Felix had chosen. You never wished to harm me? Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Felix broke into a burst of chaotic laughter as he had just heard one of the sickest jokes. What about the smite? You fucking smited out of nowhere, killing me instantly. He didn't even need to mention Asna and what they did to her. Just the fact that the three rulers had decided to kill him on a whim out of nowhere was enough reason to never reconcile with them. Child, if we wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be standing before us now. The first ruler replied calmly without any further explanation. As much as Felix hated to admit it, he knew that he was being for real. If the three rulers were to decide his damnation, that smite would have erased his soul. And now I extend an olive branch, the ruler continued, his offer hanging between them like a beacon in the storm. Let bygones be bygones. You may dwell with Asna near the heart of the universe, where peace and love can flourish unimpeded. All that is required is for you to bow your head and extinguish the flames that threaten to consume everything. The offer was generous, a promise of reconciliation and a chance for Felix to live in tranquility with Asna, away from the strife and battles that had marked their existence. But even if the condition to bow his head wasn't involved, Felix wouldn't bat an eye at such a humiliating offer. Peace and love? Live near the universe's heart? Even when you aren't trying to, your tone makes it clear that you are treating us as some sort of pets. Felix replied with a tightened fist and a suppressed, icy voice. I know all about your plan and what you are trying to do with Asna's core. So, tell me now, are you going to let her be free when the time comes to commence your plan? Asna's core was her heart, and if the three rulers still wanted to use it for their scheme, then it would be the same as killing Asna. The first ruler didn't need time to think about it, as he responded with the same emotionless voice. For the sake of reaching the other side, all sacrifices are worth it. You would understand this if you were in our position. I will never understand it, and I don't want to. Felix sneered coldly. As long as you have Asna in leashes, we will be at odds until the dawn of the universe. How disappointing. Expected response, but disappointing nevertheless. The first ruler sighed, seemingly genuinely disappointed at not being able to bring Felix to his side. You might be all great and powerful now, but there will come a day sooner or later, a day where your heads will be the ones bowing to me. With a dark grimace, Felix bellowed, "This is just the beginning." As the sound wave of his shout traveled far and wide, the scene that accompanied it left Athena and the rest of the watchers with widened eyes in shock. Whoosh! The black flaming palm emerged victorious as it engulfed the golden palm and continued pushing forth into the heavens. Growing bigger and more powerful, like Felix was seeking to smack the first ruler in the face. He won. He actually won. Alas, before Felix, Asna, and the rest could feel a tint of happiness at his victory. A deep sigh came from high above. So be it. The instant this sentence registered in everyone's minds, the feeling of happiness died out instantly and their hearts turned cold all of a sudden. Their reaction was an understatement, as their widened pupils reflected a scene that was enough to stop commoners' hearts at first glance. From the same heavens descended another palm that was 100 times the size of the initial golden palm, dwarfing it and everything else in its vicinity. It was so massive that the clouds were forced to part ways and the wind seemed like it was trying to hold the hand of a god, but to no avail. Its descent was slow yet inexorable, a golden avalanche in the void of space, casting a shadow that spoke of finality and judgment. Felix, Athena, Asna, and everyone else watched in a mix of awe and despair as this divine edict made its way toward the small flaming black palm. The disparity in size and power was not just visible. It was palpable, a clear message from the cosmos itself about the hierarchy that governed existence. As the two palms neared contact, there was a palpable tension, a silent hope against hope that perhaps, just perhaps, the black flame palm could withstand the golden decree. Yet, as they touched, that hope was extinguished as swiftly and mercilessly as a candle in a storm. The black flame, for all its ferocity and defiance, was snuffed out, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never been. The massive golden palm, unimpeded, continued on its path toward Felix's clone. At that moment, time seemed to slow, a quiet before the inevitable end. As expected, the clone, faced with the immensity of the power bearing down upon him, closed his eyes in resignation, accepting his fate with a somber dignity. At the moment, he had no fantasies of defeating the three rulers. He knew their strength far surpassed his own. Thus, he extended both hands outwards with great difficulty and took the impact face-on, knowing that he could neither teleport away nor resist. The divine palm was like a massive canceller to anything related to laws and elements since it was created out of the four divinities. Even when Felix was engulfed in his black flames, he could not avoid the canceling effect unless the abilities were already created. Thus, even when the clone had nearly 100 million BF, the supermassive golden palm completely buried him out of existence, pushing him into the depths of the ocean. Instead of the golden palm disappearing, it broke into a wave of golden celestial flames and got carried on with the rising tsunamis until they met with the eternal black flames in their path. Just like what the second ruler did in the capital, the golden flames spread out around the eternal black flames until a gigantic circular was created and contained the wildfire within. This time, there was no one to guide the black flames, and they could only die out slowly and surely under the eyes of the watchers. As for Felix's clone, he was nowhere to be seen. He sure pushed their nerves to use this amount of celestial energy for a mere clone. Athena commentated, not knowing if she should feel relieved at her territory being saved or bothered by the notion that the only one daring to rise against the three rulers was dogged. In the end, all she could do was sigh deeply and spread her senses to other territories to see what was going on. As expected, he was smart enough to pull away the rest of the clones after seeing what happened. Athena remarked after noticing that Felix's clones had ditched their territories, teleporting somewhere unknown before the rulers could put their hands on them. Meanwhile, Apollo, Eris, and the rest of the Unigens also thought the same, leaving them each with their own reaction. Phew, that will make it easier to deal with the black flames. Artemis sighed in relief, having no interest in battling Felix in the slightest. Unfortunately for her, she had lost the coin toss as Felix had some difficulty deciding whether to target her territory or Apollo's. After all, he had only 6 clones and there were 7 Unigens domains remaining. The reason he found it difficult to choose between them was because Artemis was one of the few Unigens who rejected the decision to seal Asna while Apollo didn't assault Felix twice during both of his battles against Hephaestus. If Apollo wasn't fickle and he believed he could turn on him instantly, he would have chosen him without bothering with such thing as a coin toss. Speaking about the devil, he could be seen sitting in the identical corner from before with his nails in his mouth, biting them with a frantic and distressed look. The 3 rulers have used one clone as an example, so the others can run away and help them avoid wasting too much of their celestial energy on them. Apollo's alter ego remarked with a shadowy, fading tone like his voice had no stable frequency. "Brother, for the love of God, leave me be. I am missing on creating the best masterpieces known to the kingdom," Apollo begged with a tint of vexation and helplessness. "Just this once. I can't miss such a performance." Apollo watched the entire confrontation between the first ruler and Felix's clone. It pained him to a godly level to miss on producing a score for it. Alas, at the moment, his control over his body wasn't completely in his hands. "Shut up. I have been letting you screw around forever, and it's time to return to our rightful purpose," his alter ego remarked coldly. "The new paragon is the key to fulfilling that dream, and I need you to bring him down to me in one piece." "Bring him to you? Are you nuts?" Apollo chided. "Doing that is the identical as going against the 3 rulers and betraying the kingdom as a whole. We will be cast away forever. Do I look like I care?" Apollo's alter ego ordered with a rigid voice. "Bring me to me or I will handle it. You know full well what will happen if I took the lead." Apollo felt chills course down his spine. understanding that if his darkness alter ego were to ever regain control, chaos would arise in the kingdom. "Oh, you stupid prick. My life was going too smoothly and you just have to keep ruining it." Apollo cried out loud in his mind in frustration, but he received no response. The darkness in his right eye retreated, and this made him understand that his alter ego was done talking and it was time for action. Either he handled this mission on his terms or he would take the lead. Apollo had no plans to let the letter occur. Shit, how am I supposed to bring him there when the three rulers and Uranus are on his ass? I don't even know where his main consciousness is. Apollo criticized as he gazed at the sky, knowing that he must have created his dream realm at the furthest distance possible from the kingdom. "You look distressed, Apollo. Is there something in your mind?" Eris asked with a peering look. "Not now, Eris," Apollo replied with an irritated tone while turning himself into a flash of light. Before he could finish the transformation, Eris advised calmly, "I hope you don't do anything you will come to regret later on." Apollo merely gave her a hopeless glance before disappearing into nothingness. "Ah, little paragon, you sure have disturbed a peace that lasted for eons. All of this, and you will still not be able to save her as much as I want you to succeed." Eris murmured to herself as she watched the black flames getting snuffed out bit by bit. Meanwhile, at the summit of the palace, "Your lover doesn't know any better." The first ruler shook his head as he addressed the tensed Asna. "I offered him an olive branch, a promise, and he spat on it." "A promise? Like the one you offered me when I was a child?" Asna replied with a look boiling with hatred. "You monsters deserve to be locked up for eternity." She watched what happened to Felix's clone, and while it made her heart unsettled, it also made her love Felix even more as he dared to do something she never dared to do. That was standing up against the three rulers' tyranny even when their overwhelming authority and strength were enough to cripple anyone. "We did what we had to do, and you know it," the third ruler said calmly. "Keep saying that to make yourself feel better." Asna sneered as the buried memories of her childhood resurfaced in her mind. She would never forget the treatment and the betrayal she received when she was a child, as it made her lose complete trust in the rulers and other Unigens. No one could blame her. 20 million years ago, the Eternal Kingdom seemed like a realm of unparalleled splendor and abundance, a stark contrast to its present state. At the heart of this celestial magnificence was the dimensional pocket, the sacred and secluded space that housed the universe's heart. This heart, a cosmic entity of unfathomable power and mystery, pulsed with the lifeblood of creation itself, celestial energy. It appeared as though the abundant celestial energy had seeped into the very soil of the kingdom, giving birth to landscapes of unparalleled beauty. Near the universe's heart, above the same majestic platforms, the three rulers could be seen seated akin to unmovable statues. Our previous attempt to break through the universe's heart was deemed as a failure, and our punishment was the halving of the celestial energy output. The second ruler remarked calmly, "I do not consider it as a failure. We have caused it some damage, and I am certain a second attempt will completely shatter it and forge our path to freedom at last. The prophecy hasn't changed its instructions or the outcome, so it means we are on the right path." The first ruler said as he glanced at the tiny "Our second attempt will depend on the key that's about to come," the third ruler said with a solemn tone as he glanced at the prophecy tablet above them. This day was a very, very special day for the three rulers. It was marked out of great importance in the prophecy, and one could even say that if they didn't follow the prophecy's instructions, their end goal would change forever. Thus, they had been waiting for this day with great patience. Whoosh! Suddenly, the universe's heart pulsed with a rich wave of celestial energy, attracting the three rulers' attention. Then, it began to shimmer more intensely, its light coalescing into a spectacle unseen in eons. From this blinding luminosity, a phenomenon occurred that would mark a new chapter in the annals of the cosmos. A small female toddler, born not of flesh and blood but of starlight and celestial whispers, emerged into existence. A sentinel celestial being? Is this the key? The three rulers seemed surprised by the emergence of the toddler as they didn't expect the key, to be another celestial being. But they remained silent and watched as the universe's heart breathed life into the toddler, turning her hair into a vibrant shade of crimson, cascaded down like a river of fire, contrasting starkly with her ethereal, fair skin, which radiated a soft, otherworldly glow. Her eyes, golden and resplendent, sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, holding within them the mysteries of the universe and the innocence of new life. These eyes gazed upon the three rulers with wonder and curiosity. Whoosh! With one last pulse of celestial energy, the universe's heart became slightly dim and the celestial energy expelled seemed to have been reduced significantly. Before the three rulers could react to this, a booming thunderclap resounded loudly throughout the entire universe, breaking everyone's thought process. It was one of the loudest thunderclaps ever recorded in the universe's history, and not even Felix's thunderclaps could match it. The three rulers completely ignored it. Their deep frowns were visible through the blinding light, indicating their displeasure with the significant reduction in the output of celestial energy. How can she require so much energy to be born? The third ruler commented. It's at least triple what we needed to come into existence, combined. To be considered as the key, it's only logical to consume this much. The first ruler said calmly, she must be a special entity. Let's hope so. The second ruler sighed. Her birth must have set us back for millions of years again. The prophecy has never led us wrong. Have some faith. The first ruler remarked as he eyed Asna, who was giggling childishly while spinning around herself in midair. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two portals opened up in front of the three rulers' platforms. I have heard a disturbance. Before Eris could finish her sentence, her eyes were pulled into little Asna. What's this cute thing? Supposedly the key to our freedom. The second ruler replied. How so? Uranus queried as he teleported in front of little Asna and narrowed his eyes in focus, appearing quite menacing with his star-like eyes and wrinkled old face. Triple A. Triple A. Instead of being afraid, Asna started laughing. The prophecy says nothing about her or how she will help us escape from this eternal prison. The first ruler remarked composedly, we have to figure things out by ourselves. How about Kronos? Uranus frowned. Can't you seek his help on this? I don't think the chronicle fog will be there. Since it's related to the prophecy, I am certain the chronicle fog will occur. The third ruler rejected the proposal as he gazed at a small sentence written on the prophecy tablet. The tablet has formed it clear that peering into the future is forbidden. As the owners of the three celestial languages, the rulers had control over all the elements in the universe, including time. Alas, they had already tried this, and the result wasn't promising as much as it was mysterious. Every time they attempted to peer into the future with matters related to the prophecy or the other side, there would be a black static-like fog, hindering their sight. Even Kronos wasn't able to pierce through it, and this made them understand that either the universe or the entity responsible for the creation of the prophecy tablet had a hand in it. Thus, the three rulers gave up on the thought of peering into the future and placed their faith in the prophecy. They were that desperate as they had already tried many other ways to obtain their freedom and failed. So, what do we do with her exactly? Uranus asked as he gazed at Asna with Eris and the three rulers. What else? Eris responded with a gentle smile as she lifted Asna in her arms. We nurture her while slowly studying her. Eris, with a gentle smile that belied the immense power she wielded, knelt to meet the child's gaze. She seems like a beacon of light in the vastness of space, a harmony amidst the chaos. The child looked up with curiosity, her golden eyes reflecting the glow of the celestial bodies that danced above. In you, I see the elegance of the cosmos, the grace of its boundless dance. And so, you shall be recognized as Asnaliga, a union of Asna, symbolizing the radiant light you embody, and Leia, embodying the grace with which you traverse the cosmos. Asnaliga, hearing her name for the first time, smiled, a simple gesture that held the promise of countless wonders. Yeah, whatever. Uranus waved his head with an annoyed look. You named her, you shall nurture her. I want nothing to do with her. It's not like she wants you to. Eris chuckled at the sight of Asna, ignoring Uranus completely. A decade later, little Asna grew from the mysterious child birthed by the universe's heart into a spirited and rowdy 10-year-old. With crimson hair that danced like flames in the cosmic wind and golden eyes shimmering with mischief, she became a whirlwind of energy and laughter, a stark contrast to the solemnity of the celestial beings that inhabited this realm. Asna, who is going to be our next target? Apollo asked with a mischievous grin. Little Asna was sitting above his shoulders with a wide, playful smirk. She tapped her little finger on her chin and murmured thoughtfully, "It's always fun to mess with Uncle Hephaestus and watch him lose his mind and chase us down." True, true. So who's our next victim? As expected of my trusty partner. Apollo gave her a high five while chuckling. You read my mind. In the blink of an eye, little Asna and Apollo arrived at the gates of Poseidon's territory and remained hidden with Apollo's spiritual pressure. I can try, but I don't think I will be as good as you, little Asna replied, her voice as childish as it could be. Yet she was discussing ruining a Unigen's day like it was a normal habit. Go for it, I will assist you. With a shared nod, little Asna extended her hands, her fingertips glowing with a potent mix of elemental energy, while Apollo struck a chord so powerful it resonated through the very fabric of the cosmos. In an instant, light vanished from Poseidon's territory. The luminous underwater cities, the shimmering coral forests, and the radiant paths that meandered through his domain were plunged into unexpected darkness. Creatures of the deep, accustomed to the perpetual glow of celestial underwater, paused in confusion, their bioluminescent hues flickering uncertainly in the sudden night. A blackout? The hell? Poseidon, who had been admiring a newly formed coral constellation, found himself enveloped in darkness. His trident glowed dimly as he summoned his powers to restore the light, only to realize the source of this playful sabotage. With a thunderous roar that stirred the waves, he bellowed, Asna! Apollo! Poseidon surged through his waters with the force of 1,000 currents, his form a brilliant streak of light as he sought out the culprits. Run! He is mad, mad! Little Asna and Apollo, laughing heartily, darted and weaved through the cosmic seas, their laughter echoing like bells across the void. They were a blur of motion, a comet chased by a tempest, as they maneuvered through Poseidon's realm with gleeful agility. Despite his annoyance, Poseidon couldn't help but be caught up in the thrill of the chase, his scowl gradually giving way to a grudging amusement. You cannot outrun the Lord of the Oceans, he thundered. Yet his voice bore a hint of laughter, a testament to the infectious joy that little Asna brought into their lives. With Asna's birth, the entire atmosphere in the kingdom had changed as the Unigens stopped attempting to conquer each other's territories, and this allowed them to move freely across the kingdom without a worry. It was like they were her parents, and it made them feel weird to have her see them fighting each other over celestial energy. Thus, in the past decade, everyone treated Asna as a little princess even when she kept pranking them and annoying them constantly. Even the easily and stern Unigens like Hephaestus and Demeter never took offense to Asna's actions and indulged her daily. It was an understandable reaction since the Unigens were all born at the beginning of time and grew together. None of them had seen an actual child-size Unigen on the same status as them, which made them consider her as their actual child. Her presence could be stated to have breathed a sense of peace and love in their hearts that only children could do. Annoying brats. After a short chase, Poseidon could only return to his territory with a vexed expression. He knew that catching little Asna was near impossible with Apollo as her wingman. We had him for good. Little Asna laughed while clapping her hands cutely. It was all you, little one. Well, of course. Who's number one? Apollo coughed while pointing his finger at himself. Just as Asna was about to tease him, the first ruler's stern voice resounded in her mind. Asnaliga, he called, his tone imbued with the weight of eons. Come. Asna became visibly upset at being summoned, acting like a child who got summoned by her parents to come home while playing outside with her friends. What's wrong? Apollo asked. I have to go. Asna pouted. The elders have called me. I see, Let me take you there then. Apollo patted her on the head with a soft smile. We will continue our games later on. Ah, they will just make me try to open the universe's heart again. Asna complained. How am I supposed to do that? Just try your best. Apollo stated with a wry smile. It will make your elders happy. Fine, I guess. Good girl. Apollo knew deep down that Asna's ending wouldn't be great if no positive results were provided with her assistance. Knowing the three rulers' insane obsession with freedom and celestial energy made him understand that they would not stop until they tried everything with Asna. Let's hope it won't be that deep. He sighed inwardly. In almost no time, Apollo dropped off little Asna in front of the Dimensional Pockets gate and took off. The gate opened up for Asna and she went inside swiftly, wanting to get this over with fast so she could return to her games. After arriving at the platforms, she noticed that Eris and Uranus were also there. Her eyes lit up in happiness as she rushed to Eris. Auntie! She summoned cutely while jumping into her embrace, making Eris show a faint, gentle smile. Are you still misbehaving and causing trouble for your uncles and aunts? Eris asked. Of course. Asna nodded excitedly. Good job. Eris chuckled with admiration, as she had always been a lover of chaos. Stop wasting our time and listen to your elders, Uranus stated with a stern tone. Asna mocked him with her tongue out and swiftly flew towards the three rulers, knowing that Uranus had no issue with disciplining her, unlike the rest who indulged her rotten. Uranus' eyelids twitched in irritation, but he didn't comment on the matter. You know what do, the first ruler stated composedly as he gazed at little Asna. All right, little Asna murmured while walking to the universe's heart. It's going to be the same. The three rulers ignored her negative comment and watched with a hint of hope in their eyes as she extended with her hands at the mesmerizing orb of light that throbbed with the lifeblood of creation itself. She reached out, not with just her hands, but with her mind too, her thoughts tender and inquiring, like whispers in the vast silence of space. Please open up. Please, please, so I can continue playing interrupted. She projected, her intent clear and devoid of any desire to dominate. She didn't care about the other side, what was on it, the Unigens and the ruler's freedom, or such complicated matters. All she wanted was the universe's heart to respond to her wishes, so she wouldn't be bothered with this again. Alas, the universe's heart didn't fulfill her wishes. Instead, it started releasing massive pulses of celestial energy through Asna's palms, seemingly desiring to feed her. When the rulers saw this, they glanced at each other for a moment and then shook their heads in disappointment. Failure again. That's enough. The third ruler pulled Asna away from the universe's heart, interrupting the absorption process. Asna didn't seem to care that much about this and simply requested with a puppy look. Can I go out now? You may leave. Without an ounce of hesitation, Asna bolted out of the place like it was a detention center, just to swiftly return and give Eris another hug and mock Uranus on the way out. What a brat! Uranus cursed under his breath. How is she the key to our freedom? She is just an irritating brat who keeps stealing tons of celestial energy every time she touches the heart. In the past decade, the three rulers had figured out that Asna was capable of manipulating all the elements and laws without exception, which left everyone astounded and shocked. Her existence made them understand that Asna's position should be higher than the three rulers in the eyes of the universe. This notion was enough to create ripples across the kingdom and hail Asna as the epitome of celestial creation, to the point of bestowing upon her the ultimate title, the origin of laws. The fact that she was believed as the key to everyone's freedom made the Unigens treat her with extra care regardless of her being a child. Alas, year after year, the three rulers requested Asna to attempt and gain access to the universe's heart with many different methods, but to no avail. They even tried forceful methods, but nothing resulted from it. Have some faith, the first ruler said calmly. The prophecy hasn't given us any new instructions. We either must be doing something wrong or the right time hasn't come yet. It's no longer about faith anymore, and you know it, Uranus remarked with a solemn tone. The fact that she can still absorb celestial energy with such a crazed appetite means that she still has an awakening phase. I don't need to spell out to you how bad that would be for us. The assembly hall went silent. The three rulers knew more than anyone else that awakening phases consumed at least 10 times the amount of the birth phase. The fact that Asna's birth almost dried their well and paralyzed their ecosystem made them understand that her awakening would absolutely destroy the Eternal Kingdom and what it stands for. So, what's going on in your minds? Eris inquired. She understood that there would come a point where they would be forced to keep Asna away from the universe's heart, the dimensional pocket, the Eternal Kingdom, and then even the universe. The older Unigens grew, the more their bodies would be inclined to absorb nearby compatible energies to ensure their awakening. In the case of Apollo, Zeus, and the rest, they would be absorbing elemental energies related to their laws or even neutral energy and transforming it into their compatible energies. As for the three rulers, they couldn't awaken even if they wanted. Yet, Asna was the most special case of them. They had attempted to help her awaken by using elemental energies, believing that since she was compatible with all elements and laws, it would be much easier for her to awaken. Unfortunately, she ended up rejecting all kinds of energies and accepted only celestial energy when it came to feeding her awakening phase. This was one of the main reasons she was allowed entry to the dimensional pocket only once a year during her attempt to unlock it. Otherwise, she would keep sucking the heart dry automatically and no one could do anything about it, not even her. Isn't clear yet? Uranus answered for the three rulers with a cold sneer. If the brat won't make herself useful, we will be forced to seal her away and cast her as far as possible from the core. Otherwise, if she awakened. Uranus didn't need to continue his sentence as everyone here recognized the hidden danger of Asna's existence. The fact that her social status was on the same level as the three rulers before her awakening made them understand that the instant she awakened, she would be considered one rank higher than them. In other words, the control of the entire universe would be under her hands as not even the three rulers would match up to her. It's too soon to make such decisions, the second uttered. All we can do is keep trying until she reaches adolescence. If nothing changes by then, we can try a different approach. Unigen's adolescence was after 1 millennial or 2 at most. When a Unigen entered adolescence, they experienced a significant increase in absorption speed and reach of elemental energy, facilitating their awakening. It was like the universe was giving the Unigens some time to discover themselves before chaining them for good after their awakening, and forcing them to respect their duties. You mentioned sealing her away. Eris asked with a puzzled tone. How exactly are you going to achieve this? What do you mean? Uranus frowned. Are you implying she won't be receptive to our usual seals? She is right. The first ruler shared. Our Unigen-based seals target their laws specifically. In Asnaliga's case, she has control over all laws, elements, and celestial energy. It's nearly impossible to create a seal capable of keeping her from absorbing all of those energies at the same time. Uranus was left stunned. The three rulers had never used the term impossible before. What does this mean then? Uranus asked with a slightly heated look. We are going to place our lives and freedom in the hands of that brat? What if she awakened and still can't reach the other side? What if she awakened and decided to turn on us? What if she awakened and turned out to be the fucking consciousness of the universe? Doesn't that mean we will become slaves for real? I refuse to accept this. You hear me? I refuse it. As his voice kept turning louder and louder, reality seemed to vibrate with his sound waves like it was on the verge of shattering. Settle down. You are losing your grip again. Eris calmed down the surrounding space with a flip of her pagebook, causing his voice to lose its effect on the surrounding reality. My apologies. You know how I get when anything touches my sense of freedom. Uranus took control of his emotions swiftly. I understand your agitation, but as I have said, it's too soon to make a decision or worry about such matters. The first ruler uttered with a low voice as he gazed at the tablet. The prophecy won't forsake us after we have reached this stage. Even when he uttered this, the first ruler seemed to be losing a bit of his conviction in the prophecy. His reaction was understandable as the prophecy tablet had no further instructions after awakening Asna. The only thing written was the steps before and the picture on the topmost part, showing a gap leading to nothingness. If all the predictions and instructions were written to reach that final result, it would possess been 100 times easier for them. Alas, all they could was accept it and work with what they had, as there was no other path left. If only I had your optimism, Uranus muttered in irritation as he walked away. For all we know, this prophecy might be sent by the universe to recover its consciousness, and all we are doing is helping it achieve it while accelerating our damnation. No one said anything, as this assumption was resting rent-free in their minds ever since they discovered out about Asna being considered the origin of laws. Why do I possess an incline this will end badly? Eris smiled wryly as she watched Asna reuniting with Apollo to continue their foolish shenanigans. As the one who named her, she truly didn't desire something bad to happen to her. Alas, she knew as the goddess of order and disorder, naught was really in anyone's hands. As time unfolded in the Eternal Kingdom, Asna had matured from her childish prankster behavior into a rebellious phase. Gone were the days when Apollo, her partner in cosmic jest, could easily coax her into turning the lights off in Poseidon's territory for a laugh. Now, Asna's defiance was of a different nature, a declaration of her autonomy, challenging the very fabric of celestial decrees and the expectations of the beings that had watched over her since her inception by the universe's heart. At the moment, she could be seen flying away from the dimensional pocket with a bored expression. What a hassle! She yawned lazily. As the gate closed behind her, the three rulers, Eris, and Uranus were left staring at each other in silence. It's been close to 1,000 years, 1,000 failed attempts. Are we still going to be delusional about this? Uranus said. This time his voice was devoid of any emotions, like he had enough of such disappointment. His feelings were understandable. Asna had already entered her adolescence phase, and her body started to absorb an insane quantity of celestial energy the instant she entered the dimensional pocket. Just now, she was believed to have absorbed more than 1% of the released celestial energy in less than a second. 1% might not seem a lot, but it was more than the quantity of celestial energy 5 unigens collected after an entire century of hard work. It was devoured in a second by Asna, and for nothing positive in return. I admit, this situation isn't preferable at all. We have tried everything, and it doesn't look like our approaches are ever going to work, the second ruler said with a deep low-pitched sigh. Even the all-knowing three rulers were left at their wits' ends about this situation. Unfortunately, we are left with two options. The first ruler said emotionlessly, we either trust that Asnaliga's awakening is the key to our freedom, or we eliminate her. The third ruler continued coldly. How can you even consider her awakening as an option? Uranus sneered. I will never allow it. It's too much of a risk, and we are already struggling with those heavy chains on our limbs. I have no intentions of adding a collar too. So, are you suggesting we eliminate her and continue with our previous attempt at brute-forcing the universe's heart? Eris said with narrowed eyes, not a fan of such a suggestion. It's much better than putting our fates in the hands of that brat, Uranus uttered with a solemn tone. She is already rebelling against our orders and barely does anything we say unless we force her. Can you imagine how she will be if awakened? While the three rulers weren't saying anything in response, their decision was more inclined towards Uranus' reasoning. As the three rulers of the universe and the epitome of authority, it would never sit right with them to just hand it down to another being. It was expected for monarchs to cling to their thrones until their dying day, which led their heirs to stage a coup to overthrow them. The three rulers weren't any different. Have you considered that eliminating her might cause the universe's heart to give birth to her again later on? Eris shared calmly. You will be back at the starting point and with a much lower quantity of celestial energy. That's a calculated risk, Uranus reasoned. We know that the universe takes its sweet time before reviving a dead unigen's core, and with Asna being a special case, it might take even longer. By then, we might have collected enough celestial energy to make a second attempt at breaking the heart. This is much better than allowing that brat to leech off our celestial energy daily. There was a short silence after he was done. Eris and Uranus kept waiting for the three rulers to join the discussion, as they knew that no matter what they said, the final decision would be in their hands. Even if the rest of the Unigens were brought up to date and had everything explained to them, most of them would choose the option benefiting the most. That was getting rid of Asna, as there was no such thing as mercy or familial love between them. If she was still in her early years, her childish innocence might have moved their hearts a little. It wouldn't affect their decision much, but it would make them feel some guilt about it. But now, most of them treated Asna as an annoying teenager who had no respect for her seniors. There was no way she would receive the majority of votes in her favor when their bottom line would be affected. That was their little freedom. After all, while the three rulers were much more powerful and authoritative than them, they had no direct authority over them. But if Asna awakened, there was a high chance that would change, and most of them would not be welcoming to the idea. I say, it's time we inform the other. Before the first ruler could finish his sentence, the assembly hall was suddenly pierced by a brilliant beam of light emanating directly from the universe's heart. This celestial phenomenon caused the three rulers to halt their discourse and turn their gaze toward the source of this unexpected illumination, the prophecy tablet. As the light struck the prophecy tablet, it began to glow with an intensity that defied the ancient darkness of the hall. The rulers watched, a mix of anticipation and apprehension in their eyes, as the light slowly receded, revealing new images and inscriptions upon the tablet's surface. These were not mere additions. They were clear instructions, a cosmic directive that had chosen this moment to reveal itself. This, another revelation, Uranus remarked with a startled look. As I have always said, the prophecy will not forsake us. The first ruler uttered as he gazed at the tablet, reading the newly formed script with the other two rulers. A mixture of emotions surfaced on their hidden faces, ranging from surprise and relief to finally understanding. What did it say? Uranus inquired. His eyes were consumed with curiosity and anticipation. It gave us the path we were seeking. The second ruler shared. It gave us the solution to our dilemma. What is it? Eris narrowed her eyes. The new instructions detailed the creation of a sealing hall, a structure of unparalleled significance. It's a sanctuary, designed specifically to lock Asnaliga's powers. A sealing hall? Uranus raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't that a bit too convenient? He wasn't of the trusting type, and he never placed his faith in the prophecy as much as the three rulers. The fact he couldn't read it might have played a role in it. But still, he always believed that the best way was to brute force the universe's heart no matter how many attempts it took. This is how the tablet operates. The third ruler said, it gives us instructions only after we get lost from the final destination. Is that everything it said? Eris asked. No, but we have no use for the rest of the instructions at the moment. For now, we need to build the sealing hall and prepare Asna for the process. Prepare her? Eris smiled wryly, knowing that there was no way Asna was going to cooperate with them. It was not a permanent solution, but a necessary step. The third ruler interjected, his tone resolute. For the balance of the cosmos, for the protection of the eternal kingdom, and perhaps, for Asna's own good, she must be sealed. It wasn't like Eris didn't understand the implications of Asna not being sealed or eliminated. But still, it left a bad taste in her mouth. She considered her as a child who never asked for any of this. Alas, there was nothing she might do about this. She understood that most of the Unigens would agree to seal Asna off, and if she dared to go against the final verdict, she wouldn't just make enemies with the three rulers, but her peers too. Eris wasn't foolish to disturb her peace for the sake of Asna, even if she liked her. As she uttered when interrogating Felix, love and such emotions were nothing but chemicals that could be controlled. In other words, no one might make her sacrifice herself for their sake regardless of the time and experiences between them. The fact that Felix was doing exactly this for Asna's sake was the reason it made him interesting in her eyes. Sigh. What an unfortunate fate. As the illumination from the prophecy tablet dimmed, returning the hall to its usual celestial glow, the rulers set their wood to the task ahead while Eris might only close her eyes in resignation. A few years later, in the opulent chamber reserved for the councils within the celestial palace, the three rulers convened a meeting with the Unigens. The gravity of the situation was reflected in the solemnity of their expressions. Besides Ares, the rest of the Unigens had gathered, knowing that the three rulers called them only if there was a situation that affected them too. As the meeting commenced, the first ruler spoke, his voice resonating with the authority of the stars. "We stand at a crossroads," he began, addressing the assembled Unigens. "The prophecy tablet has revealed new directives concerning Asnaliga. The cosmos has decreed two paths, to seal her away or extinguish her light forever. Otherwise, she will awaken and we will have a new master." A murmur of disbelief and concern swept through the room, the weight of such a decision pressing heavily upon every heart and mind present. "Listen, I like the kid, I really do, but," Poseidon said with a stern tone, "I have no desire of placing my fate in her hands. I rarely agree with this hideous bastard, but he is right," Hephaestus supported coldly. "We are already struggling with the universal chains and are forced to rely on loopholes to have some peace of mind when using our powers. I can't fathom how it will be when the universe possesses an actual consciousness." The more time passed, the more convinced most of the Unigens were about Asna's awakening being related to the universe's lost consciousness. A sentinel being with all known powers in the universe under her command had no reason to exist unless to rule the universe and protect its balance. It was Artemis, the guardian of nature and a voice of compassion, who stepped forward to challenge the starkness of the decree. "How could you think like this? This is Asna we are talking about. She might be acting out at the moment, but that's only normal for her age. She will mature soon enough, and if we maintain our guidance and respect, she will return the favor." "I am sure of it," she criticized with a heated tone. "Artemis, how could you be sure?" Demeter shook her head. "We spent billions of years with each other, and we barely built a decent trust between us. How do you expect us to trust our freedom and eternal life to another? You know better than this." As unfortunate as it sounded, it was true. The Unigens did not trust each other or the three rulers. This distrust was the reason the Eternal Kingdom was still functional, since no one would get betrayed. "All I know is that to disrupt the course of a life so entwined with the fabric of our existence is to meddle with forces beyond our comprehension," she argued, her voice imbued with a conviction. "If she is truly the consciousness of the universe, whether we eliminate her or seal her, there would come a day where she will awaken. What do you think will happen to us then?" When this point was brought up, most of the Unigens went silent with deep frowns. They knew that destiny could not be stopped. It could be delayed, but not stopped. In the case of Asna, a day would come when she would awaken and reside over her duties, as that was her destiny. "You know she is right," Apollo supported with a serious tone, unusual behavior from him. "I spent the most time with Asna and watched how her personality shape up. I can tell you right now that she will hold a grudge against us that lasts for eons if we dare to betray her. On the other side of the coin, our trust and support will be rewarded. I am certain that the moment she awakens, the first thing she will do is help us seek a way to reach the other side." Before the Unigens could get swayed, the third ruler shared with a composed voice, "You don't have to worry about that. The prophecy has given us a new path to freedom through using her core. We have everything planned out." Knowing that the three rulers cared the most about the other side made the Unigens understand that they had nothing to gain from lying to them. If Asna were to awaken after being sealed, they would be the first to pay the price. "I think enough has been said," Uranus said calmly. "Let's start the vote. All in favor, raise your hands." Before Artemis or Apollo could add anything else, the Unigens began to lift their hands one by one until only Apollo, Artemis, and Eris remained. "You guys will come to regret this in the future." Artemis could only shake her head in disappointment. "Sigh. Don't bother calling me when you give her the news. I need a fucking drink." Apollo lowered his head and walked out with a disgusted expression. As for Eris, she abstained from voting, not that it mattered with the crushing majority against Asna. As the meeting adjourned, the fate of Asna was decided to a life of imprisonment. Unbeknownst to this, Asna was seen slumbering under the shade of a massive tree, enjoying the soft breeze hitting her cheeks. If only she knew this would be the last day she would enjoy the breeze of fresh air, she would have appreciated a tad bit more Sometime later, the three rulers called for Asna's attendance in the celestial palace, waking her up from her peaceful slumber. Ah, so annoying. What do they want now? Asna complained with a muddled look. But she knew better not to leave them waiting for long. Thus, she swiftly arrived at the celestial palace and met with the three rulers, Uranus, Eris, and most of the Unigens. What is everyone doing here? Were you having a party without me? Asna raised an eyebrow in surprise, taken back by the sight. Neither the rulers nor the Unigens entertained her joke, making Asna read the room's atmosphere to be quite serious. Did someone die? Where is Uncle Apollo? Asna asked with a hint of concern. Did he have another psychiatric episode? No one answered her. Asna Liga, come here, the first ruler ordered. Asna walked with a mix of concern and curiosity in her steps, her golden star-like eyes, reflecting a universe of possibilities, scanned the surroundings, unaware of the full gravity of the moment. After she stood in front of them, the first ruler waved his hand, and Asna was transported alone inside the ceiling hall, which was built within a pocket dimension. Before Asna could react to the sudden shift in the environment, the three rulers entered the ceiling hall with the rest of the Unigens. What is this place? Asna asked curiously as she gazed at the stone statues, their inscribed chains, and the platform suspended in the middle. Is this another method to break the universe's heart? What do you need me to do now? Hearing her innocent, curious voice caused most Unigens to feel a prickle of guilt in their hearts, while Artemis straightaway shut off her emotions manually, knowing that her soft heart would not be able to take any of this. Asna, this will be your sanctuary for a short while until we figure things out, the first ruler remarked with a stoic voice. Huh? Sanctuary? What do you mean? Asna was left startled. We can't have you running around anymore, as your existence will keep drying out the celestial energy pool, the second ruler said softly, seemingly trying to appease her. This is for the sake of the kingdom's longevity, you understand, right? We promise it will be just for a short period. The third ruler spoke in a monotone voice that even a 5-year-old would find hard to believe. As they were speaking, they were getting closer and closer to Asna while she was stepping away from them with a hint of fear in her eyes. You are scaring me. Please stop, I don't want this, she said, her lips trembling. Alas, the three rulers ignored her pleas and started chanting the ceiling incantation, their voices merging into a harmonious chant that echoed the inscriptions on the walls. The ancient language of the cosmos filled the hall, weaving a complex tapestry of energy around Asna. Whoosh! Whoosh! The inscriptions on the walls and chains began to glow brighter, their light converging on Asna, enveloping her in a cocoon of celestial power. Please stop! Why are you doing this to me? Asna cried out loud as she looked at Eris and the rest of the Unigens with tears flooding her eyes. Help me! Auntie Eris! Uncles! Stop them! Eris and the rest could only give her bitter looks and remain silent observers, knowing that this was the best possible outcome for both parties. My apologies, little one. I failed you. We have failed you, Artemis murmured in Asna's mind. Whoosh! The air vibrated with the force of the chant, the words dictating the ceiling of her powers, stripping away the raw, unbridled energy that coursed through her being. Asna, caught in the eye of the storm, felt the weight of the universe pressing down on her, the essence of her powers being drawn out and contained within the runes that now glowed even brighter around her. A look of pure fear flashed across her face as she realized that the purpose of the hall became to seal her powers away. I am sorry. Please. I will behave from now on. I will do whatever you inform me to. Please don't put me away. Asna begged and begged, crystal tears flowing down her reddened cheeks. But such pure emotions were wasted on that wall of ice-cold beings. None of them took a step forward. None of them said anything. They just watched with deadpan looks as Asna, their spoiled princess, was imprisoned for something she had no control over, being locked away due to their insecurity and inability to trust anyone but themselves. Whoosh! The chant reached its crescendo, the hall thundering with the sound of cosmic order being enforced. The warrior statues came to life and the chains kept clinging noisily as they kept wrapping themselves around Asna. Appreciate she became some sort of a first-degree criminal. But she became just a child. Sob, sob. I am sorry. I am sorry. It hurts. Sob, please. As the glowing inscriptions dimmed and the hall returned to its peaceful state, only Asna's heart-wrenching weeping became echoing in everyone's ears. Her voice became the only thing left that resembled her as the moment she was sealed. Her form turned into a small white flame hovering above the white platform. Sob, sob. It's dark, sob. I am scared. That became the last sentence the Unigens and the three rulers heard as they turned their backs on Asna and left the sealing hall once and for all. Ah, we have gone and done it now. Don't involve me in this ever again. Artemis rubbed her eyelids as she walked away with a somewhat pale face like she had lost millions of years from her longevity. Even Apollo was seen sipping alcohol with a hint of depression in his eyes while lying on top of his fluffy cushion, deep in his thoughts. It seemed like Lilith's information wasn't perfect about what had gone through in the meeting. After all, she was still banished during this period. She believed that Apollo hadn't bothered to show up and defend Asna, while in reality he had given it his best. But alas, he could not go against everyone. What now? Zeus asked calmly after Artemis left. She will be exiled from the kingdom and imprisoned in the sealing grounds next to Kronos. The first ruler said, besides this, we will keep our hands off completely no matter what happens. This involves you too, the third said with a hint of warning in his voice. Why send her there? Isn't it better to keep her around? Elis raised an eyebrow. Isn't the sealing hall capable of locking away her absorption powers? That's what the prophecy instructed us, and all we could do is oblige. The first ruler replied, the truth will come out when the time comes as always. So, that's it. Poseidon raised an eyebrow. We just continue living our lives as normal? Yes. Sounds good to me. Hephaestus didn't bother them with too many questions and took off immediately, returning to his domain. With Asna gone and the atmosphere becoming somewhat tense again after this situation, he understood that it wouldn't be long before the conflict started arising between them. Poseidon had the same thought process as his rival and swiftly chased after him, not trusting him in the slightest to keep his hands to himself. I hope we made the right decision, Athena said with narrowed eyes. Otherwise, we will pay a grave price in the future. The rest of the Unijin left the place with this final ominous statement rooted deeply in the back of their minds, as they knew that messing with the universe's plan and balance seldom worked out in anyone's favor. With lesser celestial Unijins gone, the first ruler brought out a golden sun disk earring from nowhere and handed it to Uranus. You know what to do. Leave it to me. Uranus caught the earrings and sliced a pitch-black portal with his divine bronze scythe. Then he vanished through it. When he reappeared again, he was in front of the Golden Kingdom's gate. With a deliberate gesture, he summoned two massive arms, forged from colorful radiation energy and imbued with the raw force of gravitational power. These arms, a manifestation of his dominion over the cosmos, crackled with a potent aura, each movement rippling through space itself. As Uranus channeled the resplendent divinity, the arms glowed with an intensity that lit up the surrounding wasteland. Enhanced 100-fold by the divinity, the arms reached out, their massive hands grasping the ancient gates that had remained unyielded for eons. Break open! With a force that echoed across the universe, Uranus pushed with everything in his powers. The gates began to creak and groan under the unprecedented power. The gravitational forces and the empowered radiation energy arms worked in unison, slowly prying open the gates that functioned as the boundary to the eternal kingdom. The sight was awe-inspiring, a testament to Uranus's unparalleled strength. If it was any other Unijin, they would have wasted all of their stored resplendent energy and still inquired for more. As the gates swung open, revealing the boundless realms that lay beyond, Uranus was no longer to be seen. Kotham! The golden gate swiftly closed shut and the colorful arms faded away, returning the wasteland to its peaceful state. Amidst the silence of a desolate galaxy, on a planet devoid of life, stood the imprisonment grounds, a location shrouded in the gravitas of celestial judgments past. There were ruins everywhere of past civilizations and untold stories. Yet now, this place was turned into an imprisonment facility under the eternal watch of the three rulers. Into this somber landscape, Uranus made his entrance, his form casting shadows that seemed to absorb the faint light that dared to trespass upon this forsaken place. As Uranus stepped onto the barren surface, the air vibrated with the sudden emergence of Kronos' deep, resonant voice, a sound that seemed to arrive from the very depths of the universe itself. "What are you doing here? I don't think it's the time for me to be released," Kronos intoned. His tone a mixture of curiosity and casualness, like the notion of being imprisoned was something he was used to and had no issues with it. Uranus, unfazed by the voice that echoed around him, responded with a calm that belied the gravity of his actions. "I'm not here for your release, Kronos. You will have a new cellmate, and I expect you to keep an eye on her." "A new cellmate? Interesting." With a motion that seemed to bend the very fabric of space around him, Uranus produced a pair of golden earrings. He tossed them onto the ground with deliberate intent, and upon contact, they unfurled into a portal revealing the vast sealing hall within. When Kronos saw the appearance of the sealing hall and the white flame hovering in the middle, he opened his massive eye from the depth of the planet. His slit widened a little as he inquired, "What a fascinating seal! Are you trying to contain a ruler?" "Stop bothering me," Uranus stated with an irritated tone. "If you want to know, use your laws." "Where is the fun in that?" Kronos chuckled. "TSK, you are truly the worst possible candidate to control the laws of space and time." Uranus clicked his tongue in criticism. "If I had your laws, no one would catch me asking a question ever again. That's why I am the guardian of space/time and you aren't." Kronos smiled inwardly. "You wouldn't have survived a day." "Whatever." Uranus merely scoffed at his take and left the location through the same portal, rushing back to the Eternal Kingdom. He felt like an emperor visiting a dirty village and ruining his shoes by stepping on their muddy grounds. After he left, silence returned to the area. Asna neither heard them nor realized that she was no longer in the Eternal Kingdom. It was understandable, as all she could see and hear was absolute nothingness, like she was locked inside her own subconscious space. At the moment, she could be seen floating in this sea of nothingness with her arms holding her knees tightly, resembling a wounded deer awaiting her final hour. A faint sniffles were heard here and there with the occasional questioning murmurs. "What did I do to deserve this? How could they abandon me? I did nothing wrong. Little one, it appears like you have made the mistake of trusting a Unijin and a ruler." Suddenly, Kronos' unfamiliar voice resounded in her mind, causing her to flinch in fear. "Who are you?" With bloodshot eyes, Asna yelled while frantically scanning her surroundings, her racing heartbeat giving away her fear. "My identity doesn't matter in the grand scheme of life." Kronos responded calmly. "What matters is the moments we share in life and Sherry." "You must be Kronos," Asna exclaimed. "Auntie. Apollo told me you are an idiot who is constantly attempting to sound wise." Kronos was left speechless, feeling insulted but at the same time having no retort against it. He indeed had an annoying habit of giving complicated answers to sound wiser when a simpler answer would suffice. "Wait. If you are talking to me, it means I am no longer in the Eternal Kingdom." No, it's worse. It means I have been sent to the imprisonment grounds." Asna stuttered at the horrible realization, feeling her heart shatter to pieces at the thought of being here. Even after everything that happened, she still held a tiny bit of hope that the three rulers would keep her around and free her after some time as they promised. But now, she knew once and for all that she was exiled forever, turning her into the first exiled celestial. "Child, you don't have to feel so bad," Kronos comforted. "You will soon realize that spending your time here is much better than being next to those snakes. They only care about their benefit and empty sense of freedom." "Stop talking rubbish. How is this better?" Asna started weeping again. "I can't see or do anything. Am I going to spend eternity like this?" "Oh, I guess the seal is still too strong to let some of your senses out," Kronos realized. What does that mean? Just give it some time and the seal will start weakening gradually. Kronos explained. After you spot signs of weakness, loopholes will emerge, and you can take advantage of them to sneak out your senses, or even a bit of your telepathic control. Really? How long does it take? Asna's spirit seemed to have uplifted slightly. It depends on the seal. Kronos shared as he analyzed her seal. Based on your seal's toughness and complexity, it should take tens of thousands of years before initial signs start appearing. How am I supposed to wait that long without losing my mind? Asna's spirit was thrown down the gutter again. One word. Kronos chuckled. Sleep. Sleep will be your best friend for as long as you remain here. Asna didn't know how to respond to that. So, why are you here? Kronos asked with a curious tone. How can you ask me that? Asna frowned. Aren't you the Unijin of space and time? You should be all-knowing. In fact, why are you even imprisoned here with me? A being with your kind of power should never get caught, like ever. In her eyes, how could someone who could see the future ever get imprisoned? It was simply impossible, as he could easily foresee any action against him millions of years ago. See the future, huh? Kronos showed a forceful smile, a smile that seemed to carry eons of stories within it. Child, all you have to know is that I stopped controlling my fate and started flowing with the breeze of destiny wherever it takes me. Kronos said wisely. Asna's eyelids twitched in irritation. How does that answer my question? You will understand in the future. Kronos switched the subject. Now, share with me your story. It's been quite lonely being here by myself. Asna went silent for a moment, feeling her heart getting shredded to pieces when she started to think of how to begin her story. In the end, she narrated what happened to her with great difficulty, knowing that he would be the only person near her for a very long time. After she was done, Kronos was seen blinking his massive darkened eye. Well, I can't really blame them, to be honest. Your existence is truly their bane, and allowing you to awaken will be a foolish move. Before Asna could react to his response, Kronos soon shook his head. However, this doesn't excuse their actions. Your existence is the natural way of order, and sealing you away is the same as rebelling against the universe. I don't care about any of this, and I never did, Asna said with a low voice. All I wanted was to live my life in peace, unbothered, unaffected, and unattached to anything. I even despised my awakening, as it would give me forceful new duties, and I never liked that. Little one, freedom is a privilege that only one person can enjoy, Kronos said with a deep voice. Unfortunately, that person is neither you nor me. What do you mean? I think it's time we get some rest. Kronos closed his eyes slowly as he said one last time. We will continue when your seal weakens and we can speak face to face. Wait, please don't go. Kronos, Asna started yelling with a bit of agitation. Are you still there? Please don't leave me alone. When no one responded to her and all she could hear was the sound of her heartbeats, Asna understood that either she could join him in a long slumber or stay awake in this infinite darkness. The choice wasn't hard to make. Back to the present, Asna was suddenly roused from reminiscing of her childhood memories. A period she desired it never happened. Whoosh! Whoosh! What woke her up was the sight of the eternal black flames in the capital being on the verge of getting exterminated by the golden flames. The black flames used to occupy almost the entire surface of the city, but now, there were barely a couple 100 kilometers covered and this surface area kept getting smaller and smaller. Felix, where are you? Asna thought with a hint of worry inscribed across her face. She knew that Felix must have used the black flames as a diversion to save her, while the three rulers and the rest believed he did this for the sake of stealing Zeus and Poseidon's cores. After all, he had kidnapped them instead of using the chance created for the sake of saving Asna. At this moment, the flames were dying out, and the created opportunity was dying with them. Unbeknownst to her, all of this was still part of Felix's plan. Boom! Whoosh! Thud! In the heart of the dream realm, Felix engaged in a desperate melee with Zeus and Poseidon. Each moment was a dance with death, their forms blurring into a vortex of primal combat. Paragon, let go of our cores. Zeus bellowed with a frenzied look as he unleashed barrages of lightning strikes, each one seeking Felix with a predator's precision. His divine weapon crackled with the wrath of storms, arcs of electricity dancing eagerly on its surface, waiting to discharge with fatal intent. Meanwhile, Poseidon attacked with the ferocity of the ocean's depths. Waves of water and razor-sharp ice shards spiraled towards Felix, an unending torrent designed to erode his defenses and pierce through his resolve. The ground beneath them became a maelstrom of water, and ice clashing with Felix. Useless attempts. Just lower your weapons and accept your fate. Your cores are now mine. Alas, Felix countered all of their strikes with ease as his strength had already reached the peak of Unigens, unlike the other two. Without divinities involved, the battle was like a simple showdown of who got the bigger muscle. I refuse to accept such fate. Your damnation is soon arriving. Poseidon roared as he tried to slice Felix apart with a concentrated jet of iced water that could be considered the sharpest weapon in the universe. Maybe, but not under your hands. Felix responded calmly as he used the reflective mirror symbol to change the path of the water blade, aiming it at Zeus. Zeus, quick with his hands, used a thunder-based strike to shatter the water blade molecules. While this was going on, Asna's core worked tirelessly, siphoning the essence of Zeus and Poseidon, making their desperation continue to mount. No, Zeus, put more effort into it. What the fuck you think I am doing? His symbolic techniques can counter most of our law-based attacks, while the gap in strength between us makes it impossible to land a single attack. Zeus yelled back with a hint of despair, a feeling he never felt in his life before. Not in his wildest dreams did he expect his ending to arrive in the same manner as Hephaestus, even when they had already received a wake-up call. No one could fault them, as not even the three rulers believed that Felix would be daring enough to make a move against them so soon. There were risks, and there was what Felix had just done. Unfortunately, as the cores of Zeus and Poseidon dimmed, their attacks wavered, the once overwhelming force behind their blows diminishing. When Zeus and Poseidon felt their trusted strength slipping away, recognized that unless they went to extraordinary measures and truly acted in pure desperation, their ending would be determined here and now. You think what I am thinking? We are left with no other choice. Either we do that or we will be completed once and for all. With a single traded glance between them, their expressions, once marred by desperation and fear, hardened into a resolve as strong as the foundations of the universe. In that instant, they acknowledged a truth they had hoped to avoid. There was no escape, no turning back from the precipice upon which they stood. The end, if it were to come, would be on their terms. With a solemn nod to each other, Zeus and Poseidon made their decision. It was a choice born not of cowardice, but of a last stand against an inescapable fate. Their divine essence, the very core of their being, began to glow with a foreboding light. It was the light of sacrifice, a brilliance that heralded the end of an era. We won't allow you to freely take our cores and replace us. Paragon, you have forced our hands, Zeus and Poseidon declared, their voices echoing through the dream realm with a gravity that belied the impending catastrophe. And then, with a divine command that resonated with the power of their untold millennia, Zeus and Poseidon initiated the self-destruction of both their souls and cores. If even mortals were able to self-implode their souls, the Unigens could do more than that, as their self-implosion command could impact even their cores. Not a single Unigin in the history of the universe had done this before, as there wasn't anything or anyone to force them into this deadly end. After all, gods could be reborn with new cores later on in the future in case of their death. Why go through the trouble of self-implosion? But in this case, all the gods realized that if they got caught by Felix and he gunned for their cores, self-implosion was the only way out. If Hephaestus knew that Felix would be able to ascend again through his core and erase his existence forever, he would have done the same, since it would ensure his rebirth with a new core. Alas, there was no fixing to the past, and it seems that even the future wasn't in their hands. You are truly insulting my intelligence if you assumed I didn't predict this final desperate act. Felix commentated with an unfazed look. The moment he finished speaking, the cataclysmic energy of their cores surging towards its devastating crescendo was abruptly quelled, extinguished as if it never was. You! Don't tell me! The two Unigens' expressions, initially marked by the solemn acceptance of self-sacrifice, morphed into disbelief and shock. They watched, helpless, in despair, as the very essence of their divine cores was stifled, the expected implosion rendered impossible by an unseen force. Felix, amidst the tension, wore a faint cold smile, the calm amidst the storm. "I've used a wish here," he revealed, his voice a calm whisper that carried the weight of absolute authority within the dream realm. "Any correlated self-implosions are banned. Why do you think I didn't waste any wishes during our battle?" If Felix desired, he could have ended this battle in a heartbeat by simply using a wish to remove the laws of those two. This would be enough to cripple them once and for all. But he knew that wishing for this, plus the removal of divinities, would leave him broke. If he couldn't afford to wish to stop the act of core self-implosion in his dream world, all of his efforts would have gone to waste. Ha! Ha ha! You brat! You brought us here for this. You didn't do the same for our souls. Is it? Ha ha! Ha! You are truly the worst possible version of the paragon of sins to grace the universe. The two gods could only watch with defeated looks as their souls, untethered from the safety of their cores, continued their catastrophic contraction, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Felix's smile expanded ever so slightly, his eyes alight with a cold, strategic fire. "Of course, I didn't extend that prohibition to your souls. Your soul explosion, after all, is necessary for what comes next." The realization dawned upon Zeus and Poseidon in that suspended moment. Trapped within Felix's dominion, their ultimate escape was barred, and their final defiance turned against them. Their cores were rendered inert, their souls remained on a precipice, their imminent dissolution now a pawn in Felix's grand design. As their souls hovered on the edge of oblivion, the atmosphere heavy with the stress of their impending demise, the reality of their situation settled in. "We have lost. Is this the sensation of death?" Poseidon murmured to himself as he placed his palm on his panicked heart, feeling like it would explode any moment. As much as both of them felt genuine fear engulfing their hearts, they didn't want to make their last moments disgraceful. If they had no control over the battlefield or the time of their death, the least they could do was control how they could go. Meanwhile, Felix couldn't care less about their reaction and unveiled a new symbolic technique of profound power and dread. The all-devouring void puppet. With a wave of his hand, a sigil materialized in the air, crackling with dark energy, from which appeared a gigantic pitch-black humanoid puppet. This eerie figure, towering and sinister, was marked by a grotesquely massive mouth on its stomach, while its eyes glinted ominously with a mix of green and orange light. From a first glance, it was clear this puppet was created out of greed, gluttony, and void laws. As the stress reached its zenith, with Zeus and Poseidon's souls teetering on the edge of catastrophic self-destruction, the puppet acted. It opened its gaping maw wide, an abyss within an abyss, and a palpable force emanated from it, a hunger insatiable and indiscriminate. The devouring puppet. "I see. You are truly one sinister individual. Sinister or not, you will soon be joining us, as nothing will save you from the three rulers' wrath. Mark my words, Paragon, mark my words." As both gods released their last remarks, their souls collapsed at last, and what followed should have been a catastrophic explosion, powerful enough to erase 100 times the size of the dream realm. However, the impending explosion, a maelstrom of soul energy about to burst forth in destructive defiance, found itself drawn inexorably toward the puppet's dark void. The tenants, with a mix of awe and horror etched into their faces, watched as the very essence of the explosion, the culmination of two godly souls' final stand, was devoured whole. Not a trace of the energy wave, no whisper of its might, managed to escape the puppet's insatiable hunger. In what seemed less than a heartbeat, the catastrophic force was gone, consumed entirely, leaving behind nothing but the eerie stillness of the aftermath. Burp. With a loud burp, the puppet proceeded to close its mouth and gave a slight head bow to Felix. Then, it receded into the sigil from whence it came, disappearing without a trace as if it had never been. As for the two Unigens, the only thing left behind were their cores and weapons. After losing their owners, the cores halted their struggle immediately, allowing Asna's core to devour them without an ounce of resistance. With that, two new stars were placed on the skies of Asna's core. One was made completely out of electricity and the other out of foggy water. Is it done? It's done, right? 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 Candace murmured again and again while her voice kept getting louder, like she couldn't imagine the notion of Felix defeating two gods and harvesting their cores at the same time. It's not the time for celebration. Felix didn't even crack a tiny smile. He looked into the distance and uttered with a serious cold look, "The job isn't done yet." Felix understood that absorbing those two cores was nothing but a mere bonus. His goal was always to absorb their soul's explosion, as he was certain that they would go for it even if they didn't take their cores with them. That's because he had prepared a tight plan to imprison their souls here forever, leaving them with the sole option of self-implosion if they desired to leave his domain. With their cores being safe in their territories, Zeus and Poseidon wouldn't hesitate to go for it. It's time for the last dance, the last act, and if I want to bring everything together, I can't make a single mistake, Felix uttered as he took a deep breath. "We believe in you," Thor encouraged with a solemn tone, recognizing the true difficulty of Felix's final act. "Felix, you have gone through this so many times now," Lady Sphinx said as gazed at him with a faint smile. "The circumstances might change, but you always emerge victorious. Makes us proud and bring Asna home," Jormungandr added with a head nod, a gesture filled with an untold amount of trust and confidence. Those three were his masters and they spent the most time with him apart from Asna. They watched him evolve from the very beginning and now he was on the verge of pulling the trigger against the three rulers. Thus, their encouraging words meant the world to Felix and made him realize that he had people observing his back now and forever. "Let's bring her home." With narrowed eyes and focus, Felix ordered, "You may begin." In the vast emptiness of outer space, high above the gleaming expanse of the eternal kingdom, a spectacle of cosmic proportions unfolds. For clones of Felix were seen spread in different areas above the kingdom. "This is it, boys. This is the hill we die on." One of Felix's clones extended both of his hands and shouted into the heavens, "Enlarge!" Their bodies, already formidable in their power, swelled in size, expanding exponentially until they dwarfed the celestial bodies that pepper the universe, standing as colossal titans against the backdrop of the cosmos. With movements that carried the weight and grace of celestial entities, these titanic clones extended their hands toward the void. From their outstretched palms, a miraculous phenomenon occurs. Thousands of prepared stars, each one supermassive and incandescent, burst forth into existence. These newborn stars, forged from the unyielding will and power of Felix's clones, shimmered with a radiant light, casting their luminous glow across the endless expanse of space. As these stars found their places in the fabric of the cosmos, they illuminated the darkness, creating a breathtaking tableau that spoke of creation itself. "Little Paragon, it seems like you aren't done yet," Eris murmured as she gazed at the pretty array of stars gleaming in the starry sky of the kingdom. "Felix, please be safe." Asna held her hands together as she prayed under her breath, feeling it in her bones that Felix was coming soon. As more heads kept rising to stare at the celestial-sized clones of Felix and his array of stars behind him, all of them reached one conclusion. "What is he up to now?" Athena frowned. "Is he planning to pour down on us with stars?" The moment she thought this, the clones of Felix commanded the newly birthed stars to cascade down toward the eternal kingdom, setting the heavens ablaze with a meteor shower of unparalleled beauty and terror. Initially, these falling stars appeared as mere streaks of light across the night sky, a mesmerizing spectacle that drew the eyes of the kingdom's citizens upwards in wonder and awe. However, as the celestial bodies drew nearer, their true magnitude became horrifyingly clear. What once were distant, twinkling lights now swelled into colossal orbs of fire, their surfaces roiling with nuclear fury, each one a miniature sun descending upon the kingdom. The sky, once a tapestry of the cosmos' infinite expanse, was now obscured, replaced by the overwhelming presence of these stars. Their light was so intense that night turned into day, casting harsh, shadowless illumination across the land. Panic gripped the heart of the kingdom as the once beautiful meteor shower transformed into a portent of doom. The citizens, who had initially marveled at the display, now scramble for shelter. They are replaced by a deep, existential dread. The entire kingdom was cast into turmoil, with whispers of the end times spreading as quickly as the stars' ominous light. Yet, neither the three rulers nor the Unigens seemed afraid. They gazed at the stars akin to a meteor of pebbles about to strike them. Doesn't he know that the eternal kingdom's divine protective barrier can block even 10 moments the power of those stars? Demeter remarked with an unbothered look. This was the reason the three rulers didn't bother to make a move and waste more of their celestial energy, knowing that the protective barrier would keep the explosions on the other side. The protective barrier had stood against the moments of the universe without a single crack on it. Unless the Unigens combined their forces, it was near impossible to destroy it. Whoosh! Abruptly, under the impending doom of a starlit meteor shower, a solitary clone of Felix teleported right in front of the invisible divine protective barrier. With his arms crossed above his chest, he stood defiantly, casting a stark shadow against the celestial onslaught. Despite the vastness of the threat above, all eyes were inexplicably drawn to this lone figure, whose determination seemed to pierce the heavens themselves. "Felix!" Asna called out loud, hoping for her voice to reach him as he was standing above the capital's sky. He seemed unafraid of being so close to the three rulers even after he witnessed the horrible fate of the other clone. Felix's clone was indeed not scared, as he came here with the will to die. With a calmness that belied the chaos unfolding, the clone called forth the all-devouring puppet. The gigantic humanoid pitch-black puppet manifested behind Felix. Its lanky arms and legs made it resemble a demonic, creepy creature. What is he planning to do with that? Before the three rulers, Eris, Athena, Asna, and the rest of the Watchers could figure out Felix's motives for bringing this puppet out, he commanded with a menacing tone, "Release." In response, the puppet's gargantuan maw yawned wide open and started the preparation to unleash an explosion of unfathomable power, the very essence of the two Unigens' obliterated souls. It might not seem like much due to how the puppet had easily absorbed it, but that would be a false misconception. The force stored within its stomach was capable of annihilating thousands of galaxies without an ounce of struggle. The instant the three rulers sensed the hidden threat that was about to be released on their glorious land, their stoic expressions were finally cracked a little. This kind of pure spiritual force, it can't be manifested unless out of a Unigen's soul. Athena's pupils expanded in disbelief. Zeus and Poseidon, Demeter murmured, "I can't trust it. He has finished them off and absorbed their soul's explosion." Elis felt a chill crawl down his spine. Even the Unigens reached the same conclusion and made them realize that what they were witnessing was the final roar, the final scream of their peers. They had no clue that their peers were killed, since the dream realm was under Felix's commands and no one could peer through it. The universe didn't announce their death since it had already occurred with Hephaestus, and they decided to blow themselves up. The universe would never announce such a thing. "Child, you have been pushing your luck a bit too much." Meanwhile, the first ruler, sensing the impending catastrophe, acted with divine swiftness, conjuring a majestic golden sword from the ether, a weapon of pure divinity aimed to intercept and neutralize the cataclysmic explosion by erasing the puppet. Yet, in a moment of sacrificial defiance, Felix positioned himself directly in the sword's path. Veil of pride, indestructible will, concentrated void shield, sun's protection, celestial black/white flames. Felix summoned every last ounce of his power to erect a series of formidable shields around him, each one a testament to his determination to protect what he held dear. The divine golden sword, a weapon that radiates with the fury of the cosmos itself, descended upon him with a might that seemed to bend reality itself. Ka-thud! With a deafening roar, the barriers erected by Felix begin to falter under the sword's relentless assault. One by one, they shattered into nothingness, their fragments disappearing into the ether as if they were never there. The sword, unyielding and precise, continued its forceful penetration, now mere inches from Felix's outstretched hands. Arg! A scream tore through the silence, a raw expression of pain and defiance, as the tip of the sword made contact with Felix's flesh. It pierced through his hands with a force that seemed to echo through the ages, then continued its merciless path until it found his chest. PSSSS. Blood blossomed forth, painting a stark contrast against the ethereal glow of the sword, dripping slowly from the corners of Felix's mouth. The golden sword might not seem like a lot, but it was a concentrated divine attack that could be said to be much more powerful than that divine palm. Even with everything in Felix's arsenal used to block it, it still failed short, demonstrating the chasm between them in strength. Yet, amidst the agony and the encroaching shadow of death, a faint grin played across Felix's lips. With a voice strained by pain but undimmed in its resolve, and gentle eyes affixed on the frozen expression of his beloved, he whispered, "Let the fireworks begin." As the sword completed its devastating journey, Felix's words hung in the air for a nanosecond before the promised chaos arose. An intense beam of light, brighter than a million suns, erupts from its gaping maw, a torrent of raw, unbridled energy that raced toward Felix with the inevitability of fate itself. The first to be consumed by this wrathful storm was him. His figure, ensnared by the divine sword and bathed in his own blood, became the epicenter of the explosion. Yet, that gentle grin never left his face, a smile that seemed to calm his beloved, a smile that seemed to tell her that he would not forsake her even if he took the brunt of a million sun. In a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he was erased from existence, the clone's sacrifice marking the beginning of the end. As the blast continued its relentless expansion, it met the Eternal Kingdom's divine barrier, a construct that had stood unchallenged for eons. The barrier trembled under the onslaught of the explosion, cracks forming across its surface like spiderwebs sprawling across a fragile window. Boom! With a sound that reverberated through the cosmos and the hearts of the watchers, the barrier shattered, its fragments dispersing into the void. The three rulers and the Unigens watched in utter silence as the blast freed from its confines, engulfing the meteor shower of stars, each star a giant awaiting its final performance. As they were consumed, they ignited in supernovas, a cascade of celestial fireworks that illuminated the universe with their dying light. The spectacle was both beautiful and horrifying, a dance of destruction that painted the sky with the colors of annihilation. Everyone knew that if this cascade of destruction were to reach the kingdom undisrupted, its glory, its history, its very essence, was going to be erased in a spectacle of light and shadow, leaving behind nothing but the echoes of a universe forever changed. Thus, the three rulers didn't hesitate to take matters seriously at last, not caring any more about the amount of celestial energy needed to stop this. With a tint of lividness in their eyes, the three rulers extended their arms, desiring to confront the apocalyptic onslaught unleashed by Felix's final act. In a desperate bid to salvage what remained of their celestial domain, they channeled their collective might into the creation of a new barrier, a bastion of hope amidst the encroaching chaos. This barrier, unlike any before, was wrought from the essence of celestial energy, woven with the very fabric of creation itself. It stretched across the skies, enveloping the most vital regions of the Eternal Kingdom in a protective embrace, while the outer reaches, now deemed expendable, were left to the mercy of the inferno. The spectacle of the exploding stars, now a destructive symphony that threatened to erase all it touched, crashes against the newly erected shield. Boom! Boom! Each impact, a burst of blinding light and unfathomable force, tested the resilience of this last defense. The barrier trembled under the relentless assault, its luminescence flickering with the strain of containing such power. The three rulers channeled their essence into the barrier, feeling angrier and angrier the more celestial energy was burnt into nothingness. Their relaxed attitude and disregard for Felix's threats had finally bitten them in the ass. Their faces, etched with determination and the gravity of their task, reflected the monumental effort required to maintain this shield. This compelled the rulers to devote all their focus and energy to prevent the barrier from crumbling. Crazy. He is crazy. Elis commentated with a dumbfounded expression as he watched the three rulers being forced to put in an actual effort. A sight many Unigens had seen only once, and coincidentally, it was related to Lilith, the previous paragon of sins. He has gone and done it now, he has done it now, Artemis repeated, knowing that the three rulers would not stop until they either locked Felix away or have his head under their feet. That's what happened to every Unigin that stood against them and their ultimate commands. Is this true love? Eris murmured as she lifted her head and gazed at Asna with a hint of envy in her eyes. She felt like her life would be complete if there was someone out there who was willing to go against the universal authority for her sake. Alas, all she could was sigh deeply and get rid of such thoughts. I am not deserving of such pure love. She smiled bitterly while lowering her gaze, understanding deep down that such love eluded her. For she knew that no one would give her their heart unless she gave them hers first. To go that far would mean putting her absolute trust in the other person. Unigens were simply not engineered for such action. Otherwise, they wouldn't have treated little Asna so poorly. While everyone was deep in their thoughts at this catastrophic event, the only person enjoying this performance was Asna. A single droplet rolled down her cheek as she gazed at her lover's final act, knowing now more than ever that he was the sole person to love her wholeheartedly and unconditionally. Thus, she also placed her blind trust in him without a single question in her mind or heart. We live together or we die together. While the three rulers were distracted by holding the cosmic inferno in addition to dealing with the eternal black flames, Asna reached out to Tiara on top of her head. Then, with a look of pure love and madness, she shattered it into fragments, drawing the attention of the three rulers immediately to her. You brat! What have you done? The three rulers' expressions turned for the worse slightly as they didn't fear Asna being able to escape, but the backlash that would hit her after breaking their seal in this manner. Because she was already in a weakened state due to not having her core connected to her for a long time, the backlash came in instantly with the force of a galloping herd of basins. This backlash was not physical but one that assailed her soul, manifesting as a tumultuous blast within the confines of her spiritual existence. The force of the detonation sent fissures running through her soul barrier, each crack a testament to the severity of her action, and the price of defying the constraints placed upon her. As the turmoil within escalated, Asna's physical form mirrored the torment of her soul. Blood, a stark crimson against her pale skin, began to seep from her eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, each of the 7 orifices becoming conduits for the visible manifestation of her internal suffering. The intensity of the backlash engulfed her, stripping away her consciousness slowly and leaving her in a state of vulnerable collapse. Cough! Cough! Her body, now limp and marred by the traces of blood, leaned against the balcony's rail as she kept coughing large amounts of blood. With a hazy gaze filled with despise directed at the three rulers, she uttered with great difficulty, You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Now, amid the chaos of celestial energy and apocalyptic destruction threatening to engulf the eternal kingdom, the real Felix seized a moment of vulnerability and made his move at last. With the rulers momentarily distracted by Asna's drastic action of breaking her sealing tiara and the ensuing spread of eternal black flames, he conjured a portal of swirling darkness right in front of the balcony, connecting the dream realm with the kingdom. From this void, a sinuous tentacle emerged, aiming to trap Asna and whisk her away to safety. Exploiting the ruler's preoccupation, everything he had done and prepared was for this tiny moment of vulnerability, where he was certain that the ruler's senses would be too outstretched with all the chaos he brought across their land. Whoosh! As the tentacle coiled around Asna's waist, preparing to retract with its precious cargo into the protective embrace of the dream realm, time seemed to freeze. The first ruler, amidst the pandemonium of collapsing defenses and the imminent threat of a kingdom-erasing explosion, turned his focus to Felix's daring rescue attempt. With a voice that cut through the turmoil, chilling in its authority and devoid of emotion, he spoke a single word that halted all actions and silenced the chaos momentarily. Enough! The weight of that command was palpable, resonating with the power to alter the course of events. It was a decree from one of the universe's most formidable beings, a command that froze time across the entire central domain. The rushing apocalyptic explosion, the falling buildings, and even Eris were left affixed on her chair while flipping a page of her divine book. The only things still moving were the void tentacle, the celestial black flames, the three rulers, and the collapsing divine protective barrier. In less than a nanosecond, the first ruler's hand moved with a swiftness that defied comprehension, a golden blade materializing from the ether and slicing through the void tentacle and the portal with unerring precision. The severed tentacle dissipated into the void from whence it came, its attempt to secure Asna thwarted by the ruler's decisive action. As the connection was severed, Asna's form began a slow, graceless descent back to the ground. Her vision, clouded and fading, caught a fleeting glimpse of Felix, standing on the other side of the collapsing portal, his expression one of shock and disbelief. Felix, run. In these final moments, as darkness encroached upon her senses and her consciousness slipped away, she fell motionlessly to the ground, a silent witness to the thwarting of her beloved desperate rescue attempt. The scene settled into a tense stillness, with Asna lying vulnerable and unconscious, her fate now squarely in the hands of those who hold dominion over this realm. As the first ruler gazed into Felix's eyes through the portal with an untold amount of discontentment, he merely said, "Ammonius Ra." The instant the word left his mouth, time returned to normal. The stillness that had gripped the surroundings shattered, allowing reality to surge forward at its customary pace. The supernovas and the two Unigens' spiritual explosion continued on their path of destruction, bringing absolute ruination to the wastelands of the Eternal Kingdom. Unfortunately, the new protective barrier held strong and defended the key territories of the kingdom, not letting a single particle go through it. But no one was focusing on this. Eris and the rest of the Unigens had their eyes affixed on the remnants of the destroyed portal and the motionless Asna. Did he just attempt to rescue Asna right in front of the three rulers' eyes? Elis remarked with his mouth slightly agape, feeling like he had just witnessed the dumbest and most brazen move in the history of the universe. The eternal black flames, kidnapping Zeus and Poseidon, and now this. Athena shook her head, everything to stretch the three rulers' focus thin and rescue Asna while they were distracted. It's a great effort, but, sigh. She wanted to continue, but all she could do was let out a long exhale in disappointment. She knew that even if Felix brought the entire Eternal Kingdom to a halt and tripled his efforts, the three rulers would never allow him to rescue Asna from under their noses. It was an impossibility due to a simple reason. Desperation sure makes us do dumb things, Demeter said with a faint sneer. The three rulers can boost their powers to infinity through celestial energy. She didn't need to see what happened exactly to understand that the first ruler must have enhanced his reaction speed to another level, allowing him to make a swift countermove even when his focus was 99% stretched thin. He should have listened to me. Eris smiled bitterly. Her reaction wasn't because of the failure of the rescue mission. It was about the destiny awaiting Felix after pushing his luck far more than he could handle. Will he survive? She murmured as her eyes were locked on the third ruler's empty chair. The third ruler was nowhere to be seen in the capital city, and Eris knew about his exact location. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, where ethereal skies shimmered with colors that had no name, and the ground morphed from solid to mist, a sudden interloper stepped inside. The instant Felix's eyes landed on the intruder, his pupils shrunk while his guard was heightened to the limit. Even the tenants felt chills course down their spine. Is the T-A-R-U-L. Candace's finger kept shaking while pointing it at the intruder. feeling like her heart was about to burst from terror and intimidation. Her reaction was understandable as the blinding divine light that once shrouded the third ruler's figure began to dissipate as if melting away under the realm's unique laws. Here, in a place where divinities held no sway, his true form emerged, no longer hidden by the divine brilliance that marked his presence in other realms. Ammonius Ra, the third ruler and the king of the gods. Lilith uttered his name with a cold gaze as unpleasant memories of her dealings with him flooded her mind. Ammonius Ra stood tall, with an imposing presence that filled any space he occupied. His skin shimmered with a golden luminescence, reminiscent of a star's radiant glow, reflecting his aspect as Ra. This ethereal light seemed to pulse with the life-giving energy of a star, casting a warm, benevolent aura around him. Ammonius Ra's eyes were like stripped twin white stars, piercing and wise, glowing with an inner fire that illuminated truths hidden in the shadows. They held the depths of the universe, mirroring the endless skies and the mysteries they contained. His attire was regal, woven from the very fabric of the cosmos. A cloak of midnight blue, embroidered with silver constellations, draped over his shoulders, representing the night sky that even the sun must traverse. Beneath this celestial mantle, he wore a robe of radiant gold that flowed like liquid light, signifying his dominion over the day. Upon his head sat a double crown, symbolizing his sovereignty over all realms, both visible and hidden. The crown merged the iconic elements of Ra and Ammonius, featuring a solar disk encircled by a cobra, representing Ra, and two tall plumes, signifying Ammonius, all set upon a band of cosmic darkness dotted with stars. In his hands, Ammonius Ra held the Ankh and the scepter, ancient symbols of life and power, and his two heavenly weapons. The Ankh glowed with a soft, life-affirming light, while the rod was crafted from a material that seemed to absorb and refract the light of the universe itself. His entire presence screamed of an untouchable entity who should be hidden from the eyes of mortals as none of them could handle his grandiose godly figure. "Child, is this what you want?" Ammonius Ra expressed with an emotionless tone, but the tint of anger could not be hidden from his eyes. Even the most oblivious person could immediately sense that the third ruler was furious, and his arrival was not for pleasantries. "Oh fuck!" As Felix gazed at the third ruler, his heart sank, a cold dread washing over him. For a moment, time seemed to slow. The air thickened with tension and the weight of impending doom. Felix's instincts screamed at him, a primal warning that the end was near, a confrontation he might not survive. His hands clenched, his breath hitched, and in the depth of his soul, he prepared for a battle he knew could very well be his last. "Fear now grips you?" Ammonius Ra stated, devoid of emotion. "You were granted ample opportunities to reevaluate your confrontational stance. Fear, at this juncture, serves you no purpose." Upon hearing this, Felix was forced to take a step back reflexively as his mind was working on overdrive to seek out the best path for survival. He didn't even consider for a second that he had a chance at beating the third ruler. He wasn't that delusional. With or without divinities at their disposal, the three rulers were on a different plane in terms of strength compared to the rest. When Ammonius Ra noticed that Felix was getting antsy, he uttered with a monotonous tone, "You don't have to worry, my child. Your ability to devour and ascend with Unigen's cores is too vital for us. You will serve as a perfect divine soldier to get rid of those needless parasites. I would rather have you commit suicide than get caught by him," Lilith uttered with a serious tone. "They are more than able to turn you into a loyal puppet with a bit of heavy investment." Lilith understood that the three rulers wouldn't mind losing a great percentage of celestial energy if they managed to enslave Felix. After all, he had just slayed and absorbed two Unigen's cores. When he ascended with them, they would be considered dead for real and their territories would be passed to other Unigens. If Felix took care of the rest in the same manner, the Eternal Kingdom would be under the three rulers and the three upper celestial Unigens forever. The three rulers hoped for Felix to handle this on his own, but he soon made them regret this decision after he switched his target to them. Now, they would do the right thing and put him under their leash once and for all. "When we are done with you," Your collection of cores will be of great assistance in our second attempt at breaking the universe's heart. With the calm and deliberate grace that only a deity of his standing could embody, Ammonius R.A. lifted his scepter a few inches above the ground. The scepter, an embodiment of his dominion over creation, and the unyielding force of his will hovered momentarily in the air as if the very cosmos paused in anticipation. For that, this realm has to disappear first. Then, with a motion that was both elegant and filled with purpose, Ammonius R.A. tapped the scepter against the ground. The impact was gentle, almost tender, yet it carried the weight of eons, the authority of a god who had shaped worlds and commanded the forces of life and death. Instantly, the dream realm responded. Ruyuumble, a realm known for its stability, where the fabric of reality bent according to the whims of its inhabitants, now trembled as if caught in the grip of an unseen tempest. The ground shuddered, sending ripples across the landscape that grew into violent quakes, unsettling the very foundation of this place beyond places. The air vibrated with the force of the impact, carrying the tremors to every corner of the realm. Even the sky, a vast canvas that stretched into infinity, adorned with the dreams and nightmares of countless beings, began to show signs of strain. Cracks appeared, spider-webbing across its expanse, a visual testament to the god's immense power. These were not mere physical fissures but ruptures in the very essence of the dream realm, threatening to unravel the fabric that held this place together. Shit. Felix felt like his heart was assaulted directly after realizing that the dream realm wouldn't be able to resist too many of those tender love taps. If the dream realm was ever to get destroyed, he understood that his life would be done for. To be this close to a ruler with his ability to tap into his celestial energy freely was a death sentence. I need a cover to escape. Just as he was about to switch his focus to his clones and bring them here to assist him, he felt his soul getting sliced apart with a blade. Chills coursed down his spine after realizing that his 3 duplicates in outer space had been slain. When memories of what happened to them registered in his mind, he felt like he was watching the wrath of a god for the first time in his life. His reaction was understandable as the 3 gigantic clones, each one a towering presence that dwarfed even the grandest celestial bodies, had their heads severed from their torsos simultaneously by a sudden flash of light. Not many managed to see the whole thing, but those who did were left with narrowed pupils and a fearful tingle in their hearts. A single divine blade finished them off. The 3 rulers have gotten serious at last. Elis commentated with a deep solemn look. He saw that with a single, fluid motion that spanned the distance between thought and action, the second ruler swung a massive golden blade from one end of the realm to the other. The edge moved with a speed and precision that defied comprehension, tracing a straight line through the void. In an instant, the heads of the 3 duplicates were cleaved from their bodies before they could even blink. The blade's passage was so swift, so clean, that for a fleeting moment, time itself seemed to freeze, holding the heads aloft in a silent tableau of divine judgment executed with unerring accuracy. Then, as if existence rushed to catch up, the heads began their slow, silent drift away from the bodies, leaving a trail of cosmic energy in their wake. After she was done, the second ruler returned to her seat and extended her hand to help out the first ruler in dealing with the dying explosion. Back to the dream realm, Felix could be seen replaying the same scenes in his mind, having no clue where the blade came from, and if he had a chance to evade it in different circumstances. The answer came back as a big fat no. I would be dead if I was there. A sweat drop manifested on his forehead, a bodily reaction he had almost forgotten about after his second ascension. If he had any delusions before, that blade sliced them apart with the heads of his clones. Use your exit strategy. Leave this place now. Thor and the rest of the tenants recognized that Felix could be said to have placed himself in the worst possible situation. When they were perfecting the plan, they predicted that there was a chance of a ruler making a move personally against Felix during his rescue mission. This was pinpointed as the worst possible scenario since it made his escape possibilities extremely slim compared to dealing with Uranus, Eris, or another Unijin. Still, Felix took his chance and committed to the plan. Now, he was about to pay the price for his daring risks. I won't fall in your hands even if true death is the only path forward. Territorial pressure. With a fierce shout, Felix unleashed the full might of the Dream Realm's territorial pressure and directed this colossal force towards Ammonius Ra, hoping to buy himself just a moment's respite, a sliver of time in which to enact his escape. Rumble. As the realm itself seemed to buckle under the strain of trying to force a god, Felix executed his next move with impeccable timing. He teleported swiftly, almost imperceptible flicker in the fabric of the dream realm, reappearing leagues away from his divine adversary. There, with the urgency of being chased by fate itself, he voiced a wish in the depths of his being. Connect me to the void realm this instant. Whoosh! A portal tore through the very essence of the dream realm, a swirling vortex of void energy that guaranteed sanctuary. This void portal was leading to the actual void realm mirroring the universe. It was possible only because the dream realm existed as a separate entity from the eternal kingdom, which offered a loophole, a crack in the cosmic order through which Felix aimed to slip through. Without hesitation, Felix flew toward the portal, not caring about what happened to his dream world in his absence. Alas, how could it be so simple? Chaos element, spatial hijack. With an expressionless gaze, Ammonius Ra tapped his scepter on the ground once, and the void portal was instantly transformed into a circular wooden door. Due to his momentum, Felix was unable to stop or switch his paths, forcing him to go through the wooden portal. As Felix emerged from the other side of the wooden portal, he found himself directly behind Ammonius Ra. Shit! The ruler, embodying the omniscience of a deity, did not need to look back to sense Felix's presence. With a movement that melded grace and terrifying power, Ammonius Ra swung his scepter backward, its tip finding its mark in Felix's stomach. Boom! Cuff! The impact was immediate and devastating. Felix coughed out a torrent of blood, his eyes bulging in shock and pain as if the very fabric of the universe had coalesced into that single unforgiving strike. In the next moment, Felix's body was catapulted into the air, a ragdoll caught in the tempest of divine retribution. Rumble! The shockwave from the scepter's impact didn't stop with Felix. It rippled outwards, inflicting further ruin upon the dream realm. The ground trembled, and the sky, already marred with cracks, seemed to splinter further as if the realm itself cried out in agony. This was not merely a physical assault. It was a clear demonstration of the gap between their powers, a chasm so vast that not even Felix's cunning and resourcefulness could bridge it. Before the tenants could even recover from their shock, Ammonius Ra, with the casual ease of a deity playing a cosmic game, commenced a relentless assault on Felix. He conjured wooden portals with a flick of his wrist, a network of spatial gateways that ensnared Felix in an inescapable loop. Like a marionette yanked by invisible strings, Felix found himself hurtling through these portals, each emergence punctuated by a devastating hit from Ammonius Ra's scepter. Bam! 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 The impacts were brutal, each one landing with the force of a supernova condensed into a singular point. With every hit, Felix's bones shattered. A symphony of destruction played on the canvas of his body, with each note echoing a power of 150 million BF minimum. This spatial ping-pong, with Felix's battered form as the ball, was a grim display of Ammonius Ra's control over the elements and force. Dear Lord, he is treating him akin to a ragdoll. Lord Loki sucked a cold breath at the sight. How can one battle back? Jormungandr tightened his fists in dread and anger. Monsters. Those three are actual monsters. None of them was able to see the actual one-sided beatdown as Ammonius Ra's movements were occurring in less than nanoseconds. However, they were able to spot glimpses of Felix's bloody silhouette flickering from here and there. Meanwhile, the victim in this slaughter was left completely disoriented as each strike shook his being to the core. He had fought for his entire life, and he would not hesitate to rank those strikes as the most fearsome and painful he had ever gone through. Whoosh! Bam! Whoosh! Bam! Each portal opened a new chapter of agony for Felix, a relentless cycle that saw him flung about with no respite. If we didn't need you alive, a mere hit would have been enough to shatter your proud body into fragments. Ammonius R.A. uttered coldly as he delivered one last strike, smashing him into the ground beneath his feet. Cough, cough, as he was lying on a deep cracked crater akin to a beat-down starfish. Felix kept coughing out life like he had an infinite reservoir. While Ammonius R.A. was gazing down at Felix emotionlessly, the other two rulers shared their senses and were able to watch the whole one-sided beatdown. Get rid of the dream realm now and use the Auk to seal his powers. The first ruler uttered calmly, "Don't mistakenly kill him. I know what I am doing." Ammonius R.A. replied coldly. With a gesture of supreme authority, he pointed his scepter skyward, summoning the very essence of the cosmos into its form. The scepter pulsed with overwhelming power, a brilliant white light emanating from its tip, heralding the unleashing of a beam composed of the universe's elemental forces. The moment the scepter's tip directed its focus towards the heavens of the dream realm, a potent, white elemental beam burst forth, a dazzling manifestation of the combined elements that constitute the universe. This beam, pure and all-encompassing, struck the sky of the dream realm with the precision of a cosmic lance, its impact resonating through the fabric of this ephemeral world. Shatter. Instantly, the dream realm's sky, already marred by the tumult of their battle, reacted violently to the beam's touch. Cracks, previously mere hairlines in the realm's structure, widened and multiplied with alarming rapidity, a spiderweb of destruction spreading across the once unmarred expanse. Each fissure released a cascade of ethereal light, the realm's essence bleeding out into the void. Meanwhile, lying on his back, Felix gazed up at the shattering sky with a hazy, barely conscious stare, his body a broken vessel from which life seemed to ebb away with the pooling life around him. His soul barrier reflected the condition of the sky above as both of them were filled with dangerous fissures. Felix was not acting in the slightest as the beatdown he received might have seemed simple, but it was nothing of such. The same experience that Zeus and Poseidon went through against him was now happening to him. A situation where absolute unbridgeable strength was able to obliterate all thoughts, plans, and actions. The worst part? He knew that Ammonius R.A. could have gone even harder than this and killed his ass in the first second, which meant his strength was at least double the Unigen's peak. I never imagined it would come to this, Felix thought, a wry smile touching his lips despite the agony. To think that a mere mortal could stand against the titans of the cosmos. Was it ambition, folly, or destiny that led me here? The pain was a constant reminder of his previous mortality, yet it also served as a testament to how far he had come. From a world bound by limitations to challenging the very beings who dictated the laws of the universe. Each decision, each step taken on this journey was fueled by a desire not just for power, but for a purpose beyond the confines of his origin. Now, here I am, he mused, his mind wandering through the labyrinth of choices that brought him to this confrontation with Ammonius R.A. A crossroads not of paths, but of fates. My next decision, will it be my end or a new beginning? The realization that he stood on the brink of life or death was not met with fear but with profound clarity. This may be the end of my road or perhaps just another turn. Whatever comes next, I face it as I have always done, head-on, with the courage of my convictions and the strength of my resolve. As the last remnants of his strength began to wane, Felix closed his eyes, not in surrender, but in acceptance of whatever fate had in store. Let the cosmos decide. He whispered to the universe one last time before snapping his gaze open. Dream realm, I invoke the godhood ritual. Meanwhile, Uranus materialized in the vast expanse of outer space, coalescing from dark, nearly invisible particles into a formidable presence. His senses, finely attuned to the cosmic ballet, picked up distant, faint shockwaves, unmistakable signatures of destruction. With a deep, intrinsic understanding, he acknowledged these forces at play. It must be the third ruler unleashing havoc upon the dream realm. A cold, Determined expression etched itself upon his face as he set off towards the source of the turmoil. His movements swift and decisive. I hope he leaves something for me. Even though Uranus knew that Felix's fate was sealed the instant one of the three rulers made their move personally, he still wanted to give him a piece of his mind after all the mess he put the kingdom through. After disappearing into the cold, empty void, two pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared from the nothingness behind him, their gaze piercing through the fabric of space itself before vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. Space soon returned to its peaceful state, unlike the chaos arising in the dream realm. Dream realm, I invoke the godhood ritual. With each word spoken, the realm's very fabric began to dissolve, dreams of countless beings converging toward Felix in a maelstrom of ethereal energy. In the void realm, the citizens were gripped by an unseen torment, their faces twisted in agony. This collective suffering stemmed from an inexplicable source, yet its effects were palpable across the realm. Each individual, regardless of their strength or stature, found themselves caught in a maelstrom of pain, a byproduct of the ritual unfolding far beyond their reach or comprehension. Simultaneously, the dreamers underwent a startling transformation. Once vast and vibrant, these beings began to shrink, their sizes diminishing rapidly. This contraction was not a natural phenomenon but a consequence of their dreams being siphoned away. The dreams, a vital aspect of their existence, were being harvested to fuel a godhood ritual, leaving the dreamers lessened, a mere shadow of their former selves. This scene of sacrifice and loss underscored the profound and far-reaching impact of the ritual and why Felix didn't consider going for it until his back was against the wall. He comprehended that the ritual would be hard and painful for his citizens, but he didn't hesitate to invoke it as his life and death were connected to theirs. If he died, they would follow him next. Whoosh! Whoosh! Their collective hopes, fears, and fantasies swirled around him, a torrent of power that sought to reshape reality itself. Felix's body, battered and bruised from the ordeal with Ammonius Ra, began to mend under the overwhelming force of the ritual. Wounds sealed, blood receded, and his form elevated to an apex condition, untouched by mortal frailty. His crimson hair, a mark of his trials and tribulations, cascaded down his back, growing in length and radiance until it shimmered with an inner light, each strand a testament to his indomitable spirit. From his gaze, twin beams of piercing light erupted, illuminating the dark sky left by the dream realm's dissolution. Roar! 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 At his command, the 7 Hydra tails emerged not as separate entities but as a singular, majestic armor. Scales, vibrant and colorful, each embedded with a dragonic eye, wrapped around Felix's form. This living armor provided him not just with unparalleled protection, but with a sensory network that extended beyond the physical, granting him the awareness that bordered on omniscience within his domain. As the ritual reached its zenith, the dream realm itself seemed to acknowledge Felix's transcendence. The remnants of the realm, now a canvas for his will, responded to his slightest desire, breathing with him, living with him, and dying with him. Thud! Felix rose to his feet, his hand firmly planted on his knee as he lowered his head, undaunted by Ammonius Ra's unimpressed expression. The godhood ritual, one of Lilith's most profound and forbidden techniques. Ammonius Ra remarked calmly, "Boy, do you understand the consequences of your actions? When enslavement is the only option I have left, it doesn't sound so bad to risk my life for one last try at beating you senseless." Felix replied with a cold, sinister look as he slowly lifted his head to match Ammonius Ra's gaze. How delugio! Before Ammonius Ra could finish his sentence, Felix launched a swift punch toward Ammonius Ra's face, a blow so powerful that it threatened to unravel the fabric of reality itself. However, Ammonius Ra, with his divine reflexes, caught Felix's fist effortlessly in his palm. Boom! The force of the impact didn't harm him, but the space behind him was obliterated, leaving a void where existence itself seemed to have been erased. If that's all you have, Ammonius Ra remarked, his voice echoing with disdain, unfazed by the attempt on his divine visage. I am just starting. Refusing to be belittled, Felix opened his clenched fist, unleashing a concentrated beam of void energy straight at Ammonius Array's face. Remove immunites. In the same breath, he revoked the immunity to elemental forces from all beings within his realm, including himself, making them vulnerable to the raw essence of their powers. The beam struck true, causing Ammonius Array to flinch slightly, a sensation of discomfort marking his divine features for the first time. The touch of pain, however fleeting, did not sit well with the deity. With a slight grimace marring his otherwise perfect features, Ammonius Ra's skin showed signs of disintegration where the void beam had made contact, a testament to the potency of Felix's attack. It seems like you won't go down without a fight. Fine, I will entertain you. In retaliation, Ammonius Array, now slightly angered by the affront, lowered his scepter with a swift motion and struck Felix with it, sending him flying across the dream realm with such force that the very air trembled in his wake. As Felix was propelled away by Ammonius Array's divine strike, his armor, shimmering with the essence of the 7 Hydra tails, miraculously began to mend itself. Ruer! Ruer! In a breathtaking spectacle of resilience, 2 dragonic maws emerged from the chest of his armor, their emergence accompanied by deep, resounding roars that seemed to vibrate through the very core of the dream realm. These maws unleashed 2 streams of energy, one of concentrated plasma and the other of void, which intertwined in a deadly dance to form a deep purple beam of unprecedented power. Ammonius Array, witnessing this new threat, aimed his scepter at the incoming beam, intending to counter it with a blast of his own combined elemental forces. Cancel elemental energies. But Felix, in a strategic maneuver, nullified all elemental energies within his realm besides the ones in his command, rendering the scepter impotent. The scepter, now unable to summon its usual divine barrage, released nothing but the faintest wisp of energy, a stark contrast to its wielder's expectations. With a sigh of irritation, Ammonius Array executed a swift sidestep, narrowly avoiding the beam without much trouble. Even when this was the first time Felix had made the 3rd ruler dodge his attack, he didn't spend a single nanosecond feeling good about himself. Bend! With Felix's newfound godhood granting him dominion over reality itself, he seized a moment of audacity to control the physics of his own realm. With a mere thought, he bent the trajectory of the concentrated beam, a feat deemed impossible beyond the borders of this realm. The beam, infused with plasma and void energies, twisted and snapped back like a rubber band, aiming directly at Ammonius Array. The deity, with a grace that belied his immense power, evaded the redirected assault, his hands clasped casually behind his back, an image of unperturbed calm in the face of chaos. Ammonius Array's evasion, however, was but the prelude to Felix's masterstroke. Inauthentic mirror. Tapping into the depths of his symbolic techniques, Felix invoked a potent ability that mirrored and multiplied the active capabilities within his vicinity. From the hundreds of black sigils that appeared in the air, a barrage of beams, identical to the original in form and fury, rained down upon Ammonius Array. Whoosh! 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 This onslaught forced the deity into continuous motion, a dance of divine agility as he navigated the relentless tide of attacks. Each beam sought Ammonius Array with unyielding persistence, turning the dream realm into a battlefield of light and shadows. For the first time, Ammonius Array found himself on the defensive side of the battle. Yet, Felix still did not stop his onslaughter as he charged personally into the fray with Hephaestus's divine hammer in both hands. It's not enough. It's not enough. He can still get to me if I decide to escape through a void portal. While Felix seemed like he was on the winning side, he comprehended that Ammonius Array was simply waiting for the godhood transformation to end before making his move in peace. That's because the godhood ritual was fueled by the dreams of the residents, and the moment their minds would crack, and there would be no more dreams to harvest, the dream realm would self-explode automatically. This would cause Felix to receive a potent backlash since the dream realm was connected to his soul, and its explosion was the same as a direct strike on it. The moment that happened, He would be left in the open of the eternal kingdom to fend for himself against the third ruler. This time he would have his divinity's connection to celestial energy and elemental control. In other words, Felix would be done for and no one would be able to save him. Thus, he had to create the greatest chance to escape, a chance that not even Ammonius R.A. would be able to predict or stop. Felix, now imbued with the might of a god, launched himself at Ammonius R.A., his hammer swinging with deadly intent. Each strike intended not just to hit, but to obliterate, fueled by a desperation and fury unseen before. Boom! 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 Ammonius R.A. countered the attacks with his scepter held in one hand, not feeling an ounce of threat even when Felix could be said to be in his ultimate form. He had used all enhancing symbolic techniques and even popped off the godhood ritual. He couldn't get any stronger than this unless he pushed past his universal limitation. Is this the extent of your wrath, child? Ammonius R.A.'s voice was calm, almost disappointed, as he parried the hammer's descents, sending shockwaves rippling through the realm with each clash. The ground beneath them cracked, and the sky twisted, but Ammonius R.A. remained untouchable, his movements fluid and precise. I will not be denied. Felix roared with bloodshot eyes, his attacks intensified, each blow stronger than the last, aiming to shatter the calm composure of the god before him. But Ammonius R.A. danced around the fury, his scepter a blur of golden light, deflecting and redirecting with effortless grace. The beams, bending and twisting in pursuit, sought to ensnare Ammonius R.A., but he evaded them with a swan's elegance. You think to bind me with tricks? He taunted, moving through the beams as if partaking in a deadly dance. Your power is immense, child, but it lacks finesse. Felix, undeterred, summoned more beams, their numbers multiplying, a relentless assault of twisted energy. Then let's see how you dance under the weight of 1,000 strikes, he shouted, the beams converging from all directions until they turned into a singular roaring dragon heading toward Ammonius R.A. with a wide-open maw. As the dragon opened its mouth, a sphere of conflicting energies grew larger and larger until it was launched with ferocious power. Foolish attempt. Unfazed, Ammonius R.A. made a single swing with his scepter, and after a flash of light, both the ferocious sphere and the dragon were sliced in half. Split! Felix acted swiftly and without hesitation, breaking the dragon apart into 1,000 beams and sending them rushing towards Ammonius R.A. He kept searching for an opening to land a direct strike on his opponent while maintaining the same fervor. He had already crafted a plan that might get him out of this death sentence, but he had to land a strike first. Alas, Ammonius R.A.'s scepter whirled in his hand, each motion repelling the incoming attacks with great ease. 1,000 strikes, yet none can touch me. What does that tell you, child? His tone was almost instructive, a teacher chiding a wayward student. I am running out of time. I have to commit. I have to. Felix kept raining down on Ammonius R.A. with a barrage of strikes, unbothered by his enemy's taunts. His mind was completely occupied with finding out the best way to create an opening and strike Ammonius R.A. He understood that if he wanted to escape, he had to do something outlandish that even Ammonius R.A. wouldn't predict. Thus, with a strategy brewing within the depths of his cunning mind, he prepared his next move, a strike designed to catch even a god off guard. High above Ammonius R.A., Felix poised himself, his hammer raised menacingly. Ammonius R.A., ever vigilant, prepared to evade the impending strike with his customary grace. Fall! Just as Felix's hammer dropped with a force that threatened to shatter the very fabric of the dream realm, Ammonius R.A. shifted his position with effortless ease, a mere blur to the mortal eye. However, as the hammer neared its impact on the ground, Felix's voice thundered through the realm, switch! Rumble! In an instant, the laws of the realm obeyed Felix's command, the sky and ground swapping places in a disorienting flip that turned the dream realm upside down. This sudden inversion of reality caught Ammonius R.A. by surprise, a rare moment of vulnerability in the face of Felix's ingenuity as his body was also turned upside down. The only difference was that Felix had anticipated this while he didn't. With the realm now upside down and Felix having free space to move his hammer, he swung the hammer with renewed vigor directly at Ammonius Array's chest from an angle that wouldn't have been possible without turning the realm upside down. The move was so unexpected, so swift, that even Ammonius Array, the embodiment of divine foresight, found himself unprepared for the sudden reversal of the battlefield. With no time to evade, Ammonius Array brought his arms up in a cross to shield himself from the blow. Rumble! Upon impact, instead of getting hurled into the distance as Felix and the tenants had anticipated, Ammonius Array remained affixed in his position, resisting the powerful momentum like a wall against the shove of a mere mortal. Give up. The gap between us is simply unbridgeable, Ammonius Array remarked with a stone-cold face as he stood locked in this titanic struggle. Feeling the resistance, Felix's determination only hardened. He recognized the gap in their strengths, a gap that no amount of physical prowess could bridge. But Felix was not one to accept the limitations of the universe without challenge. With murderous bloodshot eyes, Felix called upon the laws of the greed sin, not as a plea to the dream realm, but to the very essence of his sin-driven power. Every gap can be crossed with sufficient resolve. Remove the universal limitation. Felix roared, his voice echoing through the realms, a testament to his refusal to be bound by the cosmic laws that governed all beings. As the words left his lips, a transformation began instantly. The universe responded to his call even when Felix didn't use anything for a sacrifice. Felix's body became the focal point of an unprecedented surge of power. His sin-symbolic techniques, the infernal pact of avarice and wrath, alongside the prideful aura of supremacy, activated with full intensity. These techniques, fueled by Felix's unyielding pride and seething anger, began to amplify his strength exponentially, untethered by the universal constraints that had previously held him back. 120 million BF. 140 million BF. 150 million BF. The air around Felix crackled with raw, unbridled energy as if the very essence of sin and greed coalesced to shatter the chains that bound his potential. His muscles bulged with newfound power, and his eyes blazed with a ferocious light, a herald of the unleashed fury about to be directed at the god before him. Wag. Fairall. With this newfound strength, Felix pushed against Ammonius Array with renewed vigor, uncaring that his body was teething on falling apart as such strength was way beyond what it could handle. The universe didn't put such limitations on Unigens for the fun of it. All beings in its territory had a finality point, and crossing it was the same as going against the universe's creation and balance. Unfortunately, Ammonius Array was a grade higher than those creations. Boy, you were starting to get on my nerves. Ammonius Array's expression turned icy as he was compelled to escalate his strength to counter Felix's surging power. The once regal robe adorning his form was cast aside by the sheer force of their confrontation, revealing his chiseled physique that glowed with an inner light, more radiant than the sun itself. His skin, kissed by an eternal tan, stretched tight over muscles that seemed to be carved from the very essence of divinity, with veins that pulsed not with blood but with pure, dazzling light. As Ammonius Array exerted himself beyond the limits, his muscular frame expanded, each fiber radiating with intensified luminescence, pushing him towards a staggering 200 million BF. Arg! Felix, driven by an unstoppable will and the power of his sin-symbolic techniques, tried his best to match this godly display of might, their combined strength reaching a pinnacle that tore at the fabric of reality itself. Around their unmoving bodies, the realm trembled under the weight of their clash. Rumble, rumble. Space itself began to unravel, giving birth to anomalies that defied understanding. Swirls of black electricity crackled in the air, a manifestation of the chaos wrought by their power. The very laws of physics seemed to bend and warp, generating a spectacle of destruction and beauty as reality struggled to contain the magnitude of their battle. This was no longer a fight. It was an event that reshaped the very perception of power in the minds of anyone spectating this battle. What the hell am I watching? Fenrir, Thor, Jormungandr, Elder Kraken, Lady Sphinx, Lord Loki, ancestral dragon Ymir, Candace, and even Lord Shiva were left with widened eyes reflecting this epic confrontation of two beings beyond their understanding and reach. Yet, the only ones who were appreciating it fully were Lilith and Lord Hades, who was watching from his spirit realm through Felix's eyes. Whether he wins or loses, he will have a painful price to pay for this, Lord Hades murmured to himself, knowing that such a wish would have grave consequences. Uncaring about the consequences of his actions or decisions, Felix found himself at the brink of his physical endurance. His muscles screamed, fibers tearing under the immense force he was exerting, and yet, he dug deeper into the well of his resolve. Every sinew of his body was on fire, a testament to the monumental struggle against Ammonius Ra, a being whose might was nigh unfathomable. I can't fall back now. I must push through and overpower him. I must. With a primal roar, Felix channeled everything he had to transform the heat in his body into anger, which in turn became fuel for his continuous enhancement. 190 million BF, 200 million BF, 220 million BF. Ammonius Ra, for all his divine might, found his arms faltering against Felix's sudden resurgence. Felix, muscles bulging and skin shimmering with the effort of surpassing his limits, stood firm against Ammonius Ra. The air between them crackled, charged with the power of their confrontation. Felix's voice was raw, yet filled with an unwavering resolve as he locked eyes with the divine being before him. You've reached your limit, haven't you? Felix taunted, his breath heavy. Without your precious celestial energy, you're just another victim. Ammonius Ra's expression, usually unflappable, flickered with the slightest hint of anger. Your tenacity is commendable, he replied, his tone even but strained as he braced against Felix's onslaught. But do not mistake temporary advantage for victory. Felix's laughter echoed, a sound filled with defiance and challenge. We're not playing by your rules today, Ammonius Ra. This is my realm, and in my realm, your strength can't go beyond this. With a final monumental effort, Felix gathered every ounce of his strength and roared, "Now fail!" The word resonated like thunder, a command that brooked no refusal. In that instant, the sky cracked open wider, and the once mighty ruler was sent plummeting with an unstoppable momentum that even he, a mighty ruler, could not just stop with a thought. The shock on Ammonius Ra's face was a picture of disbelief, etched into the fabric of the dream realm as he fell through the shattered sky. Meanwhile, Felix was also sent flying backward from the recoil, but this was exactly what he desired. The moment his body was about to smash into the flipped ground, it went through an emerging void portal, taking advantage of Ammonius Ra's inability to break from the momentum. The plan was good, but the execution was to perfection. Felix was told by Lilith that the three rulers' base strength was at 200 million BF, and the only way for them to go beyond it was through using celestial energy as fuel, allowing them to grow infinitely but not permanently. Right now, Ammonius Ra could be said to have been smashed by a force equivalent to a ruler, which he could not shrug as easily as before. Still, Ammonius Ra wouldn't be considered a third ruler if this was enough to void his plans. As he watched Felix's body go through the portal, he tightened his grasp on the Auk, seemingly about to use an ability as a last resort. However, his eyes, sharp as the dawn, caught a glimpse of something beyond the battlefield. The instant he realized what it was, he relaxed his grasp on the Auk and conjured a void portal directly behind him, its edges swirling with the potent mysteries of the void. Without looking back, the void accepted him, its tendrils of darkness wrapping around his form as if welcoming a master into its depths. His cold gaze on Felix was the last thing to vanish into the void. The moment the void portals snapped shut, the dream realm began to shudder with finality, its very essence quaking under the strain of imminent dissolution. Rumble! Rumble! The structures, landscapes, and fantastical skies that had once thrived in this realm of boundless imagination started to crumble, disintegrating into nothingness as if being erased by an unseen hand. Then, as the last vestiges of the dream realm gave way, there was a sudden and breathtaking explosion of dreamy, colorful particles. It was as if the realm, in its last act of defiance, scattered its essence across the void of space, painting the darkness with a fleeting tapestry of vibrant hues and shimmering lights. But as quickly as it appeared, the brilliant display faded, the particles dissipating into the vast emptiness of space. Darkness reclaimed its dominion, and silence enveloped the area once more, a stark reminder of the dream realm's end. Meanwhile, in a random area of the void realm within the matter universe, Felix's stare locked onto Ammonius R.A., his breathing ragged and uneven. Blood, a stark contrast against his pallid skin, seeped from his pores as if his very essence was rebelling against the strain he had placed upon it. His eyes, once sharp and focused, now clouded with a haze of pain and exhaustion, bore the weight of a double backlash. He was grappling with the soul-deep reverberations caused by the destruction of the dream realm. Simultaneously, his physical form was reeling from the aftermath of pushing beyond the conceivable limits of strength, his body on the brink of collapse. Every fiber of his being cried out in protest, caught in the aftermath of a battle that had demanded more than what seemed possible, leaving him teetering on the edge of consciousness. Now, all weakened and frail, he should have a look of resignation on his face after realizing that Ammonius R.A. had followed him to the void realm. But all he had was a choppy, victorious smirk, knowing that the three rulers' existence were completely banned from stepping foot outside of the eternal kingdom. As expected, without warning, golden chains materialized from the void, ensnaring them both in a spectacle of divine intervention. Arg! Felix discovered himself bound by a dozen luminous chains, each link searing into his flesh with an excruciating intensity. The chains constricted around him, a physical manifestation of the universe's reprimand for his audacious attempt to transcend its laws. But he did not complain. The moment he decided to abuse his laws, he knew that the universe would not leave him in peace. Across from him, Ammonius R.A. was in a far graver predicament. Thousands of chains wrapped around him, an overwhelming testament to his stature and the severity of his transgression. The chains rendered him utterly immobile, a god reduced to a prisoner of the very universe he served. Ha, 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 how does it feel to be powerless? Felix laughed with great difficulty. Each crackle resulted in a wave of intense pain hitting his soul. Yet it was all worth it. As long as we are imprisoned in this cage, we are always powerless, Ammonius R.A. stated calmly, his sound strained under the weight of his bindings. Felix, amidst his torment, managed a grim chuckle. The universe may consider us mere pawns on its stage, but I am not one to be controlled. Rest assured, I will put an end to your misery before freeing myself from its grasp. And that's a promise. The moment he finished, the golden chains ensnared Ammonius R.A. further, and they began to pulse with celestial light, heralding the opening of a white portal that shimmered with divine essence. Felix wasn't surprised, as this portal was a one-way gate back to the eternal kingdom. Ammonius R.A., ever composed steady in his restrained state, turned his stare towards Felix. With an air of solemnity, he imparted his final words in this realm. Your destiny has already been determined, but you are not aware of it yet, he said, his sound resonating with the gravity of unseen truths. Then, with a tone as cold as the void that separated them, Ammonius R.A. commanded, "Bring him with one dying breath." The chains tightened with unyielding force, pulling Ammonius R.A. towards the portal. His figure, bathed in the celestial light, began to fade, swallowed by the gateway that would return him to the land of gods. As the portal closed behind him, leaving Felix alone in the void, the words of Ammonius R.A. lingered, a foreboding echo of the judgment that awaited. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that he power not yet have reached clear waters. Wah! Just as he was about to extend his senses further away, steady though the sealing chains on him made it near impossible to tap into his strengths without an agonizing feedback, A sudden dreadful sinister sound resounded behind him. "The things I will do to you." With a hint of despair in his eyes, Felix slowly turned his head to find Uranus, the monarch of the cosmos, staring at him with a wide sinister smile akin to a predator. With an air of superiority and a cold smile, Uranus began to circle the weakened Felix like a hyena assessing its prey. "Ah, Paragon, look at you now," Uranus remarked, his voice laced with mockery. "From challenging a ruler to lying here, drained and defeated. How the mighty have fallen." Felix, struggling to even lift his head, could only glare at Uranus with a mix of defiance and resignation. "Uranus, you're still in my domain," he managed to rasp out, each word a monumental effort. Uranus laughed, a sound as chilling as the void itself. "Boy, I wasn't born yesterday. I have experienced the universe's punishments more than you can fathom. With the number of chains on you, your strength must be weakened by at least 99%. Your domain." Uranus sneered as he neared his face to Felix, calling his bluff instantly. "Here. I challenge you to hit me or pressure me." Felix attempted to muster any remaining energy for a retort or possibly a desperate counterattack, but the realization of his powerlessness was paralyzing. Seeing that Felix wasn't able to even blink without flinching in agony, Uranus pulled back his head with a look of utter ridicule. "You played with forces beyond your comprehension, Paragon. This is merely the universe restoring balance. This isn't the end," Felix whispered, more to himself than to Uranus, clinging to the last shreds of his resolve. Alas, he knew deep down that what Uranus had uttered was the truth. With the number of chains on him, he couldn't even muster 1%, putting him in a crippling limitation. This dire reduction rendered him unable to summon the territorial pressure of the Void Realm or utilize any of his law-based abilities effectively. If he dared to go against the limitation and brute force the shackles, he would be put in a world of pain. When Unigens were placed in this situation, they would be left with no other option but to enter a prolonged slumber to minimize the agony of their actions and also accelerate the punishment duration. In Felix's case, both options weren't optimal. "Of course, it isn't." Uranus' smile turned into irritation. "If it were up to me, I would have ended you right now and right here. Alas, the three rulers had to see value in you. But don't be mistaken, little one. The third ruler said to bring you with one dying breath, and I am planning to fulfill his request." Uranus tightened his fist until intense vibrational frequencies started to shatter the structure of the void particles near it, causing them to crumble on themselves. In the realm of cosmic laws, the power of vibration stood unparalleled, as the very fabric of the universe was woven from particles birthed by vibrational strings. This fundamental truth placed vibration at the heart of physical existence, making it the architect of reality itself. Thus, as the sovereign of vibration, he held dominion over the reality that unfolded before their eyes, commanding the very essence that constructed the universe. "Ready for your judgment?" Without waiting for him to respond, Uranus thrust his fist forward. It connected with Felix's stomach with a force that echoed on a level beyond the physical, delving into the realms of the subatomic. Felix's eyes widened in shock and pain as he felt an indescribable sensation tearing through him. It was as if the very essence of his being, the strings that held his atoms together, were being violently shaken, threatening to unravel his existence. Blood burst from his lips in a violent spray as he was sent flying, a ragdoll tossed aside by an unseen cosmic force. Felix had spent quite a bit of time exploring vibration as an element during his stay in the heavenly plane. He even learned how to punch through spacetime, causing cracks in reality to appear. Now, before the real deal, he could be uttered to have yet to discover even 1% of the laws of vibration. "Don't go limp on me now. I am just getting warmed up." Uranus licked the blood of his fist, unbothered that his white beard was completely tainted. Then, in a display of power that seemed to bend the very laws of nature, Uranus's fist moved forward, not with the brutality of a physical strike, but with an eerie grace, vibrating at a frequency that seemed to resonate with the fabric of spacetime itself. As his fist approached Felix's chest, it didn't tear flesh, nor did it spill blood. Instead, it phased through his body as if it were passing through a mist, leaving no mark, no wound. On the other side, Uranus's hand closed around Felix's heart, a grip that was both impossible and terrifyingly real. Felix's eyes widened in shock and fear, not from pain, for there was none, but from the recognition of how utterly defenseless he was against such an attack. From the consciousness space, Lady Sphinx, her eyes sharp with both awe and a hint of fear, watched the scene unfold. "He must be manipulating the frequency of space-time," she murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet carrying the weight of her vast knowledge. To pass through physical matter without altering it, Uranus wields the vibrational strings of the universe as if they were mere tools at his disposal. This kind of power, this kind of control, this kind of strength, Thor reeled in dread. He is fooling around with Felix, showing him that he can finish him in an instant if he desires. This isn't even his strongest form, Jormungandr muttered with a hint of despair. He can also control radiation, antimatter, and gravity. Even if Felix was at his peak form, he would struggle to defeat him without abusing his powers. Elder Kraken contributed with a deep, helpless smile as he watched Uranus torture Felix in the most unique and painful possible way. GH. He was tightening his clutch on Felix's heart periodically, causing him to scream in a husky voice. Uranus seemed to delight in Felix's screams, bobbing his head as if playing a musical instrument. "Ah, such a pleasant melody. I can listen to it all day," Uranus uttered with a wide euphoric smile, making him resemble a deranged psycho. Lilith and Lord Hades, watching Uranus' sadistic antics, were unsurprised. His multiple law embodiments made his personality unstable. The only thing keeping him intact was the hope of escaping this universe and breaking free from its shackles. Therefore, anyone who obstructed his path to this goal became his mortal enemy and was treated accordingly. Felix's body went limp as the pain was too much for him to handle in his drained state. He could barely keep his eyelids up, feeling like the last bits of energy were being sapped out of him. Even his voice could no longer be heard. "I am low, sing, I think, it's over." In such an inevitable condition, Felix recognized he was left with a singular, drastic option. An option that had almost a 100% of guaranteed his death, but at least he wouldn't be caught and enslaved. That was exploding one of the newly captured cores. If it was up to him, he would have sacrificed one of the cores for a wish to escape from Uranus' clutches, even when the price was far too expensive for the wish. Alas, he could not summon the equal trade symbol any longer. Aware that the resulting force would likely end his own life while inflicting severe injury on Uranus, he prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. Felix, du, en, Psi. Thor and the rest of the tenants wanted to stop him from going for such a drastic decision, but in the end, all they could was swallow their words with their emotions. Candace was the only one still delusional to believe that Felix could be saved. "Can't Lord Hades save him? Please, do something. Madam Lilith, please help him." With tears flooding down her cheeks, she kept begging the only two Unigens who seemed to have the powers to change the outcome. Sadly, both of them ignored her pleas. It wasn't out of nonchalance, but truly of helplessness. Lilith had no powers outside of Asna's core, and Lord Hades was still serving his universal punishment, leaving him powerless to deal with Uranus in his current state. He knew that if he dared to open the spirit realm and pull Felix inside, Uranus would follow inside and get rid of them both. He barely defeated Hephaestus in his state, and Uranus was a different kind of monster. He is a true Unijin now. He should die like this and be reborn later on if fate has it. Lady Sphinx tried to justify Felix's action, but even she had difficulty accepting it. "Thanks for everything." With one last remark of gratitude, Felix gathered his waning energy, focusing it toward the core with a grim resolve. The void seemed to pulse in anticipation of the impending cataclysm. Just as Felix was about to release the destructive power of Zeus' core, a sudden whisper echoed in the void realm. "Let there be light." The The void realm, a place untouched by light for eons, was suddenly bathed in an overwhelming flash of pure, radiant light. This light, unfathomably blinding and holy, cut through the darkness with an authority that commanded the very fabric of the realm to yield. The darkness, a constant in the void, found itself recoiling, retreating before the light's advance, unveiling the realm's true appearance for the first time in memory. Both Felix and Uranus were left completely blinded, forced to close their eyes reflexively. Oh no! The moment Uranus did this, he felt his heart sink to the bottom of his stomach and tried to open his eyes swiftly like his life depended on it. Alas, he was a tad bit late. Let there be darkness. Sometime earlier, back in the capital city, with one helpless sigh, Apollo disappeared after a flash of light. When he reappeared again, he was already millions of kilometers away from the Eternal Kingdom. So, how are we supposed to find him, smartass? Apollo said with a vexed tone as he extended his senses to far distances, but nothing came up on his radar. He knew that as long as Felix was inside the dream realm, it would be near impossible to find him. Chase down Uranus. His alter ego ordered coldly. If he caught him, we will help him out, and if not, we will wait until he shows himself. Ah, you are truly a pain in the ass. Apollo complained, but he did as he was told. Merging seamlessly with the dark matter that pervades the cosmos, he stealthily tracked Uranus's movements. Leveraging his mastery over the dark matter, he pinpointed Uranus's location with precision and set off in pursuit, a shadow moving through the vast emptiness of space. Even though Uranus was using his spiritual pressure to conceal himself, he could not help leaving a trail of interrupted dark matter while traveling through it. While he could have avoided leaving this trail, he saw no point in doing so. How could he have predicted that Apollo would turn against them? A few moments later, my superstar sure knows how to make a big scene, Apollo remarked enviously as he watched the fireworks popped off by Felix above the kingdom. Ah! If I were there, he would have been accompanied by the finest known SCO. Before he could finish his statement, his eyes widened in disbelief after his senses picked on Felix's daring attempt to rescue Asna right before the three rulers. A nanosecond later, the attempt ended up in failure. Yet, what made his heart skip a beat was the third ruler's sudden disappearance. Don't tell me he went inside the dream realm. Apollo gulped a mouthful in fear, knowing deep down that his assumption was correct. Who gives a shit? Keep chasing Uranus. His alter ego didn't seem to care about the implications. Are you dumb? Has your brain been rotted after you spent so much time in that place? Apollo scolded with an agitated tone. It's a ruler. The Paragon is done for. If we dared try to help him now, we would join the victim list. If he dies, he dies. Apollo's alter ego said coldly, just keep a close distance from Uranus and be prepared to make your move. Otherwise, let me handle this and you can bitch in silence. There is really no winning with you. Apollo could only wipe his imaginary tears and continue his chase, feeling like he was delivering his head to the gulag. As much as he loved Felix and the drama he created, he knew how to separate entertainment from putting his life in jeopardy. If it wasn't for his alter ego, he would have been spending his time playing music and when the whole situation calmed down, return to his cushiony bed and have fun with his harem. As Apollo navigated the vast expanse of outer space, a series of subtle shockwaves caught his attention. When he noticed that Uranus had switched his direction and headed toward the source, he knew that must be the dream realm location. Follow him. Shut up, I know. He switched his directions too and kept chasing after Uranus. During their journey, the shockwaves kept getting stronger and more obvious. This raised questions in Apollo's mind. What the hell is going in there? Are they actually trading blows? A ruler? Trading blows? Apollo couldn't even believe himself when he said it. Don't even mention imagining it happening. In his eyes, the moment a ruler decided to get serious and get involved personally, the curtains would be pulled down instantly. With a mixture of curiosity and caution, he got closer and closer until arrived at the source with Uranus. It was a massive area filled with millions of spatial fissures and cracks that were releasing rainbow-like colors through them. Without hesitation, Uranus went through one of the fissures. Go! Go! Don't let him leave your eyes. His alter ego pressed angrily. I am going. Stop nagging me. Apollo murmured in irritation as went towards one of those fissures. Just as he was about to enter one of them, he saw a scene through it that would be etched into his memory forever. Ha! Before him unfolded a spectacle of cosmic proportions. Fea wa all, Felix, in a display of raw power and defiance, was smashing Ammonius Ra with his hammer into the ruined reversed sky below. The sight was so staggering that Apollo felt a shiver run down his spine, his usually composed demeanor giving way to sheer astonishment. For a moment he stood frozen, witnessing the unthinkable. He expected many different outcomes of those two conflicts, but not in his wildest dreams did he expect to see this freakish scene. By the sun! Apollo whispered to himself, his voice barely a murmur in the surreal silence of the dream realm. His eyes widened, not just in shock but with a growing realization of the magnitude of Felix's ambition and the potential upheaval it represented. This is madness, he finally uttered, the words escaping him as if drawn out by the gravity of the scene before him. Felix has not just crossed a line, he's obliterated it. As he absorbed the scene, a mix of fear, respect, and an undeniable thrill of anticipation coursed through him. However, his reaction swiftly died out after spotting Felix escaping through a void portal and Ammonius Ra chasing after him. Look, Uranus has gone through another portal, his alter ego alerted him. When Apollo turned his head at a distance, he noticed Uranus also disappearing from a different void portal, which made him realize that Ammonius Ra had noticed him and opened a portal for him too. Chase them quickly. The third ruler is powerless in the matter universe. His alter ego stressed. Quickly before the dream realm collapse. Ah! Screw it! Apollo fought against his laziness and fear as he darted through the collapsing dream realm, a landscape coming undone at its seams. Rumble! Rumble! He maneuvered with an agility that belied his usually tranquil demeanor, weaving between tumbling rocks, shards of what looked like sky glass, and whirlwinds of chaotic energies that defied explanation. The realm was disintegrating around him, a tapestry of dreams unraveling into a nightmare. I can't use my laws. I don't think I will make it, Apollo shouted. Ahead, a void portal pulsed, its edges fraying as it began to close, a narrow escape route from the imploding realm. You better make it happen. Apollo's heart raced, not from fear, but the exhilaration of the chase, the thrill of racing against the collapse of a universe. Every fiber of his being focused on that shrinking gateway, the only passage back to a semblance of reality. Whoosh! With a burst of divine speed, he surged forward, the portal's edges inching closer together with each passing moment. Just as the portal seemed no larger than a flicker of light, Apollo lunged, diving through the narrowing gap with mere fractions of a second to spare. He emerged on the other side just as the portal snapped shut behind him, the dream realm's final explosion echoing through the void, a world lost to chaos. Darkness cloak. The instant he was thrown to the void realm, he cast another cloaking ability that utilized the darkness around to hide his existence from all senses. He could be remarked to have gotten lucky that the other side was the void realm, which was one of the darkest areas in the universe as light particles get disintegrated almost instantly. No one saw me, Apollo murmured in his mind as his pupils scanned the current scene before him. It was of the chained Felix being antagonized by Uranus. Ammonius Ra was nowhere to be seen. Apollo wasn't scared of the three rulers seeing him with their senses. Their senses couldn't pierce through his cloak while he was in the matter universe. Oh, he sure is torturing him up, Apollo commentated, his eyes affixed on Uranus, who was holding into Felix's heart akin to a toy. Get him out of here quickly before any of them do something irreversible. His alter ego wasn't in the mood for games. How? This is Uranus we are talking about. Apollo frowned with a serious expression, not treating the situation as a game. Uranus was a fearsome opponent, and he knew that if he dared to face him one-to-one, he might not end in a pleasant situation. No need to fight, just steal the paragon and make a run for it. His alter ego pressed. No one can catch you in the matter universe, not even him. Ah! I am really going to throw my life away. Apollo sniffled. Farewell to delicious meals, farewell to harmonious tunes, and most notably, farewell to my cherished hose. I am going to miss why. Stop bitching and move. The moment he got shouted at, Apollo's expression got serious as he stressed out loud, "Let there be light." Following that order, Apollo transformed into an entity of pure luminance. His body, a beacon surpassing the brilliance of a supernova, erupted in a blinding flash that rivaled the birth of stars. This radiant outburst, unparalleled in intensity, momentarily blinded both Felix and Uranus. Let there be darkness. As their eyes instinctively shut against the overwhelming glow, Apollo's light vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, plunging the realm back into its accustomed darkness. The abrupt transition from blinding light to shadowy obscurity escaped an eerie stillness, as if the flash had never occurred, save for the lingering spots in their vision. However, it was more than that, as both Felix and Uranus recognized out that their senses were completely killed off. It was like they were thrown into a sea of silent darkness where they could see, hear, feel, or sense nothing. While Felix was already out of it and barely could think straight, Uranus' expression turned ugly as he recognized the culprit behind this ambush. Just as he wanted to entrap Felix in a gravitational prison to ensure he goes nowhere, he recognized out that he could no longer sense his existence near him. He didn't know if it was due to losing his senses or because Felix was taken away. This pushed him to rely on his gravitational waves as a new method. Alas, the findings had set his heart on fire. There was no disturbance of gravity near him, which implied that Felix was truly gone. All he could do was scream one name in rage as burning blood coursed through his veins. Apollo! Apollo, his face a mask of sheer terror, darted through the void at 100 times the speed of light with Felix limp in his arms. Felix, barely hanging on to consciousness, noticed the panic etched deep in Apollo's usually playful features. Why? Felix's voice was a raspy whisper, trailing off as he struggled to form a coherent question. Just hang on, superstar, Apollo urged, his voice trembling as he glanced back, ensuring they weren't being followed by Uranus. I've got you, but we need to move fast. Felix attempted to nod, his mind foggy, feeling the last strands of his strength slipping away. He wanted to ask more, to understand why Apollo, of all beings, had intervened. But the effort was too much. His eyelids grew unbearably heavy, the darkness of unconsciousness creeping in at the edges of his vision. Don't try to talk, Apollo said, his voice calming. Save your strength. I promise I'll explain everything later. Just try to rest now. He knew that Felix had a deep mistrust of Unigens or anyone, to be honest, after what Lilith had done to him. Therefore, his panic was not entirely due to upsetting Uranus, but also due to the fear that Felix might commit soul implosion or something similar. Fortunately, Apollo's words did comfort some of Felix's misgivings. As his voice faded into the background, Felix felt a strange sense of peace. His body, ravaged by battle and pushed beyond limits, could no longer sustain his will to stay awake. With a final effort, he tried to muster gratitude, a silent thank you to the deity risking everything for him, but even that was too much. His consciousness drifted away, surrendering to the deep, engulfing silence, as Apollo continued their flight through the void, away from the imminent threat of Uranus's wrath. If he possessed his sanity and a bit of strength, he wouldn't have trusted his limp body to Apollo, not in a million years. Even when logic dictated that Apollo would never do all of this just to bring him back to the three rulers. After all, Felix's fate could be said to have been sealed the moment he fell into the hands of Uranus. Even his last attempt at killing himself wasn't guaranteed to work, as there was no way Uranus would be stupid enough to not have prepared to counter it. With the kind of laws under his control, there were quite many ways to stop a core's implosion or at least mitigate it. Good work, Apollo, you have stopped him from doing something drastic and unnecessary. Now, bring the child and Asna's core home, and you will be heavily rewarded. Suddenly, the first ruler's ominous calm voice resounded in Apollo's mind. He felt shivers coursing down his spine immediately as he felt like the first ruler was giving him one final chance to redeem himself by acting dumb. All he had to do was bring back Felix, and his traitorous attempt would be erased from their minds. At least, this was what he read from the ruler's statement. "I." Just as he was about to reply, the dark side Apollo took control, causing Apollo's expression to turn cold. "Retain your meaningless rewards. My ambitions soar beyond what you can comprehend," he replied without an ounce of respect. "So, it was you behind this, figures," the third ruler Ammonius-Ra uttered with an icy tone. "Apollo, we know what you desire, we always knew," the second ruler enticed, her voice as soft as a marshmallow. "How about this? After we leave to the other side, we will give you our blessings to carry on with your plans interrupted." "You think I am as dumb as him?" Apollo's dark side sneered, unbothered by his right eyelids twitching. "There is no way the great rulers would give up on the universe's control and domination even if you gain access to the other side." The three rulers remained silent, unable to retort. He was correct in his assumption, as the three rulers had no clue what was on the other side. Thus, even if they gained access to it, they would make sure to stay connected to the universe in case the other side wasn't as promising as they had anticipated. "Is this your final choice? Are you genuinely going to make enemies of us? Think ca. Keek. If you knew about my goal, you would understand I was always destined to go against you." Apollo's dark side gave out a horrifying laugh that would put children out instantly. "We deeply hope you won't regret your choice." With one last ominous remark, the three rulers dropped the matter. Never in their endless existence had they imagined a day where they would find themselves pleading with another. Should he choose defiance and betrayal, then so be it. He would merely become a speck of dust to be brushed off their path. After the communications were cut off, Apollo's cold face became pale all of a sudden, like he had just witnessed his death prematurely. "We are so fucked. Fucked, I tell you," he murmured with a dazed expression, resembling a soulless doll. "Cease your complaints," Apollo's darker aspect remarked coolly. "We embody both light and shadow. Without our presence, neither life nor death would hold meaning. We are the foundation upon which existence is built. As for the rulers and the higher unigens, they'd be lost without our guidance, unable to discern their way. All I know is that you will be the death of us." Apollo let out a long exhale in resignation, understanding that what's done is done. They have burnt all bridges with the eternal kingdom, and this left him with one path, whether he loved it or not. "Let's get our superstar to safety." He narrowed his eyes in focus as he sped up toward a void portal in the distance. He knew that as long as he remained in the emptiness realm, there was a big chance of getting caught by Uranus. That's because, in this domain of nothingness, where the rules of reality were thin, all unigens shared a near-equal velocity, their powers allowing them to traverse the vastness at staggering speeds. As expected, Uranus managed to keep pace with Apollo's urgent flight through the endless expanse of the void realm. "Apollo, I swear on the universe's lost soul I will ruin you if you don't stop," he shouted with bloodshot eyes while using his vibrational control to send his voice booming across the void realm. Alas, he knew deep down that by the time his voice reached Apollo, he would already be sipping tea somewhere in the universe. He was acutely aware of the precarious balance of this chase. The void realm leveled their playing field, but beyond its borders, Apollo's mastery over light could grant him an unmatchable escape velocity. As they raced across the void, the gap between them remained frustratingly consistent, neither gaining nor losing ground. Uranus pushed himself, his presence slicing through the emptiness like a ship through cosmic seas. Yet Apollo's silhouette remained just out of reach, a beacon of desperation flickering in the darkness. The moment came when Apollo neared an emptiness portal, the threshold between the dark expanse and the wider universe beyond. Uranus sensed the impending shift, a critical juncture where the chase could slip from his grasp. His determination never wavered, even as he braced for the inevitable. As Apollo pierced the veil of the emptiness realm, he turned into a flash of light, and his speed transcended the imaginable, becoming a mere streak of brilliance that vanished into the vastness of space. Uranus, reaching the edge of the emptiness realm, could only watch as Apollo's light faded into the distance, the gap between them widening into an insurmountable chasm. "I ain't letting you go." As Apollo's light dwindled into the cosmos, Uranus, undeterred by the vast expanse separating them, called upon the profound depths of his mastery over vibration. With focused intent, he attuned the very essence of his being to the fundamental frequencies of light photons, initiating a transformation that blurred the lines between physical form and pure energy. His body dissolved into a cascade of shimmering waves, embodying the very essence of light. Thus transformed, he propelled himself forward, matching Apollo's escape with the speed of light. The moment Apollo perceived Uranus's adaptation, an embodiment of light pursuing him through the void, he recognized the imminent narrowing of their tactical gap. "Trying to catch me using my law? How foolish." Apollo scoffed. In a show of strategic brilliance and his inherent dominion over light and darkness, Apollo fragmented his luminous essence into millions of undistinguishable light waves. Each fragment bore his essence, a million decoys darting across the cosmos in a dazzling display of evasion. As these myriad streams of light scattered in every conceivable direction, the cosmos itself seemed to blink in astonishment at the spectacle. Uranus, among his pursuit, found himself amidst a sea of Apollo's reflections, each as real and as elusive as the next. The very strategy he employed to close the distance between them was rendered moot in an instant. Realizing the futility of his pursuit amidst the countless diverging paths, Uranus was forced to concede. Each light wave, a course Apollo could have taken, faded into the vastness of the universe, leaving Uranus among a silent, star-studded expanse. His fist clenched so tightly that the very fabric of reality began to warp and tremble under the immense pressure of his rage. "Kidnapping my prey right from under my nose? Unforgivable!" Uranus hissed through gritted teeth, his voice carrying the weight of a collapsing star. The space around his fist not only warped but started to crackle with a dangerous glow, the ominous light of antimatter enveloping his hand. With a roar that resonated through the silent void, Uranus swung his fist to the side, an action that seemed to tear at the very seams of the universe. "Apollo, once I get my hands on you, this will be your fate." As his fist connected with the nothingness of space, a cataclysmic shatter echoed through the cosmos, as if reality itself were a pane of glass under the force of his strike. The released antimatter, propelled by the destructive symphony of his vibrations, cascaded through the galaxy. Each particle of antimatter that met with matter sparked a chain reaction of annihilation, causing stars, planets, and celestial bodies to fall and disintegrate in a domino effect of obliteration. The galaxy, once a vibrant tapestry of life and light, began to fold in on itself, succumbing to the void's unquenchable hunger. Uranus watched, a deity of destruction, as his wrath rendered a corner of the universe lifeless. "Uranus, that's enough," the first ruler ordered calmly. "Do not cause any more destruction. We can't afford to have you punished by the universe." "I know," Uranus replied coldly. "This is a deserted galaxy. The universe wouldn't mind that much. Whether it minds or not, we need you at full strength." The first ruler disclosed, "Apollo will most definitely take the boy to that place, and we need you at full capability to navigate through it safely." "I don't care if he takes him to the other side somehow," Uranus uttered with narrowed eyes. "I promise you, I will have both of their heads delivered on a plate even if it's the last thing I do in this wretched life. Drop the matter for now and join our meeting." The first ruler said, "The prophecy remains unchanged. Therefore, we continue to tread the correct path, and that is what truly matters." Uranus cooled down a bit after hearing this, but he couldn't help but frown deeply at such a bizarre outcome. Even after all of this mess, The prophecy's instructions remained the same? Uranus gazed into the distance thoughtfully. None of this has been predicted, yet the outcome remained the same. How peculiar, he murmured. Meanwhile, the aftermath of Felix's tumultuous assault left the Eternal Kingdom in a state of eerie quietude, the once vibrant capital now shrouded in the somber veil of night. Apollo's absence cast a literal shadow over the kingdom, amplifying the sense of loss and desolation that permeated the air. After all, he was responsible for the day and night cycle. On the other hand, Eris had meticulously orchestrated the return of the capital's citizens from their temporary refuges. As they trickled back into the heart of their world, the spectrum of their reactions painted a vivid picture of a community on the brink of despair. Grief-stricken families huddled together in the dim light, their tears reflecting the flickering flames of the candles they held, each one a silent vigil for a loved one lost to the chaos. Relief was palpable among those who found their homes and families intact, yet it was a bittersweet solace, marred by the knowledge of their neighbors' suffering. Trauma etched itself into the faces of many, their eyes haunted by the sights and sounds of a nightmare they had lived through but could hardly believe was real. The kingdom streets, once bustling with life and color, now bore the scars of the near apocalypse. Buildings, though standing, showed the marks of the black flame's touch, and the divine protective barrier above, though healing, flickered like a wounded beast, its light throbbing weakly against the backdrop of an enforced night. Whispers of fear and uncertainty wove through the crowds, a shared dread of what the future might hold in a world where such devastation could be wrought seemingly at the whim of a single person. As for the three rulers and the Unigens, none of them cared about the woes of the citizens below and bothered to comfort them. They were all gathered in the assembly hall near the universe's heart. The remnants of the Unigens convened with the three rulers in an atmosphere thick with tension and recrimination. The once grand assembly, now diminished in number, faced the gravity of their situation with a mix of anger, distress, and pointed accusations. Aeolus, his voice laced with blame, turned his gaze towards the rulers. This catastrophe lays at your feet. Had you dealt with the paragon decisively from the beginning, we wouldn't be salvaging what's left of our kingdom. Artemis, rarely one to court conflict, nodded in agreement. Aeolus speaks the truth. Leniency has cost us dearly. None of you listened to me and kept underestimating the paragon. Demeter, usually the voice of reason and tranquility, expressed her frustration with uncharacteristic bluntness. Are you satisfied now? With Zeus, Poseidon, and Hephaestus gone, has your inaction been justified? Even Apollo was given a chance to betray us. Demeter might not have said it outright, but she made it clear that the three rulers' sneaky desire to utilize Felix to get rid of them had backfired in their faces. The rulers, accustomed to reverence and obedience, found themselves at the center of an unprecedented challenge to their authority. The room, filled with the heavy silence that followed Demeter's question, seemed to press in on all sides, demanding answers that none were ready to give. The first ruler, attempting to salvage the situation, spoke with a measured calm. Our decisions were made with the best intentions for maintaining balance. We could not predict the paragon's rapid ascent in power, nor his willingness to push beyond such boundaries. Don't play dumb with me. You knew what you were doing. Aeolus retorted sharply. It's not our responsibility to handle your mistakes. You took Asna from him and knew that he would be coming for her. Yet, you allowed him to trot freely in our kingdom to save some of your precious celestial energy. Look what happened. You lost 100 times the amount needed to capture him if you did it at the start. Aeolus sneered as he stood up. I don't want anything to do with this crap anymore. Please don't call me, don't invite me, don't seek my assistance. You're on your own. Without an ounce of hesitation, Aeolus ditched the meeting halfway and returned to his territory, desiring to restore balance in it. He might be lazy and antisocial, but he had no problem speaking his mind when such a mess arose under the three rulers' watch. I am sorry, but count me out of this too. If even the third ruler and Uranus failed to capture him, there is no hope for me. Artemis bowed her head politely and left the meeting. This left only Demeter, Eris, and Uranus, who joined the meeting through a spiritual mirror. The first ruler didn't seem affected by their departure and asked Demeter, "How about you?" "Unlike them, I am a rationalist." Demeter replied with an expressionless look. "We have long since passed the time to drop from this conflict. The Paragon will be coming for us sooner or later again, and he has made it clear that he has no interest in peace. In other words, either he dies or we die. There shall be no demise within our dominion without our express consent," Ammoniusare declared, his tone icy. "The insignificant child may have eluded capture, yet his strength is severely diminished, a state that will persist for no less than 12 million years. That's the only saving grace from this mess," Uranus remarked with an irked expression. The universe's punishments weren't avoided for no reason. Each celestial chain was considered as 1 million years, and since the universe sent down at least 3 chains at each time, it implied that the minimum punishment was 3 million years. Felix had more than a dozen chains on him. In other words, he was locked. If he was taken to that place and the time difference was against us, he might spend those 12 million years in a mere second, Demeter said. "That's why we need to make a move, and fast," the second ruler stressed. Even though Felix had to literally break his limitation and get punished just for the sake of escaping from Ammoniusare, the 3 rulers had no interest in giving Felix free rein to continue his growth. It wasn't because they lacked confidence. There was no such a thing in their minds. They just didn't want to complicate their lives any longer. They already had an experience of their nonchalance in dealing with Felix. "Eris, we need you." The first ruler turned to Eris, who had yet to utter a single word in the meeting. Eris closed her eyes and remained quiet, already expecting her name to be brought up. When the situation had developed to this stage, she could no longer sit back and act neutral. It was time for her to pick sides. "Sigh. I guess you can never escape the inevitable," she smiled wryly. While Unigens had the option to not respect the 3 rulers' orders and requests, this situation wasn't it. She understood that if she dismissed their request, she would no longer have a place in the Eternal Kingdom. This conflict had expanded beyond the 3 rulers to the entire Eternal Kingdom. If she chose not to participate, it was equivalent to rejecting the kingdom as her home. Although Aeolus and Artemis were excused from participating since they could no longer influence the final outcome, Eris was in a different situation. "You will be the ruler of that place if you decide to join. Uranus and Demeter won't be as effective as you," the second ruler added. "Eris, why are you taking so long to answer?" Uranus narrowed his eyes coldly. "It's a simple decision. Are you with us or against us?" "Uranus, are you threatening me?" Eris' wry smile was instantly replaced with a stone-cold gaze. Just as Uranus was going to double down on his threat as he feared no one in this universe, the first ruler cut him off. "Don't take his words to heart. You know how he becomes when he is agitated." Eris scoffed after seeing that Uranus had gone quiet. When it came to the 3 rulers' orders, Uranus was the only Unigin who followed them almost blindly, akin to a hound dog. That's why he wasn't respected among his peers, as even lesser Unigins took jabs at him for this. Uranus couldn't care less about how others perceived him. He sought his freedom more than any of them could fathom and would do anything to achieve it, even if it meant being a hound dog for the 3 rulers. Pride, dignity, honor? Such emotions meant very little to him. After giving it a deep thought, Eris's gaze swept over the 3 rulers and Uranus before she spoke, her voice clear and commanding. "I will aid you in capturing the little Paragon, but on one condition." The rulers exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. It was the first ruler who broke the silence, his voice resonant with power. "And what condition might that be, Eris? Regardless of whether we succeed in breaching the universe's heart or not, I decide Felix's fate. My judgment will be final." Uranus, his features set in a grim line, uttered coldly, "That's a significant request. Why do you demand such a term?" The condition didn't sit well with the 3 rulers since Felix had caused too much damage to let his fate be concluded by someone else. Eris's gaze was unwavering, her presence commanding attention. "Because I want to. Is that enough for a reason for you?" "You!" Before Uranus could lose his marbles again, the second ruler interjected, And if we agree to your terms, how do we know you'll remain impartial? In direct terms, how do we know you wouldn't betray us too? Instead of bringing Felix to them, she might turn against them at a critical moment. Paulo had done it. Nothing was stopping Eris from doing it after she showed them that she had difficulty considering Felix as her enemy. With a conviction that filled the room, Eris replied, "My allegiance is to the balance of order and disorder, not to personal vendettas or fleeting emotions. You have my word." "Eris, you are pushing it." "So be it." The first ruler interrupted Uranus again and agreed to her condition with a knowing gaze. "How could you agree to her bullshit condition?" Uranus berated the three rulers telepathically, not scared to give them a piece of his mind. He might be their hound dog, but that's only to fulfill his freedom. If he were to lose confidence in their decisions and realize that his chances were better without them, he wouldn't hesitate to betray them. After this whole mess occurred under their watch, his loyalty was already wavering. "Ares will accompany you." The first ruler merely declared this, and Uranus' misgivings about Eris were gone. However, new ones arose. "Ares? Really? You already convinced that lazy bum to participate in this?" Uranus was startled. "Not yet. But don't worry, he is going with you," the first ruler said with a brimming confident tone. "I don't know how you will convince him, but if he is in, then I don't care about the rest." Uranus dropped the matter related to Eris instantly. As for respecting Eris' condition, that was still up for debate, and it would be concluded when they attempt to breach past the universe's heart. Just like Eris' words might not be trusted, no one was going to force the three rulers and Uranus to keep their words but themselves. "Go get ready for the journey," Ammoniusare advised. "Do not underestimate a single entity there. You know full well how unfriendly that place is for foreigners." Uranus, Eris, and Demeter nodded their heads with solemn expressions, knowing that the three rulers weren't underplaying the dangers of that place. For even a Unigen's life could get extinguished without knowing how it happened. After the Unigens left, the three rulers' gazes shifted to Asna. She lay on a bed in her palace with closed eyes and pale skin. After the chaos was handled, the collapsed Asna was brought here, and she had yet to open her eyes once. She seemed like she was in a deep coma, which was honestly understandable after she received the full brunt of the backlash from breaking her seal. The first ruler, his voice echoing with authority, initiated the discussion. "Asna's actions have helped in complicating the situation, and if we have lost her, her soul would have been automatically reborn inside her core." The second ruler, her tone laced with irritation, added, "This is our payment for deciding to be kind and let her participate in the ceremony." While the three rulers seemed like heartless monsters who wanted Asna to suffer, in reality, they never had any personal vendetta against her specifically. Just fate had it that she was the one standing before them and their freedom. That's why they never raised their voices at her or showed strong emotions such as hatred. But after the stunt she pulled in the ceremony, they were angered beyond measure. The third ruler, his gaze stern and unyielding, suggested a resolution. "We have no choice but to seal her within her palace in the dimensional pocket and keep her in a deep coma." "So we should keep her soul broken apart?" queried the second ruler. "Yes, it's better to keep her in a deep slumber until the fateful day," the first ruler decided. "The boy won't have another chance of rescuing her ever again. I am still having misgivings about his first rescue attempt." The second ruler frowned. "The boy is far from being naive to believe that he can take her away that easily right from under our noses." "You haven't dropped this yet?" Ammoniusare addressed. "We have already run a deep scan over her body and soul. Nothing came up." The three rulers had to make sure that Felix hadn't tampered with Asna after he caught her with the void tentacle. It would be a massive oversight if they weren't this cautious. However, after multiple deep scans, nothing came up in Asna's body or soul. As I said, the boy must have believed that his best chance at saving Asna was in this ceremony after seeing her leave the dimensional pocket. Ammoniusare remarked, "In essence, it was indeed his best chance, but a 0.001% chance is still closer to 0%. Since the prophecy instructions haven't changed, then all of this was meant to happen in this order. The first ruler declared calmly, "It still shows that the core will land in our hands. So, do not overthink this, and let's reach out to Aries. It's time for him to contribute to our glorious departure." Near the edges of the universe, in a somewhat sparsely populated galaxy, a pink planet orbited a red dwarf star at a distance almost similar to that of Earth and the Sun. In the serene embrace of a vast pink-hued corn farm, under the gentle canopy of an ancient tree, an old man found solace in a midday slumber. Dressed modestly with a wide-brimmed farmer's hat shading his lined face, a single stem of wheat rested idly between his lips, moving ever so slightly with his tranquil breaths. The soft melody of birds chirping high above in the branches provided a sweet lullaby, enhancing the peace of this pastoral scene. Suddenly, the harmony of nature witnessed an uninvited guest. A small green double-headed snake slithered its way down the rough bark of the tree, drawn to the resting figure below. With silent, calculated movements, it approached the old man, its forked tongue tasting the air, its eyes fixed on its target. Yet, as it prepared to strike, closing the distance between its fangs and the man's exposed skin, an unseen force halted its advance. The snake, perplexed, tried repeatedly to breach the invisible barrier that enveloped the old man, but to no avail. Each attempt to bite was met with an inexplicable repulsion, as if a shield of air kept the serpent at bay, pushing it away the more it got closer to his skin. Suddenly, the scene was momentarily disturbed as an invisible wave of communication pierced through the serene atmosphere, targeting the seemingly peaceful old man napping under the tree. Stirring from his slumber, the old man lifted his head, revealing his time-worn face marked by the passage of countless years. The double-headed snake froze for a second and then dropped to the ground, its body aging rapidly at a noticeable speed until there was nothing left of it besides 4 cracked fangs. The aged man's voice, slow and mild, broke the silence. "Do I need to remind you not to disturb my peace, First Ruler?" Ares's words were tinged with annoyance, yet carried a weary patience. From the ether, the First Ruler's voice emerged, a telepathic whisper that seemed to resonate with a sense of urgency. "Your tranquility aside, we require your expertise, Ares." Ares's brow furrowed in confusion, a rare expression for someone who had seen as much as he had. "You have stumbled upon a hurdle that can't be handled by Eris, Uranus, or the rest?" he inquired. "It's easier if I showed you." The First Ruler spent some of his celestial energy to send a spiritual capsule that showcased the recent events that had shaken the foundations of their realm. "Interesting." As Ares watched, his expression shifted from mild irritation to a focused intensity. The story of Felix, the new paragon, and his resistance against the rulers unfolded like a tapestry of war and strategy, a narrative that piqued Ares's interest despite his initial reluctance. When he finished watching the whole narration, he couldn't help but break off in a raspy, harsh laugh. "I have never imagined a day will come when a child of a mortal birth will put the 3 rulers and the entire kingdom in such a bind. How impressive, how impressive." The First Ruler remained silent, unbothered by his mockery. He waited patiently until Ares was done laughing, and then he stated calmly, "I believe Eris, Uranus, and Demeter will be enough to bring him back, but it will be guaranteed with your assistance." "I don't know about this." Ares rubbed his small white goatee thoughtfully. "On one hand, it sounds too bothersome and energy-draining, but on the other, I am quite intrigued to meet this child. Though he is currently weakened, so the meeting might not be that worth it." In Ares' terminology, a meeting was considered a battle showdown. Otherwise, he never bothered to show himself and would rather keep himself isolated in peace. "Whether you join us or not, you have been slumbering for far too long. We are close to our second attempt at breaching the universe's heart, and I believe it's about time you partake in our mission." The First Ruler added, "Otherwise, don't blame us for missing it." "Is that so?" He might not have said it directly, but Ares picked up on the buried threat behind his last statement. The threat was that Ares should not dream of even peeking at the other side if they were to succeed, and he didn't contribute anything for it. While the first ruler always came up as calm, stoic, and sometimes even as a pushover since he rarely showed emotions in reality, he was simply holding it in, holding it for the day he achieved his freedom. When the time comes and the universe's heart breaks apart, he would no longer take anyone's bullshit, whether it was Eris, Uranus, or Ares, as he would not need to respect their decisions and desires for the sake of maintaining the status quo and keeping his celestial energy intact. If it wasn't for knowing that Unigen's cores consumed a significant amount of celestial energy when birthed again by the universe, he would have already slaughtered them all alone. Felix had demonstrated fully well that the three rulers were more than capable of doing this. What can I say? Stretching for a while doesn't hurt. Not planning to miss that eventful day, Ares began to rise, his movements slow and shaky, reminiscent of an aged leaf quivering on the brink of being carried away by the wind. Initially, his form seemed frail, as if the mere act of standing was a combat against time itself. Yet, as he continued to ascend, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. With each passing second, the years seemed to reverse around him. His posture straightened, the wrinkles smoothing out as if they were being erased by an invisible hand. The gray strands of his hair reclaimed their dark hue, flowing back like the mane of a warhorse ready for battle. His skin, once marked by the passage of countless seasons, now radiated with vitality, tightening around his manly, muscular frame. The transformation was swift yet profound, leaving behind a figure that embodied the prime of life, a mature, middle-aged male whose presence alone commanded attention. But it was his eyes that marked the most dramatic shift. Gone was the weariness of age, replaced by a piercing hunter's gaze that seemed to cut through the very fabric of reality. His aura, once subdued, now roared to life, a testament to his true nature as a warrior destined for combat. Ares, fully transformed, stood tall and formidable. The aura of frailty had vanished, leaving behind the undeniable presence of a god of war, reborn and ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. So, do you want him alive or dead? Ares asked indifferently as he cracked his neck. His voice seemed laced with a touch of death as the entire corn plantation aged rapidly until it became a sea of golden crops. Alive if possible, the first ruler shared. He possesses 4 Unigen cores along with Asna's core. Securing them all for our use could propel us to the brink of liberation. I will see what I can do. Are you planning to head down now? The first ruler asked with a tint of surprise after noticing that Ares had seated back in a mediation position. He expected him to return to the Eternal Kingdom so he could join the party. I would rather move solo, Ares replied calmly. With all due respect to the beautiful Eris, I have no interest in carrying extra baggage. For someone to consider the goddess of order and disorder as a hindrance could lead one to question if they misunderstood or if the speaker was overly presumptuous. Yet, the first ruler didn't see him as such at all. I don't care how you achieve it as long as you return with the desired results. Fine by me. With that as a last remark, Ares commenced another extraordinary transformation. His towering form began to diminish, becoming smaller every nanosecond. To the observer, had there been one, it would appear as if Ares was dissolving into the ether, his figure blurring into the background of reality itself. But this was no simple vanishing act. Ares was navigating through layers of existence far beyond the grasp of conventional understanding. Past the realm of atoms, beyond the subatomic, he delved deeper than the quarks and leptons that danced within the heart of matter. As he shrank, the familiar universe of galaxies, stars, and planets expanded into an unrecognizable vastness. He passed through the gates of the quantum realm, where reality flickered and probability ruled, into a dimension where the vibrational strings, the very sinews of the universe, weaved the fabric of existence. Yet he did not stop there. Ares ventured into a domain so profoundly minute, it lay beneath the level of these strings, into a domain untold and unseen. Here, in this ultimate depth of reality, Ares existed beyond the constraints of physical laws, where the concepts of size, time, and space unraveled. It was a domain so fundamental, it was beyond the vibrations that constitute the universe's essence. While everyone knew about the quantum realm, Not many knew that it was split into 3 levels: the ground level, the string level, and the quantum level. Ares had entered the ground level, the bottom of the bottom. A place so bizarre, so unique, not even Unigens could survive in it without being extra cautious. Here, the laws of physics were not just moot. They were unformed, fluid, a canvas of chaos awaiting the brush of consciousness. This was a domain of pure potentiality, where thought could reshape existence and the fabric of reality was malleable, responsive to the will of those who dared venture this deep. In this unfathomable depth, Ares found himself in an expansive, colorful void, yet it teemed with an invisible, pulsating energy. It was as if he stood at the edge of creation, where the universe itself was a thought yet to be conceived. With a faint smile, Ares sat in a meditation position and closed his eyes. Home at last, he murmured in the endless void, the realm of infinity and finality. Somewhere in the vast expanse of the cosmos, a dark cloud cruised silently. Felix lay motionless atop it while Apollo sat at the front. He was strutting the divine's lyre strings gently as he sang a pleasant melody. In a realm where dreams and reality intertwine, fought a hero and a god, in a clash divine. With strength unmatched and resolve so fine, Felix stood his ground, his spirit did shine. Against Ammonius Ra, the king of gods, in the dream realm's chaos, they did sway. With every strike, light did fray, till Felix's fury made the god give way. With a force of will, beyond measure, Felix pushed past pain, in pursuit of treasure. Not gold nor jewels, but freedom's pleasure. For himself and his beloved Asna, beyond any measure. He paused his singing momentarily, intensifying his strumming, causing white luminous musical notes to pour out of the lyre, reflecting his inner state. As the final blow, through the void did ring, Ammonius Ra was sent flying, an unthinkable thing. The god of the sun, on an ethereal wing, defeated by an ascended mortal, a new legend to sing. So sing we now of courage and might, of Felix, who fought with all his might. Through darkness and despair, he brought light, a beacon in the cosmos, burning ever bright. Apollo's voice, both haunting and clear, carried through the void, for all to hear. A song of victory, of love and fear, a tribute to Felix, whom the gods revere. In this forsaken place, the stars themselves seemed to pause and listen, as Apollo's melody made the cosmos glisten. For a tale of triumph, where the odds were beaten, in the endless night, a new legend was written. It seemed like the song had touched upon Felix's inner parts as his consciousness slowly seeped back into his mind. His first sensation was weightlessness, a gentle buoyancy, as if he were suspended in a realm of whispers and ethereal touches. Blinking open his eyes, he found himself seated atop the dark cloud that felt like sitting on the densest yet softest cotton. Before him, Apollo, the embodiment of radiance even in the darkest reaches of space, casually strummed his lyre, perfecting the rest of the song. The melodic strings wove through the cosmic void, creating ripples of light that danced harmoniously with the music, illuminating their path through the endless cosmos. Felix's voice emerged hoarse and disoriented. Where are we? Nowhere, Apollo replied without missing a beat, his fingers deftly moving over the lyre's strings, the music a soothing constant in the vast emptiness. Nowhere, Felix echoed, confusion knitting his brow as he took in their surroundings. An infinity of stars, galaxies, and the velvet darkness of the universe stretching out in all directions. How long was I out? His question floated softly. A couple of minutes, give or take, Apollo answered with a nonchalant shrug, his gaze still fixed on the cosmic scenery unfolding before them. The casualness in his tone contrasted sharply with the gravity of their recent encounters and the tumultuous events that had led them here. While Apollo might whine and bitch most of the time, the moment he accepted his fugitive status, he no longer complained about it. Felix tried to process Apollo's response, his mind still foggy, the pieces of his memories fragmented like a puzzle thrown asunder. It was expected as his mind was forced to awaken after a mere few minutes. which was the least amount of time he needed for his hibernation recovery symbol to do its magic. As he sat there, trying to piece together his fractured thoughts and memories, the gentle strumming of the lyre and the serene journey through the cosmos offered a tranquil respite from the chaos that had preceded his unconscious state. Yet, he couldn't enjoy it. Such a false sense of peace and calmness made him restless. "Before you ask me any questions, we have to leave the matter universe first," Apollo said with a solemn expression. "Why?" "He is probably going to take you to his lunatic alter ego," Lilith said lazily. "Why?" Felix directed his question to Lilith this time. "Apollo is too cowardly to risk his lifestyle for anything," Lilith answered. "His alter ego is responsible for this rescue mission, and for him to go against the three rulers, you must have something he desires." "This makes more sense now," Thor said with a faint sigh of relief. "I don't know what he needs from you, but the fact still stands. He saved you when you had no one in your corner." Felix and the rest knew that he was dangerously correct. Felix had reached a point in his life where those who could help him were few and far. Lord Hades was the only one capable of saving him from Uranus' clutches, but at the risk of his death due to his weakened state. Lord Hades would never jeopardize the safety of his spirit realm for anyone's sake, knowing that the realm's fate would be horrible if it landed in the hands of the three rulers. With their ever-hunger for celestial energy and unique methods, God knows what they would do to the infinite pool of wandering spirits. Before Felix could inquire Lilith again about the location of the alter ego, he received his answer from Apollo. "My idiotic counterpart wanted me to bring you to him. He is currently residing in the quantum realm and is waiting for our arrival." "Quantum realm?" Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What is he doing there? How could you both exist in two separate dimensions at the same time?" "As I said, depart your questions until we get there." Apollo narrowed his eyes. "While I been using spiritual pressure in addition to other techniques to hide our presence, I have no interest in pushing my luck by cruising here." While Apollo wanted to convey Felix to the quantum realm for his alter ego's sake, he understood that it was one of the few places where the three rulers had no reach. Plus, he had his alter ego residing there for a very, very long time, which was the same as having a stronghold. "Fine," Felix agreed without much of a struggle. It wasn't because he started trusting Apollo after he saved him. He understood that he couldn't afford to say no to anything in his current condition. He was 99% weakened and could barely breathe without feeling the celestial chains tightening down his neck. He wasn't dumb to reject Apollo's calls, as he could always utilize force. It was much better for him to keep this mutual level of respect. "It will be good for you too," Apollo smiled. "The space-time down there is fucked up, and with a bit of effort, you might find an area with a much accelerated time difference, helping you serve the punishment sentence faster." "Sounds good to me," Felix approved. In reality, the punishment sentence would be the same for Felix either here or there. However, if he served it with a time difference to his advantage, he would return to his peak without wasting real years in the matter universe or the eternal kingdom. Apollo placed his lyre aside, a serious expression replacing his usual playful demeanor. "Ready for a dive into the unknown?" he asked Felix, who nodded, still feeling the aftermath of his recent battle. Apollo linked himself with Felix using a dark tether. This was used to avoid getting separated while shrinking down. With a shared knowing glance between them, both of them initiated the shrinking process, an inner ability known only to the Unigens and some rare entities in the universe. The cosmos around them began to expand, or so it seemed, as their bodies grew smaller and smaller, crossing the boundary that separated the macroscopic world from the quantum realm. As they shrank, Felix observed the transformation of the universe. Stars and galaxies turned into blurs of light, then into individual particles, and eventually even those particles became indistinct. As they crossed past the particles, they were thrown into an empty, colorful void with peculiar structures, a strange atmosphere, weirdly shaped surfaces, and seemingly chaotic, unfamiliar energies roaming past akin to a spring breeze. "Welcome to the quantum realm, the first level of reality," Apollo announced, his voice echoing strangely in this new environment. "We're now at the first level of the quantum realm," Apollo explained. his voice a beacon in the surreal landscape. This is where matter begins its dance, where everything you gaze in the universe starts its existence. It's so mesmerizing. Felix murmured in astonishment and awe as his eyes roamed across the unfamiliar, bizarre realm. The experience was quite overwhelming for Felix. He had fought gods and traversed realms, but never had he been so intimately connected to the essence of reality itself. Even when he used his quantum vision before to gaze at it, the sensation was nowhere the same. Always keep using your spiritual pressure as a barrier and a camouflage. Apollo warned, "We are considered foreigners here, and without making ourselves somewhat in tune with the environment, we will be attacked by everyone and anything." "I know." Felix nodded with a serious expression, understanding that behind this beauty laid an unknown danger that could steal even Unigen's souls. How could they be scared of entities here? Candace tilted her head in confusion. Aren't Unigens the top predators of the universe below only the three rulers? In the matter universe and other realms, sure thing. But in the quantum realm, Lilith responded casually, there is no such a thing as a force. All beings and entities possess a standardized force across the entire dimension and could change randomly over time. Which means, a mere quantum cockroach could kill Unigens if their guards are low. You joking, right? Nope. Everyone was left staring at each other speechlessly, having no idea how to react to such a dumbfounding piece of information. No force? How does that make any sense? Thor exclaimed. This is one of the quantum realm's most fascinating principles. Here, at the foundation of reality, the concept of force as you understand it in the physical world doesn't hold. Force, as everyone knows it, derives from the physical laws of the universe. Here, however, we're beyond those laws. The quantum realm operates on principles that standardize force, rendering it a non-factor. Here, it's not about how much force you can exert, but how you can influence the probabilities and manipulate the reality itself to your advantage. Manipulate reality? Elder Kraken inquired with an intrigued tone. While he was a master in the field of souls and spirits, the quantum realm was under Lady Sphinx's field of studies. After all, one of the main reasons she created the Truth Eyes was to explore all the realms in the universe. From the quantum realm, spirit realm, and void realm, to even understanding the mysteries of the UVR. While she could not enter the quantum realm with her physical body like the Unigens and had to utilize her sand manipulation and other mental gymnastics, the short periods she spent here helped her study the basics of the quantum realm structure. That's right, in the quantum realm, reality is too unstable, and this leaves loopholes for entities to exploit it and manipulate it to their advantage. Lady Sphinx explained calmly. This means it is possible in theory to create a reality where your force is disproportionate with the standardized version across the board. So, it's not the strength of the blow but the precision with which we alter reality's fabric that determines our effectiveness? Exactly, Lady Sphinx affirmed. In the quantum realm, your abilities to influence, to change the state of vibrational strings and thus the very essence of matter and energy, that's what grants you power. It's a realm where thought, intention, and understanding wield greater strength than physical force ever could. Many of those entities have long since established their existence in the quantum realm and created empires and civilizations stretching to infinities. Lilith continued for her lazily. In other words, this is an entirely new universe that follows its own rules, systems, and structure, with its rulers. Everyone was left deep in thought, feeling like they were truly discovering a new universe parallel to their own. If even Unigens are considered foreigners and have not much sway here compared to the natives, then it is no wonder they avoid the quantum realm, Lord Marduk uttered. Not all of them. Lilith shook her head. Eris and Uranus can be considered as fish in the ocean here. Their laws dominate this dimension, and it helps them reach an even higher level of reality manipulation compared to many natives. Everyone nodded in understanding. The quantum realm was a place of unpredictability and disorder. As the goddess of order and disorder, she would have a field day here. Meanwhile, Uranus lorded over the laws of vibration, and this quantum realm was created out of vibrational strings, which in turn gave him control over reality here. As for water, fire, wind, plant, and such laws, they couldn't exist here when the quantum realm's existence itself was smaller than a particle. As for the laws used to create structures, wind, breezes, plants, and such entities here, they might resemble the physical laws, but they were nothing as such. How about the sin's laws? Lord Loki asked. As long as there is desire, sin laws would be effective, Lilith replied lazily. Indeed, the laws of the 7 sins were more related to the universe and the beings in it instead of its environment. Thus, it didn't matter how different a new environment was. As long as Felix was inside this universe and could tap into his desires, he would always be able to use his laws. It doesn't matter at the moment. My powers are sealed, and even when I am here, I can still feel the universe's chains tightening on me. Felix sighed as he followed Apollo closely, who seemed to be flying towards a predetermined destination. Felix couldn't imagine spending more than 12 million years without being at his peak or even having enough strength to defend himself. But it is what is. He abused his laws and the universe delivered its promised punishment. May I ask something? Suddenly, Apollo's curious voice resounded in Felix's ears, forcing him to switch his focus to his main consciousness. Feel free. Felix permitted, even though he already predicted that the question would be about the rescue mission. As expected, what made you make your move so soon? You barely stayed more than a century in the Eternal Kingdom. Apollo eyed Felix with a look of wonder. Against the 3 rulers, there is no such a thing as a perfect striking period. Felix responded calmly. For I was certain that no matter how much stronger I get, I will never be strong enough to deal with all of them at once. Because of this, you thought that it was better to strike at the least expected time frame? Apollo shook his head. While I applaud your boldness, I think you should have prepared a bit more for the key moment. Trying to grab Asna into the dream realm while distracting the 3 rulers with that much destruction might have worked if you choose another method than using a void tentacle. Like what? Felix asked with a wry smile. Apollo found himself speechless, unable to come up with a different method. While it was easy to talk about something, applying it was a different story. I used void tentacle because I knew that the 3 rulers might freeze time. Felix gave his explanation for his thought process. Since void can disintegrate even with time effects, I believed that it will give me the best chance at bringing her home. Alas, even with that much distraction, the 3 rulers were still able to react in time and cut off the void tentacle. Felix sighed. A hint of sadness and frustration were seen clouding his eyes. That's it? You haven't prepared for a backup plan or something? Like what? I don't know. Like using your sin laws on her during your contact. You think the 3 rulers are dumb enough to not search her entire being? Felix shook his head. I had only one chance, and it failed. That's all to it. Apollo opened his mouth, wanting to continue speaking about the matter, but soon he stopped himself. He realized that Felix was right. The 3 rulers would scan Asna head to tail for any abnormalities and eliminate them. Thus, it would make her more at risk if he did something like this. Shame. I genuinely was rooting for you. In the end, Apollo sighed in disappointment. When Felix saw his genuine reaction, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in puzzlement. He knew that Apollo was somewhat of a landlord's fan, but his reaction wasn't related to Felix's, but to the fact he failed to save Asna. This made him question his relation to Asna. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix asked him about it. Asna, huh? Apollo displayed a forced, distraught smile as memories of his time with her surfaced in his mind again. With a deep sigh, he began narrating about the past, telling Felix how he used to hang out with little Asna and carry out harmless pranks across the kingdom. How he considered Asna as a close companion and wanted nothing but the best for her. When Felix heard this, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Lilith informed him that Apollo had slept through the meeting where Asna's fate was decided, which was the exact opposite of what Apollo was implying to him. He didn't hesitate to confront him about it. If you cared this much about her, how could you not show up to the voting meeting and defend her? Huh? Apollo knitted his eyebrows in confusion. Where did you hear such bullshit? What do you mean bullshit? Felix was taken back a bit. Artemis and I were the only ones on Asna's side in the meeting. As hard as we tried, we couldn't change the outcome when everyone was in favor of sealing Asna. Apollo uttered with a disappointed tone. Before Felix could confront the truthfulness of his words, Apollo linked him with the memories of what happened in the meeting. After Felix watched the whole thing, his blood was left boiling in anger and hatred. He watched as the three rulers, Uranus, and most of the Unigens forsaken Asna like she was garbage the moment her existence threatened their lives. When he saw how Artemis and Apollo were indeed the only ones speaking on her behalf and even voting against the decision, it finally clicked in his mind that either Lilith had no idea or she realized and deceived to him. Whatever it was, he was livid. Lilith, what's the meaning of this? He inquired with a suppressed cold tone. You are a big boy, you can determine it out by yourself. Lilith chuckled, not bothering to act innocent and use her banishment as an excuse. You manipulative bitch, you really can't help yourself. Felix snorted with an icy expression. He realized that Lilith deceived to him for the sake of making him despise all Unigens and go after them all. After all, if he realized that Artemis had defended Asna, he wouldn't have even targeted her with his black flames before. Whether she succeeded in making a difference or not, the fact still stood that she was on Asna's side before everything collapsed. The same applied to Apollo. What can I say? It's my nature to tease you once in a while. I can't have you get too comfortable with me. Where is the fun in that? Lilith smiled widely. It's my fault for taking your information at face value. I should have known that you will never change. Felix said coldly. Just because they seemed on the same frequency for the past century in preparation to save Asna and stick it to the three rulers, it didn't mean Felix started trusting her fully. He still had many misgivings about her. However, he just didn't expect her to lie about something not so important. But now, he realized that everything was indispensable when it had a relation to her. Just now, he was being rescued by Apollo, someone who had a great relationship with Asna, who she tried to paint as an enemy too. What can I say? I am flattered. Lilith chuckled. Felix scoffed as he decided to ignore her, knowing that nothing out of good value would come out of dealing with her nonsense. If you had such a great relationship with Asna, how come you didn't try to approach her after she got caught again and explain the situation to her? Felix turned to Apollo, questioning his lack of empathy. Then what? Apollo showed a forced smile. Will it matter anymore? Asna was locked up for more than 20 million years. We have already failed her, and nothing I say will change her perspective of me. There is no such a thing as half-assing helping someone. You either help him or you don't. Apollo sighed. So, how can I show my face before her ever again? Felix and the rest of the tenants went quiet. In their eyes, they would also not give Apollo a chance to explain himself if they found out that his full extent of his assistant was limited to a couple sentences. Although they understood that there was nothing he could have done to change the situation without making himself be the enemy of the entire kingdom, it wouldn't change the sentiment. What's accomplished is done. I have failed her, and that's all to it. Apollo sighed in disappointment. I truly hoped that you wouldn't fail her too. Felix remained silent. I didn't mean it that way. You have already accomplished more than the impossible to rescue her. Apollo realized that he might have struck a nerve. No, you are right. I could have accomplished more. Felix shook his head. A failure is a failure. Apollo opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Felix. But then, he swallowed his words, realizing that whatever he said, it wouldn't make Felix feel any better. In reality, why haven't you told him? You think he isn't trustworthy? Candace wondered. Even after he rescued me, I have no interest in putting the last hope we have in his hands. Felix remarked with a stern tone. You think it worked at least? Lord Marduk frowned. The three rulers' ways are too unique, and they might have found out what you did. Even if they were the all-knowledgeable, there is no way they would know about my new symbolic technique. Felix replied with a cold smirk. After all, it's created out of fire law and sloth law, a technique even that vixen hasn't created. That's right. Felix was merely faking before Apollo, not wanting him to know that the true purpose of the plan was already attained. Rescuing Asna from the rulers with a void tentacle? While it sounded doable, Felix never had any hopes that it would work, even though it would have simplified his life better than the alternative. Alas, he was a rationalist and knew that the plan was doomed to fail. Thus, his actual motive for touching Asna with the void tentacle was to utilize one of his newest and unique symbolic techniques, Infernal Slumber Brand Sigil. This technique was a complex and potent symbolic technique that combined the elements of fire law and sloth law to manipulate the realm of dreams for the purpose of subtle enslavement. This technique functioned by embedding a mystical brand, akin to a slave mark, within the target's dreams while they were in a state of sleep. The fire law component of this technique was responsible for the creation and embedding of the brand. It symbolized the burning, enduring control the user intended to establish over the target. The mark was not physical but rather a metaphysical construct that existed within the dream plane, making it invisible and undetectable in the waking world or by conventional means. The sloth law, on the other hand, tied the brand to the target's state of sleep. It ensured that as long as the target remained asleep, the brand remained active yet hidden. Once branded, Felix could issue commands to the target through a connection established by the technique. These commands were received and processed by the target's subconscious, influencing their thoughts and actions upon waking. However, the technique's subtlety lay in its ability to keep the mark invisible as long as the target remained asleep, making it a perfect tool for covert manipulation and control. But Felix didn't brand Asna for control, but to establish communication between them, which was the original purpose of this entire operation. I have to say, I am genuinely impressed that you have pulled the branding off. However, without your ability to control the sin laws at the moment, we have no way of finding out if it worked or not. Lord Shiva commentated with a serious tone. Felix's happiness died off immediately at the sound of that. You're right. The punishment has truly put a dent in our plans. Felix knitted his eyebrows. If it wasn't for the lockdown on his laws, he would have been able to check if the brand was still there or not. But now, all he could do was pray that Asna remain asleep, so the brand wouldn't be found out. That's why Felix told her to fall asleep during the signal. Fortunately, with the destruction of the tiara, it allowed Felix to make direct skin-to-skin contact with her while also forcing her into a coma due to the backlash. For now, all we can do is hope to finish the punishment before she wakes up. Luckily, the time difference is to our advantage with a massive rate of 1 to 10,000. Felix intoned. Felix was able to find out the time difference rate quite easily as he still had a consciousness wisp within Ancestral Eimer's mind, who had watched the entire battle between Felix and the third ruler. He had almost fainted from shock and satisfaction after witnessing Felix's final strike. Even without him, Felix still had Candace, Nimmo, and the rest of his subordinates on the other side. After all, there was no way Felix would leave them behind without their own exit strategy. Some time ago, during Felix's battle against the third ruler, the only surviving Felix's clone carefully placed the Void citizens into a spacious, shimmering spatial ring. Everyone was still in a deep slumber since their dreams were being used to fuel the dream realm. The only one awake was Nimmo. "Father, are you sure about this? Can't I just stay with you?" Nimmo's voice was tinged with worry, his eyes locked on Felix's clone. While his size remained somewhat the same after all these years, his voice and intelligence had matured quite nicely. Felix turned to Nimmo, his expression firm. "Nimmo, listen to me. This is something only you can do right now. I need you to use your wish to send everyone back to the Void Realm. They'll be safe there, and most importantly, they'll be your responsibility. Can you do that for me?" "But I want to be with you." "You're doing the right thing, Nimmo. They need you now more than ever. And I have to finish what I started. Alone." Nimmo's eyes watered, but he nodded, understanding the gravity of his new role. "But what about you, Father? How will I know you're okay?" Felix's clone smiled gently. "I'll find my way back. I always do. Just take care of everyone until then. You're stronger than you think." Nimmo hesitated, biting his lip. With a heavy heart, he nodded, understanding the weight of the task ahead. "Okay, Father, I'll do it." Nimmo entered the spatial ring after one last hug with Felix's clone and then focused his energy. With a deep breath, he wished, "I wish for this spatial ring to return safely to the void realm." In an instant, the spatial ring glowed brightly before fading, signifying the successful transfer. Felix's clone sighed in relief. If it was up to him, he would have been the one making the wish, but he could already see that his main consciousness was struggling, and he didn't want to add more pressure on him with abusing his laws. "I think it's time for my departure too." With a deep sigh, he whispered, "For the greater good, then." Closing his eyes, he initiated the self-elimination sequence. Energy swirled around him, a maelstrom of light and shadows, as the very essence that made him began to unravel. "I hope this will be enough," he thought, a sense of peace settling over him despite the impending dissolution. "Carry on our will." As the last of his form began to fade, his final thought was a silent farewell to his creator, his comrades, and the mission they had all embarked upon. Then, with a flash of light that briefly illuminated the void, Felix's clone ceased to exist, leaving no trace behind, ensuring his existence wouldn't lead the rulers or any other threats back to Felix and their people. After all, he was the last to remain in the Eternal Kingdom, and the three rulers would never let him roam free anymore, thus sealing his fate for eternal damnation. Back to the present. Whether you succeeded or failed in saving Asna, what you have done to the kingdom is unforgivable. Apollo remarked with a serious tone. Since my counterpart has gotten involved, they would most definitely figure out that we have descended to the quantum realm. They can't come here personally, which is a bonus, but I am certain they will send at least Eris and Uranus on our tail. Apollo warned, while the quantum realm is an infinite dimension that connects the entire universe with its realms, only a handful of places were considered stabilized enough to inhibit for prolonged periods. Thus, we kinda have to disguise ourselves and remain on the low until we arrive at our destination to minimize our exposure. I understand. Felix nodded in agreement. If it was any other Unigens, Apollo wouldn't have been this worried and careful. But Eris and Uranus were absolute monsters in this dimension, and it was best to avoid them at all costs until he recovered his powers. Decide on a new appearance and try your best to make it fit in with the natives, Apollo said as he started his transformation. His features, always possessing an intrinsic charm, sharpened into an otherworldly allure. His hair, once reflective of the starry night, now shimmered with a spectrum of quantum colors, flowing and rearranging as if made of light itself. It framed his face, highlighting his striking, angular jawline and high cheekbones. Apollo's ears tapered to a fine point, adding an elven grace to his appearance, while his eyes turned a brilliant hue of violet, piercing and luminous, mirroring the quantum realm's vibrant energy. It seems like you have done this quite a few times. Felix appreciated Apollo's new native-like appearance. If he didn't see him transform in front of him, he wouldn't guess his true identity no matter how hard he tried. This is my usual appearance around here, Apollo replied as he caressed his flowing silky hair. I hope my connections are still around. It will facilitate our journey greatly. Connections? Felix raised an eyebrow. I guess it's better to tell you. Shit, hide quickly. Before Felix could react, Apollo hid them both inside a pink cloud out of his manifestation and modified it to resemble the pink clouds near them. This made them perfectly camouflaged with the environment. Just as Felix was about to ask him, he swallowed the rest of his words after spotting a school's pitch-black foggy creatures heading towards them. These beings, resembling swirls of antimatter encased in a void shell, moved in unison like a fluid dance of darkness and light. What are those abnormalities? Felix asked. Null voiders, Apollo answered with a deep frown. They are known for their curious nature and unpredictable behaviors. Keep your presence minimal. Null voiders are attracted to strong energy signatures. They're dangerous if disturbed. How marvelous! Felix nodded, suppressing his aura as much as possible. For a moment, the null voiders continued on their path, their movement a mesmerizing dance of existence and non-existence. But then, without warning, the the school shifted direction, converging towards Felix with a sudden interest. "The hell?" Apollo exclaimed, his eyes widening. "They've never reacted like this before. What do we do?" A flash of fear appeared in Felix's eyes. Who could blame him? He had no strength to protect himself, and he had no clue what these creatures wanted from him. "We run!" Apollo exclaimed. The dark cloud beneath them surged forward, accelerating at a breakneck pace through the quantum fabric. The Null Voiders' school pursued them with an inexplicable fervor, their forms blurring into streaks of existence and non-existence. The chase was on, with Felix and Apollo weaving through quantum clouds and dodging the peculiar structures across the realm. "Why are they after us?" Felix shouted over the roar of their flight. Apollo glanced back, noting the Null Voiders' relentless pursuit. "What us? It must be something about your energy, something they've never sensed before. You're like a walking anomaly to them." "The hell? I have been using spiritual energy to suppress my aura all the time," Felix retorted. Even though he was weakened and couldn't muster the whole strength of his spiritual pressure, creating a camouflage barrier wasn't that difficult. "Well, I don't recognize either," Apollo said with a tint of dread. "We can't get caught by those creatures." The pursuit intensified, with the Null Voiders gaining ground. "Can't you kill them?" Felix asked. He knew that Apollo's strength was still substantial in the quantum realm since light photons existed here too. Without light, there could be nothing but an utter void in the quantum realm, which implied that his laws were one of the fundamental laws in the universe. This might explain why his counterpart had resolved to stay in the quantum realm. As they continued their careful trek through the swirling energies of the quantum realm, Apollo glanced back at Felix, noting the latter's growing concern at the relentless pursuit of the Null Voiders. "Fighting them is futile," Apollo said, his voice carrying a serious undertone, rare for the usually carefree deity. "Each time a Null Voider is killed, they simply multiply. It's as if they feed on the very concepts of creation and annihilation, drawing sustenance from the energies released during their death process. Moreover, their abilities are unlike anything we typically encounter. Null Voiders have this unique power to momentarily stabilize or destabilize regions of space at their whim. They manipulate the foundational energies of existence itself, making confrontation perilous at best." Felix, absorbing Apollo's explanation, furrowed his brow, realizing the complexity of their situation. He truly didn't expect the first creatures he met to be this dangerous. Even a uni-Jinn would rather run away than deal with them. "Can't you journey at the speed of light? We will lose them easily like this," Felix suggested as he glanced behind him, noticing that the Null Voiders were still on their tail. "I can, but I am afraid we will lose a dimensional entry to the Viburnix Empire." Apollo knitted his eyebrows. "The quantum realm is ever-changing, and I can't locate near-dimensional entries if we journey at the speed of light. If we lost them, our journey might get prolonged by thousands of years at least." While Felix was somewhat curious about the Viburnix Empire and the dimensional entries he mentioned, he knew that this wasn't the time for a questist and answer segment. "We have to lose them, and quickly," Apollo uttered. "We can't afford to be chased by them, as this will attract other creatures and worsen our situation." Felix wanted to help him, but the moment the idea took root in his mind, the celestial chains appeared out of nowhere and tightened their grasp on his limbs and neck, leaving him gasping for his dear life in agony. "Stop messing with the universe," Apollo chided. "I got this under control." "Fine." Felix could only accept the princess's treatment and keep his hands to himself. As Apollo led the way, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a quantum maze sprawling in the distance, its structures bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors, towering and twisting in ways that defied conventional physics. "A quantum maze," Apollo murmured, a tint of hesitation picked on his voice. "What's the matter? We can lose their trail if we go there, but it's not guaranteed we will be able to leave it," Apollo replied with a solemn tone. "How so?" "A quantum maze is filled with dimensional entries, gates, chaotic portals, and even reality holes." Apollo took a deep breath, One wrong step and we might find ourselves in the second level of the quantum realm, or even worse, the third level. While Felix hadn't gone to the second or the third level of the quantum realm, he understood that those places were not for the weak-hearted. At least at the surface level, there were many creatures and intelligent natives with their civilizations and empires. The other two levels had no such a thing, as not even natives could exist in them. What's the alternative? Felix narrowed his eyes. With this much space, I doubt we will be able to lose them unless you decide to journey at light speed. Besides the quantum maze in the distance sticking out akin to a sore thumb, there was nothing out there. Seeing the bloodthirsty look on the null voiders, it didn't seem like they would be giving up anytime soon. In other words, Apollo and Felix understood that if they resolved to go past the quantum maze, they might need to get accustomed to having null voiders as journey buddies. Suddenly, Apollo's right eye turned pitch black and the voice of his counterpart resounded in his mind, resembling an undead attempting to speak with broken vocal cords. Go into the maze. I will lead you out of it. You recognize this maze? Apollo was skeptical. There is an infinite number of quantum mazes, each with their unique structure and different paths. How can you lead us out? If you bothered to spend some time with me instead of messing with your whores, you would have known. His alter ego uttered coldly. Now go inside. I can't afford to have you get him killed on his first day. TSK. I was doing fine without you. Apollo clicked his tongue in irritation, but he resolved to listen. The quantum realm was the alter ego's home for a very, very long time. If he said he could get him out of the maze, then all he could do was trust his word. Without hesitation, he veered towards it, pulling Felix along with a determined grip. We going in? It's the only way forward. Apollo nodded without explaining much. Meanwhile, the maze's entrance loomed before them, a gateway to a labyrinth of endless possibilities and paths. Once inside, Apollo maneuvered through the maze with surprising agility, taking turns at random, hoping the sheer unpredictability of their path would throw off their relentless pursuers. Despite his efforts, the null voiders remained on their trail, as persistent as shadows, always a few steps behind. Realization dawned on Apollo's face, his features tightening with frustration. It became evident that the null voiders were not merely tracking them by sight or sound, but were drawn to something far more intrinsic. What the hell is your problem? Are you pushing off pheromones? Making them want to mate with you? He cast a sidelong glance at Felix, understanding that the source of their unwavering pursuit was Felix himself. Fuck off, how could I know? Felix cursed in vexation. I always imagined a day where I get to work alongside my superstar. Apollo sighed with a look of disappointment. I never expected it to end with you being more harmful than useful. All Felix could do was swallow his insults and give him an irked look, knowing that the weak had no voice. At the moment, he couldn't even lift his weight if left alone. Realizing the need for a new plan, Apollo began to brainstorm while being led toward the maze's exit by his alter ego. We need a decoy, Apollo muttered under his breath, his brain working feverishly to adapt to their dire situation. Something to mislead them. Give us the breathing room we desperately need. With a flick of his hand, Apollo conjured a series of luminous orbs, each a mimicry of Felix's unique energy signature. He released them into the maze, sending them scattering in different directions, a constellation of false leads designed to confuse and divert their relentless hunters. Alas, the null voiders ignored the light orbs and stayed on their tail against Apollo's wishes. Fucking hell. Did you kill their parents in your past life? Apollo cursed, starting to get angered with their constant chase. It's really weird that they have their eyes on him. Lilith rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She had an inkling of why it was happening, but she couldn't see the full connection between her assumption and the real answer. If even Lilith and Apollo were ignorant about this, there was no need to mention the others. Even Lady Sphinx merely had a basic understanding of the quantum realm. As the chase intensified, both Felix's and Apollo's minds raced for solutions. Think, think, think. With Felix being completely hopeless and no longer having access to his overwhelming strength, he felt like he had returned to the early days of his life, where he had to utilize his intelligence more than his muscles to seek solutions. Thus, his eyes scanned the peculiar quantum maze and the null voiders behind him, who seemed to resemble homing missiles, having them locked as their targets. Their reaction speed is almost identical to us. But, if we played our cards right, we might pull it off. After an in-depth analysis of their movement and behaviors, Felix came to realize that they had only one way to lose them before exiting the maze. Apollo, slow our pace and keep them relatively 10 meters or more away from us. Felix commanded with a solemn tone. What? Are you crazy? Apollo scolded. Haven't I told you that everyone and everything has a standardized force? This also applies to speed and reaction speed. If we slowed our pace, we will never be able to lose them, and what's worse, we will enter their attacking range. It was clear that everyone's speed could reach a similar standardized peak unless they could surpass it by manipulating reality or laws. In Apollo's case, he could bypass the restriction and travel at the speed of light due to his control over the laws. Asking him to slow down was a surefire way to let the null voiders catch up, leaving them with no chance of recovery. If he did that, it would invalidate everything they had done and put them in a different problem. Just trust me and do it. Felix informed him of what he had in mind to convince him. When Apollo finished listening to him, he couldn't help but feel a bit sick in the stomach. It's too risky, but damn it, we don't have much of a choice. Realizing that Felix's strategy might be the only way out, Apollo slowed the pink cloud's speed until the null voiders were a mere 10 meters behind them. Scree! Scree! The moment the null voiders got this close to them, they began to launch an onslaught of pitch-black seeds from their mouths. Dodge those bullets! Apollo called out, weaving through the barrage with deft movements. They're made of annihilation energy, capable of erasing anything on impact. Felix, following Apollo's lead, narrowly avoided the deadly projectiles, his movements a blend of desperation and determination. The seeds zipped past them, obliterating fragments of reality wherever they struck, leaving voids in their wake. Head towards that portal. Apollo, with Felix in tow, darted towards a chaotic portal that shimmered on a spring-like wall ahead, the null voiders hot on their trail. The portal, a whirlpool of colors and energies, promised an unpredictable escape or possibly a trap. Hold, hold, hold. As they neared the threshold, Felix kept repeating in Apollo's mind for him to hold while squinting at the portal. Just as there was barely half a meter between them and the portal, Felix shouted, "Now! I know!" Whoosh! Apollo executed a sudden sharp, upward pull on the pink cloud they rode, veering away at the last possible moment. Scree! The school of null voiders, driven by their relentless pursuit and unable to match Apollo's sudden maneuver, plunged into the chaotic portal without hesitation. The moment they crossed, the gateway wobbled wildly, then snapped shut behind them, cutting off their pursuit and leaving Apollo and Felix alone in the vastness of the quantum maze. Breathing a collective sigh of relief, Apollo glanced back to ensure the null voiders had indeed been tricked into the portal. Well, that worked better than I expected. Nice plan, he admitted, a wry smile forming on his lips. Felix, still catching his breath from the close call, managed a weak smile. He had expected the quantum realm to be a dangerous place, but to almost die in the hour even with a Unijin as his guide was something he never imagined. Let's keep moving, Apollo suggested, steering their pink cloud back to their original course. We've bought ourselves some time, but we can't afford to reduce our guard. The quantum realm is full of surprises, as you've just seen. As they resumed their journey, the sense of danger from the null voiders' chase lingered, a stark reminder of the hazards that awaited them in this uncharted territory. Now, do you know the way out? Felix asked as he gazed around him, realizing that the quantum maze was completely locked off. It had a colorful roof covered in countless chaotic portals. Since Apollo didn't mention the possibility of utilizing his laws to leave this place, it implied that the quantum realm could be exited only through the standard way. My idiotic counterpart seems to know the way, Apollo shared as he kept cruising through the maze. I see. Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully, Is it possible to break past its walls? He knew that the portals were a no-go, but the maze's structure didn't seem strong enough to handle getting damaged. The instant we stepped inside the maze, we entered a separate dimension parallel to the quantum realm. Those portals and the exit are the only ways out. Apollo explained, if you exited through the walls, you will be thrown into an endless void and trapped in it for eternity. How extraordinary! Though, because we arrived here through shrinking, we can always exit the quantum realm by enlarging ourselves and return to the matter universe, unlike the natives. I thought so. Felix nodded in understanding. At the end of the day, they were foreigners and they always had the option to return to the matter universe. The only issue was the return location being completely random and they might end up enlarging themselves within a star, a black hole, or even a creature. That's because the quantum realm was connecting the entire space-time of the universe, which meant each exit point was different from the other. While we are here, decide on your new appearance. Apollo frowned. I don't know, but maybe the null voiders recognized you? It's best to change your appearance as fast as possible. Recognized me? Felix wondered. How can that be possible? This is my first time here. How would I know? Apollo shook his head. If your aura isn't attracting them, then your appearance or something else is doing it. Let's eliminate appearance first. Having no interest in participating in another chase, Felix began to brainstorm on new appearance ideas. Since he needed to change everything about himself, from facial features, body structure, and even his skin color and attitude to resemble the natives, he needed to consider his options carefully. Do you need help? Apollo grinned a bit. I am a master in makeovers. I assure you that I can enhance your appearance to match even the standards of local beauty. I don't need to be stunning. Felix rejected his help calmly. I just need to be different. TSK, you are no fun. Apollo clicked his tongue. If you want to help me, give me some designs for humanoid natives. Felix changed his mind after realizing that his knowledge about the natives was limited to null voiders. Haha, of course. Don't give me flamboyant designs. Felix warned him with a stern look. It never crossed my mind. Apollo cleared his throat sheepishly while presenting Felix with dozens of 3D holographic unique humanoid natives. Since he was the Unijin of light, his impeccable eye for detail left Felix and the tenants mesmerized by the native's appearance. Each race was marvelous, like something coming out of a child's imagination. Even the unique races in the matter universe had nothing against the quantum realm's natives when it came to uniqueness and a sense of awe. Can I get an introduction for each race? Felix requested. First, we have the Vibranics, masters of vibrational energy. They can manipulate the very strings that knit the universe together. With this kind of power and their remarkable intelligence, they were the first native race to start a civilization and build a massive empire that's welcoming to all natives across the quantum realm. Apollo introduced as his gaze drifted towards the hologram of a Vibranix native. He boasted a sleek, metallic sheen to his skin, with patterns that pulsated in rhythm to the universe's natural frequencies. His eyes glowed with a deep, resonant light that seemed to echo the foundational vibrations of existence. Vibranix. An entire race capable of manipulating vibration. Felix murmured in awe. If they were part of the surface, they would have ruled the entire universe. Fortunately, they aren't interested in world domination even here. Apollo divulged some extra information. Their society is structured around the collective advancement of knowledge and the exploration of the infinite expanse of the quantum realm. So, they are welcoming for pretty much everyone as long as they don't break their rules. I see. That's why we are heading there, I guess. Felix assented in understanding. Yes, we need to stay there for a while. Apollo shared with an embarrassed cough. Reaching my counterpart is quite complicated. What do you mean? Felix frowned. I will tell you all about it when we arrive at the Empire. Apollo swiftly changed the subject by introducing another humanoid race. He had a swirling, ever-changing skin that mirrored the tumultuous energy of chaos and order, with eyes that shifted colors unpredictably. Then there's the Chaosians, beings of pure chaotic energy, unpredictable and wild. They thrive in the realm's most tumultuous zones, where order and logic falter. He said with a hint of wariness in his tone. Without needing to ask, Felix was able to pick up on a dangerous vibe from the Chaosian's hologram, seemingly staring at someone with no care for consequences. He was right to trust his intention. Those are a dangerous bunch. They are born from the inherent unpredictability and randomness of the quantum realm. Apollo elucidated with a serious tone. They possess an intrinsic ability to harness the chaos and entropy that underpins quantum mechanics. Unlike the Vibranics, who seek harmony and order through the manipulation of vibrational strings, the Chaosians thrive in and amplify the natural disorder, using it to their advantage in both creation and destruction. For a long time, their empire has had a feud with the Vibranics' empire. Why is that? Felix inquired. It has to do with a rift or something. Apollo coughed while avoiding eye contact with Felix, seemingly hiding something quite important. Why do I have a feeling that it has to do with his alter ego? Thor narrowed his eyes. I think so too, but clearly, he doesn't plan to explain the full picture to me. Felix sighed. I feel like I am being dragged into some kind of a mess. Felix had gone through so much bullshit in his life that he cultivated a radar for future trouble. At the moment, it was beeping nonstop. Alas, because of his current weakened state, there wasn't much he could do about it. Let's hope it's not that bad. Felix prayed in silence as he watched Apollo continue introducing other races. Most of them were unique and powerful in their own way. For example, there were ethereal beings called Etherites. They existed in a state of quantum superposition, simultaneously everywhere and nowhere. While they had no civilization, they were considered the watchers of the quantum realm's mysteries and were treated with great respect. There was even a race called the Luminoans, which were known for their luminous hair and ethereal beauty. They harmonized with the quantum energies, creating and dwelling in cities that glowed like beacons in the realm's depths. As he finished, Apollo gazed at Felix with a serious tone. Each race has its domain and its own rules. Navigating their territories requires not just strength, but wisdom and respect for the realm's complex web of life. I understand. Felix nodded. After hearing about those races' details, Felix perceived that the quantum realm was more fearsome than he had anticipated. While he was a unijin and a god up there, in here he was nothing but a traveler. He understood that if he wanted to prolong his stay here, he must treat everyone with a hint of caution. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he died. So, which race have you decided on? Apollo asked with a sly smile. Felix's eyelids twitched after realizing that even though he was given many options, in reality, he had only one viable race to pick from the bunch. The rest were either too highly profiled or too difficult to pull off the disguise, such as Chaosians or Vibranics. Curse you. In the end, Felix lamented in resignation and accepted his fate, pointing his finger at his chosen race. Hee, trust me, you are going to look fabulous. Apollo chortled in delight. That's what I am afraid of. Soon, Felix used his envy laws to mimic the appearance of the picked race with some personal modification. Cling, cling. The celestial chains immediately tightened around Felix and introduced him to a world of pain after he tried to use his laws again. Felix gritted his teeth, fought the pain, and continued designing his appearance. Do you need any help? Apollo offered with a sympathetic look. He had once experienced those chains and knew full well that Felix wasn't faking his agony. No, Felix uttered with great difficulty. It must be eating him inside to feel this weak and hopeless. Thor sighed. He has gotten accustomed to being at the top. To have such a fall would ruin any warrior's mentality. Fenrir approved. The tenants were correct in their assumption. Felix despised the sensation of weakness to the core as it made him feel like he was under the whims of everyone. Thus, after settling down in the quantum realm, his first objective was to find a way around the celestial chains, if it existed. Otherwise, he was going to spend the most depressing 12 million years of his life. As he fought the excruciating pain, Felix's transformation started step by step under the watchful eyes of the tenants. As he concentrated, his hair underwent a mesmerizing change, growing longer and separating into flowing waves of green and blue, occasionally illuminating the surrounding quantum fabric with gentle pulses of light. His physique became leaner and somewhat shorter, embodying the elegant stature of the Luminoans, while the tattoos across his chest morphed into intricate designs inscribed in the Luminoan language, signifying unity with their culture. Brown fox-like ears sprouted atop his head, complementing his already elf-like ears, and enhancing his auditory perception to Luminoan standards. His eyes transformed into bright green orbs, devoid of traditional pupils, replaced by luminescent lines that danced with every glance. Even his handsome facial structure wasn't left in peace, as his features now possessed a sharper, more youthful jawline with a smaller nose and lips. Yet, the most mesmerizing part about the Luminoans was their clothes. Felix proceeded to complete his disguise by donning the traditional attire of the Luminoans. He slipped into boots crafted from a material that absorbed and reflected the quantum realm's vibrant energies, followed by green jeans that hugged his leaner frame perfectly, each movement causing them to shimmer subtly. The centerpiece of his ensemble was a long dark green jacket, adorned with intricate lines that pulsed gently, harmonizing with the quantum realm's ever-shifting light. These lines, a signature of Luminoan craftsmanship, seemed alive, resonating with the energy around them. As Felix adjusted the jacket, the transformation reached its zenith, rendering him utterly unrecognizable. Even those who knew him best would walk by without a second glance. His appearance now a perfect blend of Luminoan elegance and the quantum realm's mystique. Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Unbothered by Felix's pained groans and sweaty forehead like he had just gotten through hell, Apollo started applauding with a wide, delightful grin. "Shut up," Felix said with an irritated tone as he got accustomed to his new form. "You do kinda look weird." Candace giggled. "Is this quantum realm's beauty standard? You look like a deformed elf with a hair obsession." Lord Loki roasted after a burst of laughter. "Come on now, don't say that." Thor chuckled. "He already will be having a difficult time living like this. No need to pour salt in his wounds." The rest of the tenants each chipped in with their roasts and unique remarks, leaving no ground unturned. All he could do was listen to them with his mouth twitching, unable to muster a single retort. "Don't listen to them, darling. You will always look handsome to me," Lilith said with a loving tone. "Even if you resemble a damaged humanoid peacock." "Humanoid peacock, haha. He does kinda look like one." As expected. Leave it for the witch for perfect insults. The tenants usually came in Felix's defense whenever Lilith insulted him, but not this time. Felix's new pissed-off expression was too cute. It made them unable to hold back their laughter. To be honest, they couldn't be blamed for such a reaction. While Felix might be considered stunning and handsome in the quantum realm, his previous authoritative and bloodthirsty appearance was nowhere to be found. "Fucking pricks. I will remember this." Felix cursed under his breath while glaring at the culprit, who put him through this. Apollo still had the same wide grin while giving he a double thumbs up. "Trust me, we will be swimming in women when we arrive at the Empire." Felix decided to remain silent, realizing that engaging with Apollo was worse than dealing with Lilith. "I know what will make you feel better." Uncaring about the silent treatment, Apollo brought out the lyre and started singing a new song. His voice, clear and full of mirth, sang out a whimsical tune that danced through the colorful expanse around them. "Through the quantum realm, we boldly roam, with Felix disguised, far from home. His hair so long, with hues of night and sea, and sound receptors of a fox, as cute as can be. Can't you shut up for once in your life? Ha ha, in Luminoan garb he strides with grace, a stranger's guise, on his familiar face. We dodge and weave, through chaos and light, our journey a tale of delight and plight." Apollo's laughter mingled with the melody, his song painting a vivid picture of their escapades, turning even the most mundane moments into tales of joy and camaraderie. Even when irritated, he couldn't help but crack a hopeless smile at last. Despite the absurdity of his new appearance, he appreciated the light-hearted take on their otherwise perilous journey. Plus, After everything that transpired in the Eternal Kingdom, he needed to have his heart and mind pacified, if not by a little, especially when he had no clue what was going on with Asna. With he by my side, in disguise so fair, we're an unmatched duo, beyond compare. While Apollo was singing his heart out, his alter ego was watching from a realm so steeped in obscurity that it rendered the concept of sight meaningless. Seated upon a throne crafted from the essence of darkness itself, his presence was an enigma, a nexus of unfathomable intentions and unseen power. The void around him was not merely the absence of light but a palpable entity, a canvas of impenetrable darkness that seemed to absorb any flicker of illumination, any whisper of warmth. His eyes, however, told a different story. The scene within his gaze was a stark juxtaposition to his somber surroundings. Apollo's upbeat tune and Felix's relaxed demeanor in the emptiness seemed almost blasphemous. For a brief moment, the alter ego's attention lingered on the reflected adventure. A flicker of something indiscernible, perhaps amusement or curiosity, dancing in the depths of his stare. Yet, as if realizing the indulgence, the imagery dissolved, the connection abruptly severed, leaving behind nothing but the infinite expanse of darkness once more. Then, with deliberate slowness, the enigma rose from the throne. His voice, when it came, was a thing of depth and resonance, echoing off the non-walls of his domain, imbuing the void with a sense of impending purpose. Laugh and dance, for those black flames are the final key to my puzzle, the final key to my conquest, the final key to my dream. His declaration hung in the vacuum, a vow made in the absence of light, witnessed by the denizens of shadow as he was not alone. As the scene pulled back further, the scope of his domain revealed in all its eldritch grandeur. Beyond the throne, an endless sea of dark entities stirred, a legion bound by will and purpose, each pair of glowing red eyes. This was no mere gathering of creatures. It was an army amassed at the edge of creation, awaiting the command of their enigmatic leader. If he or Lady Sphinx were to spot those dark creatures, their orbs would have been left wide open in shock and disbelief. For those creatures were identical to none other than the dark reaction, a phenomenon that eluded even the smartest beings in the universe, leaving them unable to connect the dark reaction's existence with anything related to the universal order. I can't wait. I can't wait for the day when there will be nothing, absolutely nothing but eternal darkness. As Apollo's dark side contemplated the silent ranks, his figure a lone beacon of authority in the engulfing darkness, it became evident that his ambitions stretched far beyond the confines of the quantum realm. In this universe of light and matter, where the three rulers held sway, he seemed to envision a new order, one forged from the very essence of void and shadow. Out of the darkness was the universe born, and into the darkness it shall return, ha ha, ha ha ha. As the echo of his laughter, both chilling and exhilarating, filled the realm, the scene faded to black, a prelude to a saga that threatened to redraw the boundaries of existence itself. Meanwhile, Felix was still vibing with Apollo on top of the pink cloud, having no idea about the kind of trouble he was heading to. Somewhere in the infinite expanse of the quantum realm, Eris, Uranus, and Demeter moved as a singular unit, their forms shifting to adapt to the peculiarities of this space. Finding a way into any of the 50 major civilizations scattered across the realm will be a lengthy process. Demeter uttered with a stern tone. Can't you utilize your laws to find them? They had been roaming the quantum realm for more than a year now, and they had yet to locate a single portal, entry, or gate linked to any of the large civilizations. It was an expected result. When it came to finding those entry points, one had to be either a native or possess immense luck. We can create portals, but due to the space-time instability here, we might end up in a far worse situation. Eris replied calmly, just be patient. The moment we find an already established portal, I can re-engineer it to lead us to our desired destinations. You better be, Uranus said with a cold look. After what happened in their last meeting, he didn't trust Eris in this search mission at all. Eris ignored his remark and continued moving forward while sending her senses far and wide, hoping to pick up on any kind of portal. If she had been in Felix and Apollo's place when they discovered the quantum maze, she would have already entered one of the many major empires and started her search. Apollo is bound to seek refuge among the realm's natives until the rift opens up. Demeter tried to change the subject. Where do you think he is more likely to stay in? Since the rift between the realm and his alter ego opens at random locations, it's hard to tell. Uranus frowned. Viburnix empires is the first that comes to mind due to their open-mindedness in accepting foreigners. But Apollo isn't that dumb to head for such a high-profiled empire. True, he is quite cowardly and will most definitely pick the safest option to avoid us. Demeter nodded in agreement. I trust he will choose Damician nation or Roman kingdom. They don't accept foreigners, but it will be easier to infiltrate them through a disguise. Although most Unigens were not interested in visiting the quantum realm, they still gathered information about it. As a result, many of them knew about major empires, cities, native cultures, their strengths, weaknesses, and more. If you think Apollo will spend that much time away from women and entertainment, then you truly don't know him deeply enough. Eris shook her head. He will most likely pick the liveliest city. The capital Quantar of the Viburnix Empire is the best choice. Before Uranus could respond, Demeter interjected with a suggestion. Your thought process is also valid. How about this, we split up when we locate portals and we each head to a different city. I couldn't be any happier. Uranus agreed with a faint scoff. It's decided then. Demeter shared. Uranus will head towards the Viburnix Empire, since you are more attuned with the laws there, while we choose another location. Eris shrugged her shoulders in agreement and the party persisted on its journey. Just like Ares, Unigens preferred to work solo since they trusted in their capabilities more than anyone else. Since the three rulers couldn't care less about how the mission was handled as long as the results were favorable, they were given free rein to do as they pleased. Over 8 months passed since Felix entered the quantum realm. Felix and Apollo had already discovered the nearest entry point leading to the Viburnix Empire. If it wasn't for Apollo's alter ego's guidance whenever they got lost, they would have spent more than centuries heading toward nowhere. However, the entry point merely threw them somewhere random in the Viburnix Empire's territory, which was massive in its own right. Fortunately, Apollo's alter ego knew the directions, and this allowed them finally to travel at the speed of light without worrying about missing portals or such. After some time, Apollo slowed down his speed until they came to a halt. Why have we stopped? Have we Whoa! Before Felix could finish his question, an odd exclamation escaped from his lips after being welcomed by a sight that was both bewildering and breathtaking. A marvelous, colorful city of vibrational engineering was presented before them. The buildings themselves were unlike anything in the known universe, designed to resonate harmoniously with the natural frequencies of the realm. They stood tall and slender, crafted from materials that shimmered with translucency, reflecting the city's ever-changing mood. The architecture was fluid, with structures pulsating gently, as if breathing, their forms subtly shifting in response to the vibrational energies coursing through the air. Vehicles, if they could be called that, floated without making contact with the ground, propelled by harmonic resonances that allowed for smooth, soundless travel. These crafts varied in size and shape, accommodating single passengers or groups, all moving in a synchronized ballet that avoided any collisions or disruptions to the city's harmonic flow. The city of Quantar was a vibrant and bustling place, with locals and visitors intermingling freely. The Viburnix natives progressed with a graceful and almost musical gait, their bodies seemingly in tune with the pulsating rhythm of the city. They displayed a wide range of appearances, with some sporting iridescent tattoos that pulsed in sync with their heartbeat, while others adorned themselves with jewelry that resonated with their personal frequency. Foreigners of all kinds added to the city's vibrancy, each bringing a piece of their home through their unique appearances and customs. This isn't a normal city. It feels like a breathing, living entity. Felix murmured in astonishment. That's because it is a living, breathing creature. Apollo smiled widely as he introduced himself with an extended arm. Welcome to Quantar, a mega-vibrational creature that feeds on outsourced frequencies from the natives and creatures. In return, it protects the citizens from the dangers of the quantum realm. Felix was left stunned as he gazed at the city, not spotting a single hint of this metropolis being an actual creature besides its liveliness. "You joking, right? You will find out when we step inside." Apollo chuckled as he took Felix toward the city's main gate. As Felix and Apollo approached the main gate of Quantar, they found it majestically unguarded, its gates flung wide open in a welcoming gesture to all who wished to enter. The entrance was a grand archway that pulsed with soft, inviting light, echoing the city's foundational principle of harmony and openness. Around them, a diverse crowd of natives and visitors of all shapes, sizes, and colors flowed in and out of the city, each contributing to the vibrant life that defined Quantar. Stepping forward to cross the threshold into the city, Felix experienced a sudden and unexpected sensation. His entire body began to vibrate as if resonating with an unseen force. In that brief instance, Felix felt an inexplicable connection to Quantar, as if the city itself had accepted him by syncing his frequency with its own. This bond was not just physical but almost spiritual, creating a sense of unity and belonging that Felix had seldom experienced. He glanced at Apollo, who offered a reassuring smile, as if to say, "Welcome to Quantar." "What's this?" he asked with a surprised tone. "That's the Quantar linking you with itself and to the city's frequencies hub. You can feel the frequencies going through your body and then the ground, correct?" Apollo said, "Yes, that's the mechanism for feeding." As he lifted his feet, Apollo explained, "One of the city's most important rules is to always be in touch with the ground, a building or any surface. Otherwise, your bodily frequency will be messed up and make your life here unbearable." "I see." While this rule was somewhat bizarre and quite demanding, Felix wasn't too bothered by it. He understood that it was impossible for an empire to welcome everyone with open hands and not expect something from them in return. In this case, the foreigners were used as food sources for the Quantar, and if they weren't too pleased with it, the gate was always open. "What about them? Are they exempted from the rule because they are natives?" Felix asked as he pointed his finger at the flying vehicles and traveling vibranitions through the air. "Yep, the vibranitions are exempt from many core rules in the city and possess quite a significant advantages and access to the city's facilities compared to the foreigners." Apollo clarified. "What kind of advantages?" Felix asked as he glanced around and noticed many females sneaking gazes at him and Apollo. The disguise was indeed working as Apollo said, which made him more vexed than joyful with females' attention. "First, you need to understand the core aspect of the city that keeps it running in order and harmony. It's called the Frequencies Hub." Apollo began to explain the intricacies of the Frequencies Hub as they walked through the bustling streets of Quantar. "You see, the moment we got linked to the Quantar, we have been given access to the Frequencies Hub. It's like a massive, living radio, connecting everyone and everything here. This connection allows access to a network that serves as the backbone of Quantar's society." He gestured around them, where natives and foreigners alike seemed to move with a purpose, their steps synchronized with the city's vibratory heartbeat. Each frequency within the hub is akin to a radio station, catering to different needs and interests. There's a frequency for the marketplace where you can listen in on the latest deals, auctions, and even haggle in real time without being physically present. Then there's my favorite, the brothel hub offering, well, I suppose that's self-explanatory. Felix's eyelids twitched after noticing the pervy look on Apollo. Cough. Apollo's voice took on a more serious tone as he continued. There are more specialized locked frequencies, like the career hubs that require a license or certification to access. They're platforms for professionals to network, share knowledge, and find opportunities within their field. It's incredibly efficient but also ensures a level of security and privacy for sensitive information. Felix listened intently, intrigued by the concept. Even the tenants were left somewhat dazed and astonished at such an ingenious idea to connect an entire city with its citizens together. It was like the internet or the UVR, but more intimate. There's even a transportation hub. Think of it as the ultimate travel guide, providing real-time updates on routes, vehicle availability, and even traffic conditions. It makes getting around Quantar a breeze. However, not all hubs are open to the public. Some are private, accessible only to certain families, organizations, or even races. The Vibernixians, for example, have their exclusive channel. No matter how high your status is, if you aren't native, you can't gain access to those private channels. Let me tell you, they have the good stuff in them. I guess it's the same racial treatment across the universe, Felix remarked. Even if you are smaller than an atom, there is no escaping from racism. The ever-silent Lady Yggdrasil shook her head for a moment. The only way for racism to be completely removed was if all races regardless of status were given the same benefits and disadvantages across the board. However, this was just a mere fantasy, as no race would ever willingly relinquish such authority on their turf. So, how do I gain access to those hubs? Felix inquired. It's simple. Tune your mind to the city's vibration, then dial down to match the marketplace's frequency. It's like finding the right radio station. The complicated part is handled by the Quantar. Apollo instructed with an encouraging nod. Felix closed his eyes, focusing on the vibrational essence that enveloped them. At first, the task seemed straightforward, but as he connected, a cacophony of voices bombarded his senses. Christox quasi ad vili precium, cis, emery id volo, nodos magnos opus est. The noise was overwhelming, with vendors shouting their wares, customers haggling loudly, and countless other transactions occurring simultaneously. The worst part? He couldn't understand anything as no one was speaking the common universal language. Felix winced, the discord grating on his nerves. Apollo observed Felix's struggle with a slight chuckle. I forgot to mention, it's a bit similar to stepping into a bustling market square. Now, you need to learn how to filter out the noise. Focus on zoning out the unwanted frequencies. It's about picking the signal you want to hear amidst the chaos. As for quantum quasi-language, this will do the trick. Apollo stated as he placed 2 fingers on Felix's forehead and forwarded all the necessary information needed to master the quantum realm's quasi-language. Since both of them were unigens, the learning curve for them was non-existent. Even through the barrage of noise, Felix managed to master the new language instantly and began to somewhat understand what everyone was clamoring about. Still, there was too much noise to work with. Taking Apollo's advice to heart, Felix concentrated, attempting to isolate the frequencies, to sift through the auditory barrage. Gradually, the surrounding clamor dimmed, except for one clear voice that rose above the rest, an auctioneer vigorously conducting his sale, and the distinct responses of eager buyers in his private hub. The transformation in Felix's perception was remarkable. Where there was once a tumultuous sea of sound, there now existed a focused stream of communication between the auctioneer and his audience. 1,000 quasi-lira for the desire enhancer vial. 1,200 quasi-lira. 1,300 lira. 2,000 here. 2,000. Is there anyone willing to pay more? Silence. Fellas, this is the one and the only desire enhancer vial. If consumed right before engaging in any act related to pleasure, it will double the sensation. You can't miss this. Some murmurs followed, but still, no one placed another bid. This forced the auctioneer to swallow his greed and start calling the offer 3 times before smacking the gavel on a wooden surface. Sold! A gentle applause followed suit, and the auctioneer moved to the next item. Felix opened his eyes with a look of fascination on his face. He had just experienced the hustle and bustle of Quantar's commerce in a uniquely direct and intimate way, feeling like he was actually there. See? Just like that. You will get the hang of it later on and realize that it will be near impossible to live in this city without taking advantage of the hubs. Paulo said, It's truly one of the most fascinating systems I have ever come across. Felix complimented genuinely, already anticipating the many possibilities for such a system. However, how does currency work here? If someone bought or sold something, how does the transaction work? Felix wondered. In his eyes, if the buyer or seller were required to meet face-to-face for such an operation, then it would defeat the purpose of having the marketplace hub. Well, not truly defeat the purpose, but it would reduce its efficiency greatly. Give it a guess. Paulo smirked. Felix thought about it for a moment before answering. Is there a transaction hub connected to a bank? So if both parties agreed to a deal, they could conclude it remotely similar to this. Spot on. Apollo nodded. However, you need to sign up for the bank, and for that, you need an identity. Do you have an identity? Felix frowned. Is it even possible to get it while in disguise? It's tricky. Apollo smirked faintly. But don't worry. I know someone who will hook you up. We are heading to him right now. What does your friend do? Felix asked, not liking the look in his eyes. He is an entrepreneur who is heavily invested in people's needs. Apollo coughed. Why do I have a feeling that he runs a brothel or a business oriented around sex? All I can say is that he is a dedicated entrepreneur. Apollo avoided Felix's gaze and kept walking forward. Don't tell me he runs a brothel. Felix's eyelids twitched. I don't know what you are talking about. You are truly going to be the death of us. Felix facepalmed. Even a child can predict your movements. Nah, Apollo replied with a childish voice. Sigh. Felix let out a long exhale and stopped talking to him, feeling similar to his brain cells were being drained. Sometime later, Felix and Apollo could be seen venturing into the bustling heart of Quantar City's Red District. They were greeted by the vivid life of its streets, teeming with enticing males and females from a myriad of races, each exuding an allure unique to their origins. Hey, glowing locks! Your hair's brighter than the stars. Care to share that shine with me tonight? Tall, fair, and mysterious. How about we explore some hidden frequencies together? Foxy ears, come this way. I've got secrets that'll make you purr. The air was thick with their catcalls and whistles directed at Felix and Apollo. Ha! Next time. Next time. Apollo, ever the charmer, basked in the attention with a grin, absorbing the adulation as if it were sunlight. Felix, on the other hand, found the experience less than pleasant, his irritation mounting with every sultry invitation thrown his way. He had just faced a life-or-death situation against the third ruler, and now he was being harassed on the streets, seemingly returning to his mundane mortal life. Loosen up, would you? Apollo chided, noticing Felix's growing discomfort. Without waiting for a response, he seized Felix's arm and guided him through the throng, making a beeline for a particular brothel that seemed to stand out even in the colorful chaos of the district. Upon arrival, they were surrounded by a contrasting calm atmosphere from the noisy outside. The interior exuded an elegant decadence, with soft lighting and sumptuous decor inviting guests to indulge in their desires. At the helm of this den of pleasures stood a short rat-like proprietor with 7 vibrantly colored tails that swayed gently behind him. The moment he spotted Apollo, he squinted his eyes for a moment and then he snapped them open with a shocked expression. Be on the lookout. Is that really you, old friend? BOLO? Your undercover name is BOLO? Are you fucking with me? Felix cursed Apollo telepathically, feeling like he was walking with a time bomb. How would I know I will become a fugitive? Apollo defended as he went forward with his arms extended, seemingly seeking a hug from his friend. Zephyr, who else would be worthy of my beauty? Haha, where have you been? It's been eons since you visited this old geezer. Zephyr gave Apollo a tight hug, but due to the size difference, his head ended up buried in Apollo's crotch. None of them seemed awkward by it, unlike Felix whose eyelids kept twitching at this ungodly image. Ah, Boelo, my favorite customer. How I missed you. Zephyr purred, his eyes glinting with a mixture of greed and delight as he rubbed his head. You missed me or my money? Apollo knocked him on the head playfully before letting him go. How can you say that? Our friendship means more than money. Zephyr acted hurt, but soon he glanced at Felix and the same greedy glint appeared. Who is this handsome fella? Is he a customer or a potential recruit? Oh, how I hope it's the latter. He muttered the last part, but Felix's keen hearing caught it, making him want to slap the living daylights out of him. Easy there. He is my only useful connection for black requests. Apollo calmed him down with a knowing glance. Felix remained silent, taking control of his boiling anger Even though his powers and laws were sealed, the effects on his personality were still running rampant. Now that Felix possessed Hephaestus's laws and the Wrath Law, he was easily irritated and angered. Being a companion with Apollo wasn't making his life any easier. This is a close friend of mine from my hometown. His name is... Apollo paused his introduction after comprehending that Felix hadn't given him a new name. Gone. Felix stepped in smoothly with a straightforward and common name in his disguised race. Gone. Welcome to my fine establishment. Zephyr grinned. A friend of Boello is a friend of mine, so feel free to ask for anything. Then, I guess you won't mind helping us with a small favor. We need your help with something discreet. Apollo bit on the chance instantly. Zephyr's ears perked up at the mention of business, his tails twitching in anticipation. Discreet, you say? My establishment specializes in discretion among other pleasures. Tell me what you need, and if the price is right, consider it done. How about we go somewhere private first? Felix spoke indifferently. My apologies. How impolite of me. Zephyr extended his hand welcomingly. Please follow me. Zephyr led Apollo and Felix through the bustling energy of the brothel, navigating the corridors with a practiced ease that belied his seemingly frivolous nature. They arrived at a nondescript door at the end of a hallway, which Zephyr opened with a flick of his tail, revealing a hidden backroom that served as his office. Once inside, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The playful ambience of the brothel gave way to a tense air of solemnity as Zephyr closed the door behind them. Taking his seat behind a desk cluttered with an array of strange artifacts and scrolls, Zephyr's demeanor transformed. The sly, businesslike facade faded, replaced by a sharp gaze that pierced through Felix. He scrutinized Felix intently, a discerning eye taking in every detail. After a moment of awkward silence, Zephyr leaned forward, his voice shedding its earlier flamboyance. You're not one of us, are you? He stated more than asked, his tone serious. Your behavior is different. You're not a Lemonian, that much is clear. Came here looking for a new identity. Did you? What the hell? How? Huh? Felix and the tenants exchanged shocked glances, surprised by Zephyr's keen perception. Apollo, however, remained unfazed. He sent a telepathic message to Felix, cautioning him, don't underestimate Zephyr or anyone else in this city. Some of them have been around much longer than even the Unigens. It was expected as the time in the quantum realm was almost always faster than the matter universe. This implied that some beings here existed for an unimaginable number of years before the first birth of a Unigen. Since the quantum realm could exist as long as there was a single atom in the universe, it was nearly impossible for it to get erased and could exist even if the entire universe collapsed. I can see that now. Felix nodded with a cautious expression. Zephyr's change in attitude served as a reminder that in the quantum realm, appearances were often deceptive, and secrets ran deeper than imagined. As I said, he is from my hometown. Unfazed, Apollo requested. He wants to experience the beauty of the Vibranix Empire without too much of a hassle. You know what I mean? Of course, without a legitimate identity, he will be missing too much and I can't have that. Zephyr smiled, returning to his old persona. He didn't care about finding out more about Felix or his motives, which pleased Felix with his professionalism. Name your price, Apollo said. Ah, the times have changed after you left. My dear Boello, Zephyr sighed. It has become ridiculously more difficult to obtain an identity without going through the proper chon. Yeah, just name your price. Apollo rolled his eyes, knowing that he was about to get highballed. Cough, if he wants a standardized Lemonian identity, it will cost you around 10,000 lira. Zephyr shared. That's triple the last time I was here. Apollo's lips twitched. What about an approved Vibranix identity? What's the difference? Felix inquired. Your nation's identity is standardized while obtaining the approved Vibranix identity means you have taken up permanent residency in the Empire as a foreigner. It's like immigration papers. Yes, and it's the best one since it gives you better access to the frequencies hub plus other benefits. It's extremely difficult to earn it, as one needs to have a high social status to apply for it. I see. It must cost a lot. Before Felix could finish his thought, Zephyr raw dogged them without lube. It costs 1 million lira, cough, with the family and friends discount. Felix and Apollo were left speechless. Even Felix and the tenants, who had no idea how much 1 million lira was worth, knew that they were being robbed in broad daylight. I think I am good with the standard identity, Felix remarked. He didn't even attempt to haggle the price down. He was too broke to even consider the option. But Apollo thought otherwise. Hold on now. Let me check my bank account. Apollo signed up for the Frequencies hub and went straight to the Quantar Bank hub, connecting himself with one of the many customer service workers. He gave them the name, his bank details account, and the password. Only then was the clerk allowed to share information about his account details. Sir Bolo, your current balance is, holy, cough, cough, my apologies. It's 200,300,000 lira. The clerk announced after a sharp gasp in shock. Oh, not bad. Apollo showed a pleased smile before cutting off the connection. Just as Zephyr was about to negotiate the price down of the Vibranix identity, Apollo cut him off. We will take the approved Vibranix identity. Haha. Great decision, great decision. Zephyr was on cloud 9 in happiness as started the paperwork right away, fearing he would change his mind. Zephyr was on cloud 9 in happiness as started the paperwork right away, fearing he would change his mind. But, for 2 conditions. Do tell. You provide us with temporary accommodation until you complete your work on our identities. Additionally, you furnish us with details of any unfamiliar creatures entering the city and newly discovered locations at an accelerated time. Apollo said, Deal. Without an ounce of hesitation, Zephyr agreed to the deal as he had nothing to lose. He had plenty of empty rooms in his brothels across the city. As for the information, while he usually sold them for a decent price, he didn't mind giving them as a freebie for such a lucrative deal. To put into perspective how much 1 million lira was worth, he needed his entire brothel franchise to be working at maximum capacity daily for an entire decade to reach such a number. You can head back to the lobby. One of the girls will take you to your rooms. Zephyr winked at them. If one of them caught your eyes, don't hesitate to call me. I have you covered free of charge for the entire duration of your residency. Haha. Don't mind if I do. Apollo wasn't shy at all. Sometime later, Apollo was sitting on a red heart-shaped love bed while Felix was staying as far as possible from it, sitting on a cushion near a window. How come you have this much money on you? I thought you would blow it all in drugs, girls, and parties, Felix asked. I did blow most of it, but I was quite smart to invest the crumbs in compound interest before I left. Apollo chuckled. With the massive time difference, a measly 10,000 lira has turned into 200 million lira. 200 million? You rich? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. For now. Felix sighed as he saw Apollo's grin, knowing he'd wasted all again. On a serious note, you should study more about Luminoans, Apollo advised. Zephyr isn't the only one with such keen perception. Even if you obtained a legit identity, it will do no good if you can't act the part. I know, Felix replied with a hardened expression. Felix had no interest in allowing any other person to pick up on his disguise again. For that to work, he needed to study everything about Luminoans to mimic them to perfection. This is all I know about Luminoans. If you still need more, seek Zephyr's help. As long as he works on your identity and hasn't gotten paid, he will break his back for us. Apollo smirked as he forwarded some information about the Luminoans race. Felix received the information and glanced at them. As expected, his mannerisms were totally off compared to the real Luminoans. They were more in tune with the quantum realm's energies, and this made their personalities on the softer and elegant side. With their handsome appearance added to the picture, it made them resemble celestial angels roaming the streets. But in the case of Felix, he always had a cold frown like someone owed him money. This made him resemble a fallen angel. I will try my best to play the part, Felix assured. You better be, Uranus, Eris. or the others will search the Quantar city for us, and I don't want my stay here to be short-lived. Now, if you would excuse me, I have some new listeners to entertain." Apollo jumped out of bed and dashed outside of the room with a pervy wide grin. Thud. As the door was closed behind him, Felix shook his head in resignation at Apollo's shenanigans and turned to gaze at the view from the window. The Quantar city could be said to be one of the most beautiful metropolises he had ever stepped in. It could even contend against the Celestial City. Yet, he wasn't in the mood to enjoy the view as his mind was filled with thoughts about how to recover some of his strength. Felix switched to his wisp in his consciousness space and found that the tenants were all over the place. "Guys, any ideas? How about returning to the vibration manipulation? It will allow you to control quantum energy," Elder Kraken suggested. Quantum realm is a bit similar to the spirit realm in the sense that all you require is some affinity and understanding to start working with an element. During Felix and Apollo's journey across the realm, he had been taught most of the things related to the quantum realm as an entity. Here, creatures or intelligent life forms were all born with different attunement to the available elements or laws in the realm. Some were highly attuned to manipulate chaos like Chaosians, and some were attuned to vibration like Vibranics. In the case of Luminoans, they were born with different attunements, from light, darkness, vibration, chaos, space, time, and other peculiar elements used to build the quantum realm. For example, this entire city wasn't built off wood, metal, or such elements. They somehow resemble them, but in reality, they were made out of quantum energy. This energy was the building blocks used to construct the entire quantum realm structure. Without it, there would be nothing but an infinite void without a single hard surface to stand on. Just like everything else, it was created out of vibrational strings, which implied that the controllers of the vibrations were the controllers of the quantum realm. That's why the Vibranix Empire was one of the top 3 strongest and greatest civilizations in the quantum realm. I was already planning on doing it. Felix approved of the suggestion with a wry smile. Who would have known that my training in the spirit realm would have led me to use vibration element here? He always understood that learning the vibration element would come in handy sometime, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He wasn't complaining at all. "Still, I require more than that." Felix frowned. "My vibration manipulation is nowhere as good as the Vibranix or Uranus. So, if I end up against them down in the future, they will always have an edge over me even if the base strength was standardized." "Well, you can use whatever was left of celestial energy within you." Lord Marduk soon shook his head. "But without being able to harvest it again, it is a limited power spike. I am planning to save it for emergencies." Felix felt the same. After he finished, no one else spoke. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought, trying to figure out a method to help out of his dilemma. However, with Felix's void, fire, and 7 sins laws sealed, it wasn't that easy. What about Zeus and Poseidon's cores? Is it possible to ascend with them while sealed? If yes, will the chains extend their seal to them too or not? Lady Sphinx contemplated a bit out of the box with her suggestion. I think you are on to something." Felix held his chin with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Since my ascensions function only because my 7 Hydra tails are considered separate entities, then, if I ascended now, there might be a slim chance that the universe would not chain them too. This will help me obtain water/lightning-related laws. Is there even such a loophole?" Thor elevated an eyebrow in surprise. "There is only one way to find out." Without further ado, Felix went to the center of the room and sat on the floor with his legs crossed. "Are you sure about this?" Cyclope asked with a slightly concerned tone, knowing that Felix was already weakened to the limit and he shouldn't add more to his struggle. "What choice do I have?" Felix shook his head. He understood that his options were too limited. If he wanted to survive in the quantum realm without relying on Apollo's assistance, he had to do something to alter his current state. "Fortunately, you possess 2 cores," Thor said. "You can test with one and leave the other." Felix nodded in agreement as that was exactly what he planned to do. He chose to start with water and merge it with none other than the sin of envy. In his eyes, water was fluid and adaptable, capable of taking the shape of its container. much like envy could shape a person's desires and emotions based on what others possess or achieve. Just as water could erode even the hardest rock over time, envy could slowly corrode contentment and satisfaction, leading to destructive outcomes if not checked. But first, he needed to create a safe environment. Let's see if I still got it. Felix closed his eyes as he poked his finger at nothingness in front of him. However, a moment later, an invisible vibrational wave emerged and spread out across the entire room. It's really close to the spirit realm, Felix smiled in contentment. If this was his first time attempting to manipulate the vibration element, he would have spent weeks or even months to achieve the same result. That's because the spirit realm relied on the sense of imagination coupled with a logical understanding to manipulate elements. However, in the quantum realm, he was legit manipulating the vibrations. If he didn't have his training, he wouldn't know where to start. You will be even better if you had a teacher showing you the way, Jormungandr said. Well, this place is filled with great vibration manipulators. Candace sighed. The only issue is that he might struggle convincing one of them to help him. Based on what everyone heard about the Viburnix race, they might be open-minded, intellectual, and somewhat peaceful, but deep down they had a massive superiority complex. They believed themselves to be the apex race in the quantum realm, above all and below none. Thus, even when Luminoans were one of the few races born with the ability to harness vibration too, Viburnix never considered them as equals or bothered to part ways of their teaching to them. I learned this much on my own, and I will continue doing so, Felix replied calmly, having no interest in begging anyone to teach him. Gone were the days where he relied on people's assistance. Now, he would welcome anyone's help with open arms, but he would never lower his pride for it. He was the embodiment of pride. How could he beg anyone for anything? I guess this is enough to conceal the noise, Felix remarked after establishing an invisible vibrational barrier that repelled and contained noise. Then, with a deep breath, Felix summoned the dragonic Hydra tail alone and made his intentions clear mentally to merge Poseidon's core with the Hydra tail. Poseidon's core emerged outside of Asna's core and went straight for the heart connected to the Hydra tail. It was none other than Kraken's main heart. When they combined, the ascension started under the universe's command. Roar! A bright blue light was released out of Felix's skin as the Hydra head started roaring while undergoing the ascension transformation. Its glowing scales turned a richer shade of blue while its eyes resembled the ocean's depth. As for its mouth, all of its teeth were gone and were replaced with two massive fangs resembling divine tridents. Yet, the most unique change was the emergence of a long watery red aura around its head. Red water? Is that blood? Candace tilted her head in confusion. It's an expected result. Lady Sphinx explained. In the quantum realm, there is no presence of water since it's smaller than its molecules. Thus, it must have extracted blood out of Felix, which was under the shrinking effect, as a replacement. Ah, it makes sense now. Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. When everything seemed in its standardized size, she kept forgetting that they were smaller than atoms and particles, which meant water laws were non-existent here. Meanwhile, Felix experienced a strong shake from the change. It didn't hurt, but the massive amount of power going through him was too much, like trying to grab a storm. It seemed like the universe wasn't too pleased with that kind of flowing new strength as it started tightening its celestial chains around Felix, choking the living daylight out of him. Fuck me. With a tongue out and a face as blue as his Hydra's new scales, Felix could only curse in agony while trying his best to free the chains of his neck. Alas, it was a futile attempt. Did it fail? Lord Marduk asked with a deep frown. As one of the primogenitors with the most knowledge about the universe's loopholes, he truly considered that this experiment would work in Felix's favor. After all, the universe had no consciousness to differentiate between Felix and his Hydra tails even when they share the same body. If it couldn't do this, then, technically, it ought to not punish Felix over the ascension of a new tail since it was considered a singular entity. It's too soon to tell, Lady Sphinx replied with a thoughtful look. He might be suffering from the punishment of obtaining the enhancement strength of the ascension. I think the same. Elder Kraken nodded in support, While the laws are considered a main part of the Hydra tale and Felix was simply tapping into them, the strength enhancement was related to him primarily. Thus, he can't escape from the punishment. Come on, Felix. You must survive through the ascension and the chains shall leave, Candace encouraged with a hopeful tone as she watched Felix accept his fate. Arg! He stopped fighting them and kneeled on the floor, taking profound breaths once in a while with great difficulty. Pain was Felix's childhood friend, accompanying him in every step of his life. Yet, even if he combined everything he experienced before, it would still not be close to this hellish agony. He experienced like his soul was being ripped apart slowly and then healed, to repeat the process again and again. Still, this was not even close to killing him or making him pass out. He had been through too much bullshit to fall under the universe's might. With determination and resolve that could move mountains, Felix remained awake with bloodshot eyes until the Ascension's enhancement boost ended. The moment it was done, Poseidon's core settled neatly in its new home, Kraken's heart. Cling, cling. The celestial chains broke into light particles after one last tight grasp that stole Felix's breath away, seemingly warning him not to pull such crap again. Huff! Huff! While there was no oxygen to breathe in the quantum realm, Felix was still left huffing for breath, taking in invisible quantum energy and releasing it out again. Motherfucker! Does pain follow me wherever I go? Felix cursed with a hateful expression as he lay on his back, his chest rising up and down. I have to say, you must be the first person to experience pain in almost all realms in the universe. Lord Loki joked in amusement. The others followed suit with faint chuckles. It's not funny, Felix complained with an irritated expression as he tried his best to stand back on his feet again. Check if it worked, Lady Sphinx said. Give me a moment to catch my breath, Felix said with a look of dread, knowing that if he tried to test it now and it was a failure, he would go through the same agony. So, he cleaned himself and sat down for a couple of minutes of meditation. While doing this, he checked on his new enhancements. I can't get a good reading in here. With force being standardized across the board, even when he felt like his body had improved, he couldn't really find out by how much. Knowing that he couldn't do much about it, Felix left it for later and moved on to the main event. With a deep, nervous breath, Felix extended his palm forward and tried to conjure a concentrated blood hammer. Before anyone could react, Felix's palm started sweating blood drops from the pores, and they gathered at one point until a minimized version of the divine hammer manifested. Silence prevailed for a second as Felix's eyes kept jumping from one corner to another, seemingly waiting for the chains to emerge and shackle his ass. But soon, a grin emerged on his lips after nothing disturbed the silence. Hee. It actually worked. Felix's grin got wider while manipulating the blood hammer to change shapes without any consequences. God bless the universe's retardedness. Thor laughed in delight. Does this mean you can use water/ice/fog/blood and any liquid-related law freely? Candace said with an astonished tone. In Matter Universe, absolutely, but here? Felix replied, before I learn how to manipulate the quantum realm, I can only utilize the liquid aspects of my body. Since blood is the dominant aspect, you will most likely become a bloodbender. Fenrir sneered. Who would have known? There is no escaping from that bastard Mananangle's blood manipulation. Bloodbending, I can work with this, but not too much. Felix narrowed his eyes. Not a single creature in the quantum realm has a drop of blood in them. While I can fool everyone and make them believe it's a new kind of liquid energy, Uranus, Eris, and the others will most definitely recognize it. As mentioned before, the entire structure of the quantum realm was based on quantum energy that could be manipulated to be turned into almost anything. Thus, other creatures could possess some kind of blood liquid within them, but it wouldn't be considered as blood in the general sense. It acted and resembled liquid, but it was still considered a quantum liquid and behaved as such. Just like the concept of electricity might not directly apply due to the fundamental differences in physical laws at such tiny scales. The quantum realm was governed by quantum mechanics, where the behavior of particles and forces could be very different from classical physics. Electricity in the macroscopic world was the flow of electrons, which were subatomic particles. At the quantum level, electrons still existed. However, the way electricity behaved, like current flowing through a wire, didn't exactly fit. On the other hand, quantum effects like superposition and entanglement could lead to phenomena that might be thought of as quantum electricity in a loose sense, but these would be fundamentally different from classical electricity. This was how Zeus was able to create the ability quantum storm, which relies on this principle to create a superposition electrical storm capable of striking even within targets. All in all, the quantum realm was a place of total mayhem, but there was a sense of order and logic in how life could exist and be supported. The key to this order was quantum energy. Indeed, you can't rely on your blood too much. Thou have to master quantum energy manipulation so you can turn this energy into quantum liquid, quantum electricity, and whatnot, which in turn would provide you with at least 50% of the law's potential. Lady Sphinx disclosed. I understand. Felix nodded while canceling the blood hammer and returning his blood inside. How about Zeus core? Candace inquired. Will you ascend again now? Hell no. Felix shivered. I need some time to prepare mentally again now I know what awaits me. Plus, I am certain the universe is going to double down on the punishment to stop me from going against its orders. The universe's orders were clear. He must not use his laws until the duration of the punishment ends. Each time he broke the order, the universe doubled down on its punishment. So, Felix decided to chill in his room for the next few days and get accustomed to bloodbending, vibration manipulation, and maybe even give creating quantum energy a try. Though he was certain he was going to fail as he had no clue how to pull it off. Meanwhile, in the consciousness space, everyone returned to their matters, some started reading books, some played chess, some conversed intelligently, and some were just an absolute menace to the others, Thor and Loki. What's up with you? Thor arched an eyebrow as he noticed Loki halt mid-antagonization of Lord Shiva and gaze into the distance absent-mindedly. Ah, nothing, just thought of something. Lord Loki broke out of his daze at Thor's voice and started staring at Lord Shiva with the same mischievous look. However, at the depths, a hint of seriousness was buried. Thor believed him and started discussing a new method to screw with Lord Shiva to get rid of some boredom. But Lord Loki's main focus had already switched to his real body, which was next to Queen AI's main operating system at the depth of the Metal Race galaxy. He switched because he received a message from Queen AI, a message he had been waiting for ever since he created the UVR and Queen AI. The goal has been reached. 57 worth of data has been absorbed. The spiritual level is now equal to a Unijin at peak strength based on the data provided. Queen AI announced monotonously, ready for the next step, awaiting orders. In the creepy glow of a sophisticated laboratory, Loki, with his captivating female form, stood before a medical pod unlike any other. Inside, a vast, silver brain floated in a bath of iridescent green liquid, a complex network of tubes feeding into it, each pulsing with unseen energy. He gazed at it, his expression unreadable, lost in thought. Finally, breaking the silence with his soft, commanding voice, he murmured, "Hold the next step. A new source of boundless data has emerged." Understood. Queen AI agreed without questions asked. Lord Loki sat on the closest chair and with a deep sigh, he closed his eyes and rubbed his eyelids in exhaustion. After witnessing the events in the dream realm, it's clear I am far from my envisioned target. I need to feed the Queen with more data, much more. Otherwise, all of this work, all of this effort would go to waste. As he stared at the ceiling, his words lingered in the air, leaving a sense of madness hidden in his gaze. For whom that gaze was directed, one could only connect the dots on his own. But one thing was for certain, there was much more behind Lord Loki's facade of playfulness and childishness.